You really thought you could outsmart the blood scorps? I leaked the map, I planted the key, and you rats just did the dirty work harvesting the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus for me.
Senior, yeah. I'm just a new dipole passing by. I didn't even touch the latest. The blood corpse swallowed it all. You are crushing the wrong person.
Passing by? The latest seeds sense their own kind. You hid 9 seeds while they're fighting for their lives. Hand them over, or I'll crush your golden core right here.
I was just practicing protectual excavation, Senior Ye. But since you're in such a hurry to dig into my pockets, why don't you reach in, take them yourself?
What is this? You lunatic, you planted a corpse poison trap before you even entered the room?
Rule number 3 of the underground world, beware of greed. Did you really think I'd leave my back exposed to a self-righteous mythal genius? You fell right into my strike zone.
You dare attack me? I will have the Pavilion Master execute
this! In the Plague Lands, arrogance is a fatal disease, and I am the cure! Go to hell!
You despicable scoundrel. Mark my words. I will make you pay double for today's defeat.
See you never, you arrogant fools! I'm taking the jackpot!
Blood! The blood of the Heavenly Pavilion! The true master of the Plague Lands has awakened!
Then you shall enter the tutelage of my master, Xianxia. Henceforth, you must strive with all your might and let those others drown in their own regret. Without granting Fang Chen a moment to choose, she clapped her hand upon his shoulder and declared, Fang Chen is now claimed by manager Xianxia.
Yu Yunzi, Gu Huexi, Yi Kangyuan, and Chen Dezheng, who were still locked in a covert struggle, all shuddered in unison.
What?
They gazed at Fang Chen in sheer disbelief. Shang Shikyu's hand upon his shoulder signified that he had been staked. The claim was now irrevocable.
It was unclear which of the 4 let slip a curse, but their countenances were identically grim and infuriated. Their glares, burning like balefires, seemed intent on reducing Shang Shikyu to cinders.
These 4 venerable figures had schemed and plotted against one another, only for a mere junior to reap the ultimate reward. Yu Yunzi turned an unwilling gaze toward the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Pavilion Master, surely this is not allowed. I have awaited Fang Chen for half a year. Even the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion was stunned for a heartbeat. He had never foreseen such an outcome.
Shaking his head, he spoke, the laws cannot be altered. This left the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters stifled with indignation, their hearts yearning to strike Shang Shikyu away.
We 4 Vice Pavilion Masters are vying for a disciple. What business have you joining this fray?
King Su clicked her tongue, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Shang Shikyu. Master, senior sister Shang is truly bold, daring to snatch a prize from the very jaws of the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters. Lin Yuheng's lip twitched. Upon learning that Gu Huexi favored Fang Chen, she had decisively abandoned her pursuit, not daring to contest the claim. Yet Shang Shikyu, in the presence of the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters, possessed the audacity to spirit Fang Chen away.
She looked upon Shang Shikyu with a trace of pity. The path ahead of her would surely be fraught with hardship.
Shang Shikyu blinked, looking at the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters who glowered at her, and asked in bewilderment, Have I committed some wrong? With the matter of Fang Chen settled, the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters could only settle for their secondary choices.
Chen Dezheng maintained his choice of Liu Qingxian.
Yi Kangyuan noted that the geniuses from beyond the domain were nearly all claimed, leaving but one at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. He decisively chose Xia Keoj, who was also at the 6th level, having crossed paths during the Great War of Humans and Demons. A familiar face was preferable. Gu Huexi frowned. By the time she deliberated, the 6th level Golden Core genius among the Outworlders had been snatched by another manager.
To a Vice Pavilion Master of her stature, unless a disciple is nurtured from their first steps, those below the 6th level of the Golden Core realm rarely catch the eye. Thus, rather than choosing the remaining 5th level cultivators, it was better to select someone to her liking. After a moment's thought, she declared, Liu Ruxu, enter my lineage. Since I could not take Fang Chen as my disciple, I shall take his fiancée instead, considering it the forging of a karmic bond. Liu Ruxu was overwhelmed with joy and hastily knelt to perform the rites of apprenticeship. Liu Ruxu pays respects to master. Yu Yunzi cast a sidelong glance at Gu Huexi. He had harbored the same intention, only to be intercepted by her once more.
Fortunately, Fang Chen was surrounded by many women.
He beckoned to Chen Xiling. You shall enter my tutelage. Chen Xiling, struck by pleasant surprise, immediately knelt.
Your disciple, Xiling, pays respects to master. This scene left the outworld geniuses stifled with resentment. What madness was this? Not one of the 4 vice pavilion masters had chosen them instead. They had all selected Fang Chen's women. Very well, Xia Keoj might not be counted among them, but her ties to Fang Chen were undeniably deep. It was truly unjust. Yu Tiandu clenched his fists. Before the selection, he believed the discipleship slots of the 4 vice pavilion masters would surely belong to the outworld geniuses. Who could have known they would all be squandered on Fang Chen's women? It was utterly preposterous. Mu Ying was also filled with reluctance. Where exactly did it go wrong? How could it end like this? Thus concluded a bizarre apprenticeship ceremony where no one was content, save for the 4 women. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion announced, "I now proclaim the formal roster. Mu Ying of Kingly Mountain shall enter the tutelage of manager Ning Kun Jiong Beihua of Kingly Mountain shall join manager Rong. Zhen Yu Tiandu of Kingly Mountain shall join manager Zhang Wenx in Liu Qingxian of the Azure Cloud sect. And finally, Fang Chen of the Azure Cloud sect shall enter the tutelage of manager Yan Yang." Having finished reading, the master closed the roster and said, "Vice Pavilion masters and managers, lead your new disciples to proclaim the sect rules. Then take them into the subterranean world to experience it for a day. You are dismissed." At that moment, the Vajraphaean, who had been observing as a guest, suddenly spoke in a measured tone, "Stay thy hand." All eyes turned toward this high monk of the Buddhist sect. The Vajraphaean stepped through the void to stand before Fang Chen, a smile gracing his face. "Benefactor Fang, you have indeed deceived this poor monk most cruelly." Ever since he heard someone address Fang Chen as Junior Brother Fang, he had been suspicious. To think it truly was him. He had encountered Fang Chen before, yet had been hoodwinked by the youth. Now that he was within reach, he had to watch as the boy entered the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Fang Chen's lip twitched. He knew this was coming the moment the roster was announced. However, now that he was a member of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, he no longer feared the Vajraphaean. "This junior is devoted to the martial Tao and has no desire to enter the Buddhist sect. I appreciate Master Fane's kind intentions." These words incited a great commotion, particularly among the outworld geniuses who could no longer remain calm. Yu Tiandu's pupils constricted. What does this mean? The Vajraphaean once sought to convert this Fang Chen. Impossible. Mu Ying found it equally hard to accept. Even she, at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, had failed to catch the Vajraphaean's eye. How could a disciple from a desolate continent be worthy of his notice? The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's eyes flashed with sharp light. "Master Phaean, could the person you spoke of seeking earlier be none other than him?" The Vajraphaean was known as a judge of geniuses. Not one person on his conversion list was ordinary. All were peerless talents of celestial endowment. The Vajraphaean pressed his palms together and smiled. "Pavilion Master, would you be willing to transfer him to my White Horse Temple? This youth shares a profound affinity with the Buddha. We have met twice and missed each other twice. The law of affinity is truly mysterious." Fang Chen's expression shifted instantly as he quickly spoke. "Master Phaean, since we have missed each other, it proves our affinity has reached its end. I pray the master does not force the issue." The Vajraphaean did not relent, his smile becoming even more benevolent. "Gold becomes pure through smelting, a blade becomes sharp through tempering. Benefactor Fang, your affinity with the Buddha has weathered many trials, growing only more resilient. Come, the gates of the Buddhist sect stand open for you." Veins throbbed on Fang Chen's forehead, and he felt a surge of desire to curse aloud. Who could compete with these monks in a battle of wits and words? He could only cast a pleading look toward the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The Vajraphaean noticed his gaze, and turned to the Pavilion Master as well, smiling. "Pavilion Master, if you are willing to open the door of convenience and allow this youth to enter my Buddhist sect, that golden Buddha shall remain within the Heavenly Secret Pavilion for 10 years. The Pavilion Master felt a stir of temptation. The subterranean world was filled with shadows and malevolence. A golden Buddha was a peerless divine treasure for suppressing such evils. "Pavilion Master, no." The faces of Liu Qingxian, Liu Ruxu, and Chen Xiling paled in alarm. If Fang Chen entered the Buddhist sect, what would become of them? No wonder Fang Chen did not fear even nascent soul experts, yet remained wary of these monks. It turned out he had long been marked by them for conversion. After a brief moment of deliberation, the Pavilion Master spoke. "Master Phaean, since Fang Chen has already joined my Heavenly Secret Pavilion, he is now our disciple. I ask that you trouble him no further." Hearing this, the Vajraphaean sighed softly. "A pity, truly a pity. I once remarked that benefactor Liu Ruxu was destined to meet a benefactor in her life.
it appears that benefactor was none other than Benefactor Fang. He gazed at Fang Chen, his eyes shimmering with a profound Buddhist light. As he scanned the youth, his habitually smiling face stiffened slightly, and a frown touched his brow. He was actually unable to see through him. Benefactor Fang seems to be accompanied by a profound secret of heaven. A streak of blazing light erupted from his eyes. Benefactor Fang, I implore you to reconsider. Should you enter our Buddhist sect, this humble monk can make an exception and petition a bodhisattva to enlighten you into the rank of a Vajra. The pavilion, master of the Heavenly Secret Pavillion's pupils constricted. Few knew that a high monk of the bodhisattva realm resided within the White Horse Temple, whose power was equivalent to the soul formation realm of cultivators. Thus, enlightening someone to the Vajra realm was by no means difficult. What exactly did Vajra Fein see within Fang Chen to make him so desperate to recruit him into the Buddhist sect at any cost? Fortunately, Fang Chen's will remained steadfast and unmoved. He replied, I have already joined the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. As for entering the Buddhist sect, Master, please speak of it no more. Vajra Fein expressed profound regret. Someone carrying such a grand heavenly secret would surely have brought immense blessings had they been brought to the White Horse Temple. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion breathed a silent sigh of relief. If Fang Chen had been swayed and followed Vajra Fein, it would have been a catastrophic loss for the pavilion. Master Fein, pray proceed to the underground world at once. This is the entry jade talisman. The pavilion master retrieved a jade talisman and tossed it to him, eager to see him off. Vajra Fein accepted the jade talisman, chanted a Buddhist mantra, and led his followers away. Fang Chen felt as if a great weight had been lifted. It was fortunate he had joined the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, otherwise Vajra Fein would never have let him go. The pavilion master added with concern, Fang Chen, should you encounter those from the White Horse Temple in the future, distance yourself as much as possible. They exercise restraint here at the pavilion, but they may not be so reserved elsewhere. Fang Chen felt a surge of solemnity and replied, understood. After a pause, Fang Chen asked, Pavilion Master, you mentioned earlier that new disciples could experience the underground world for one day. Did I hear correctly? To enjoy such benefits immediately upon arriving at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion was unexpected. The Pavilion Master chuckled. It is merely for experience. Do not overthink it. Though the first 9 levels of the underground world have been explored by our predecessors, it does not mean they are without peril. In certain desolate corners, dangerous entities of darkness still lurk, beings that even an overseer might struggle to handle. Since this is your first descent, simply wander through the safe zones. Do not expect to reap a great harvest. Fang Chen was stunned. Are even the explored levels so perilous? He bowed in acknowledgement. The pavilion master surveyed his surroundings and announced, the disciple selection has reached a temporary conclusion. Should any more disciples arrive, the rule remains first come, first served. With that, he departed atop a cloud, entering the central great hall. Once he left, the atmosphere among the crowd grew lively again. Xianxia nudged Fang Chen's arm. Hey, what did that powerful monk mean? Why was he so intent on taking you into the Buddhist sect? This was not the great Taking Prefecture. After all, few knew of Vajra Fein, and fewer still were aware of his reputation as the measurer of geniuses. Only a few vice pavilion masters and the pavilion master himself, who had visited higher branches of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, possessed such knowledge. Fang Chen stared in the direction Vajra Fein had departed, a trace of unease in his eyes as he considered his words. What else could it be? He has too many women, even the Buddha couldn't stand it, and decided to claim him. Fang Chen shot him a sidelong glance. Still better than having no one to care for you. Liang Feiyan's lips twitched. Rest easy then. With so many fairies in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, finding a partner will be as easy as reaching out my hand. Xianxia scoffed. I advise you not to provoke those beautiful fairies. Aside from Ye Banxia, one of the 4 mythical geniuses, almost every beautiful woman you see is already spoken for. Even our senior brother, Jian, dares not lightly provoke those female disciples. You had best be cautious. Liang Feiyan's face turned pale. Did this mean he was destined to remain alone? It made sense. The disciples of the 9 sects were of varying quality, making it difficult for male and female disciples to form pairs. Either their talent and strength were matched, but they held no interest in each other, or they were interested, but their potential and status were worlds apart. But it was different at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, where talent, status, and potential were all exceptional. As long as there was mutual attraction, forming a pair was easy. Fang Chen laughed and patted his shoulder. Senior brother Liang, I would gladly trade 10 years of my lifespan for you to remain single for the rest of your life. Liang Feiyan snapped back in annoyance. To hell with you, I don't believe it. I, Liang Feiyan, will surely find a woman. Fang Chen chuckled and asked Xianxia, senior sister Shang, where are senior brother Jian and the others? Xianxia sighed. They are currently dealing with a troublesome matter in the underground world. She glanced around and immediately lowered her voice. Senior brother Jian discovered a hidden space. If the exploration is completed, they can obtain a staggering reward of 3,000 merit points. With that many merit points, one could exchange for a jade talisman containing a single strike of a nascent soul realm expert from the treasury. 3,000 merit points for just one nascent soul jade talisman. During the Great Battle of Boundary Mountain, one only needed to accumulate 1,000 merit points to exchange for one. Moreover, the opportunities to accumulate merit points during the Great Battle of Boundary Mountain were far more abundant than in this underground world that had been exploited for centuries. He finally understood why Wu Manyue, Jian Linyuan, and the others had secretly hurried to the battlefield to seize merit points. Had it been Fang Chen, he would have done the same. The disparity was simply too great. Hearing that nascent soul jade talismans were available for exchange, Fang Chen was instantly intrigued. None of the 4 nascent soul treasure talismans he had possessed had ever failed him. They were absolute trump cards for defeating enemies. And what is this trouble you spoke of, senior sister? Fang Chen asked. Xianxia scratched her head sheepishly. While exploring, I accidentally shattered yin marrow within, causing yin kai to scatter everywhere and halting the exploration. Overseer Yunyang, senior brother Jian, and the others are trying to find a way to weaken the yin kai. Fang Chen looked at her with a peculiar expression. No wonder she was the only one kicked out to recruit disciples on behalf of her master. She had made a blunder. It wasn't intentional. Who could have known there was yin marrow inside? Such a thing hasn't appeared for over a century. It's perfectly normal that I didn't recognize it, Xianxia said, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze and speaking with a sense of grievance. Fang Chen stroked his chin, asking, "What precisely is yin marrow?" Xianxia pursed her delicate lips and elaborated, "It is a rare ore found exclusively beneath the 9th stratum. Over countless epochs, an overabundance of concentrated yin kai coalesced into liquid form. These liquid droplets, through eons of accumulation, solidified into yin stones. And when these yin stones are further refined and concentrated, they transmute into yin marrow. I once merely grazed a fragment of yin marrow no larger than a fingernail, and the surge of yin kai it released instantly permeated an area spanning no less than 3 li." Astonishment flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. His heart stirred, and his spiritual senses probed towards the mountain river cauldron, which he had long deemed a trifle, and cast aside into a corner of his heavenly lightning stone. If the ambient yin kai could ultimately condense into yin marrow, then in principle, as long as the mountain river cauldron absorbed all the yin kai within that space, it should still be capable of refining it into yin marrow, right? Should this come to pass, would that mysterious domain not then become accessible for exploration? What is the current state of affairs? Fang Chen inquired, a flicker of insight in his gaze. Xianxia shook her head. The situation is dire. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to explore it. Our only hope lies with the team formed by those 4 mythical heavens chosen, to see if they possess any heaven-defying abilities. A fervent warmth ignited within Fang Chen's heart. Should he conquer this enigmatic space, a nascent soul jade talisman would be his for the taking. "Senior Sister Shang, pray lead the way immediately," he urged, his impatience palpable. Xianxia chuckled softly. "Why such haste? It is as if your presence alone could resolve the predicament. Moreover, exploration demands a cohesive team. Why not join our senior brother Jian's septet? We could simply remove one member and incorporate you." Xianxia harbored profound trust in Fang Chen's prowess, extending a most sincere invitation. Fang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at Liang Feiyan, then at Xia Keoj, and finally at Liu Qingxian in the distance. While joining Jian Linyuan's formidable team would undoubtedly afford much convenience, what of these companions who had journeyed with him since ancient times? Xianxia, sensing his gaze, spoke with solemnity. "I am acquainted only with you, and my invitation extends solely to your esteemed self. Furthermore, the maximum number of members for any team is 7. To add one, we must remove one. Surely, we cannot expel 4 individuals at once. Even to dismiss a single member who has proven less capable in the past would be utterly heartless, for the 7 of us have traversed a long and arduous path together." Fang Chen desired not to place her in a difficult position, nor would he bring discomfort upon Liang Feiyan and the others. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he declared, "Then, would there be any objection if I were to establish my own esteemed team?" Xianxia revealed a flicker of regret, yet simultaneously exhaled with a palpable sense of relief. Deep within her heart, she, too, was disinclined to expel any member, for such an act would assuredly shatter the unity of their septet. Should Fang Chen forge his own path, that would be even more splendid. Indeed, if you command your own team, all accrued merits and honors shall be yours to apportion as you see fit, free from the constraints of senior brother Jian. If you intend to establish your own formidable team, I shall guide you to the necessary arrangements this instant, Xianxia affirmed.
So swiftly, Fang Chen queried, need we not first consult with Steward Yanyang? Surely, establishing a team is no trivial matter. It would require the assent of several vice pavilion masters. Xianxia waved her hand dismissively. Do not trouble yourself with her. That scholar maiden is so utterly engrossed in scrolls that, were you to present her with a single tome, she would readily address you as master. You may disregard her entirely. Could one truly address their master in such a manner? Fang Chen mused. If this were indeed the case, his own arrangements would be simple. The sole thorny issue was that Ye Banxia's and Liu Qingxian's masters might not consent to their new disciples joining Fang Chen's nascent team. For amongst their elder disciples, there were assuredly teams of formidable power. To follow them would, unequivocally, yield more substantial merits and honors than to align with Fang Chen. He could only steel his resolve and approach Ye Banxia, bowing respectfully as he declared, Vice Pavilion Master Yi, I seek to establish a team and humbly invite Ye Banxia to become a member. Might I inquire if you would grant your esteemed consent? He had already envisioned Ye Banxia's merciless refusal. To his astonishment, Ye Banxia's eyes gleamed with fervent light. Oh, you intend to establish a team. How many more members do you require? I have several disciples under my tutelage who lack truly exceptional teams. Would it be permissible for me to entrust them all to your care? For he had personally witnessed Fang Chen's myriad displays during the Grand War between humanity and the demonic beast clans. It was no exaggeration to declare that all who followed him, even a mere spirit beast, had attained envied good fortune and profound enlightenment. Even Nangong Xiaoy's little white cow, Xiaobai, had seen its strength surge by leaps and bounds after just one venture with Fang Chen. Upon returning to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, it incessantly clamored for brother Fang Chen, much to Nangong Xiaoy's exasperation. Now that Fang Chen was once again forming a team, how could Ye Banxia possibly let such an opportunity slip? Fang Chen, momentarily stunned, replied, let Keoj join first. We are utterly unfamiliar with the subterranean world. It would be ill-advised to inadvertently impede the disciples of a pavilion master. Ye Banxia nodded. Very well, one addition at a time it shall be. Keoj, what is your inclination? Ye Banxia's lips had already curved into a delicate, enchanting smile. Then I shall gratefully accept senior brother's esteemed care. Senior brother, objectively speaking, as they were both disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, addressing each other as senior brother and senior sister was not truly amiss. Yet, Fang Chen found the appellation rather peculiar. He stated, it would be better to address me as junior uncle. After all, Shangyu Yun yet lives, and it is preferable to adhere to the original lineage in these matters, lest the generations become muddled. Ye Banxia subtly pouted, murmuring under her breath, Junior uncle has not yet taken enough advantage of me. Despite us being of similar age, he always makes me call him junior uncle. Fang Chen's lips twitched. Feigning deafness, he approached Chen Zhengdao. Vice Pavilion Master Chen. Chen Zhengdao had already overheard the discourse between Fang Chen and Ye Banxia. A flicker of exasperation rose within him as he declared, You cunning youth, truly you possess a talent for concealment. To seek you out is more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Fang Chen blinked, feigning an expression of utter bewilderment. Liu Qingxian covered her mouth with a soft laugh. When your 9th grade spirit root was detected, Vice Pavilion Master Chen was already seeking you. It was merely that you were too adept at concealment. Chen Zhengdao glared at her, a wry laugh escaping him. Pot calling the kettle black, are we? Why do you think Fang Chen became your father's disciple? Was it not because you surmised he was the one with the 9th grade spirit root, and thus concealed it from me, reserving the benefits for your own father? Liu Qingxian's face flushed. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Master has indeed divined all. If initially Chen Zhengdao had not fully realized, then upon learning Fang Chen's true identity, a retrospective glance at past events allowed him to deduce the truth with considerable accuracy. Thus, he remarked with a disgruntled sigh, You two, husband and wife in perfect accord, I admit defeat to your machinations. Go then, both of you. If I were to forbid your union within a single team, heaven knows what tales you would weave about me behind your back. Liu Qingxian giggled softly. Many thanks, master, for your benevolent assent. Fang Chen cupped his hands in a respectful salute. I shall certainly ensure Qingxian's utmost well-being.
Yu Yunzi and Gu Huaxi approached, their aged faces etched with solemnity. Trailing behind them were the somewhat apprehensive Liu Ruxu and Chen Xiling. A prickle of unease traced Fang Chen's scalp, for the two individuals he felt most indebted to had now appeared. He cupped his hands respectfully. Esteemed Vice Pavilion Masters, that affairs have progressed to such a juncture was truly beyond this junior's foresight. I humbly implore you to mete out any deserved censure. These two Vice Pavilion Masters had expended the most effort in vying for Fang Chen's allegiance, particularly Yu Yunzi. Yet, in the end, their contention, like the clam and the snipe, had inadvertently allowed Shang Shikyu to reap the ultimate advantage. Yu Yunzi and Gu Huaxi advanced, their countenances grim, merely glaring at Fang Chen without uttering a single syllable. This only deepened Fang Chen's profound remorse. He retrieved the turtle breath cloak and returned it to Gu Huaxi, declaring, Vice Pavilion Master Gu, this junior has regrettably failed to uphold your good intentions. Your precious artifact is hereby returned to its rightful owner. Then, gazing at Yu Yunzi, he spoke. Deputy Pavilion Master used 3 copper coins have been expended. This junior shall offer you this protective necklace of the Demon Moon Priestess as recompense. He retrieved the string of white bone beads. Its crystals possessed the power to deflect a single strike from a golden core 8th layer cultivator. Though not as potent as the copper coins, its strength lay in its multitude. Witnessing Fang Chen's earnest demeanor, the two Deputy Pavilion Masters found themselves unable to unleash their fury. After a prolonged silence, Yu Yunzi finally sighed. Alas, it is the strictures of my Heavenly Arcana Pavilion that are to blame, not you. If blame must be cast, let it fall upon a certain short-sighted junior. Gu Huaxi profoundly concurred, casting a furious glare at Shang Shikyu. The more they pondered, the more their wrath swelled, and the more their wrath swelled, the deeper they pondered. Their fury reached its apex when even the Dharma Seal Vajra himself appeared, intent on converting Fang Chen. It turned out Fang Chen had been placed on the Dharma Seal Vajra's conversion list. In the future, he was absolutely capable of ascending to Golden Core 9th layer consummation, and with the right destiny, he might even leap into the nascent soul realm. Imagine the scene as a host of venerable elders bask in the sunlight at the gates, boasting of their glorious life's accomplishments. You could casually remark, a certain venerable so is my disciple. What immense prestige that would command. How detestable, Shang Shikyu had actually snatched Fang Chen away, shattering their dream of glorious twilight years then and there. Recalling this, the two Deputy Pavilion Masters' gazes, as they fell upon Shang Shikyu, grew even more piercing. Shang Shikyu involuntarily shivered. No, what did I do wrong? Why do you keep looking at me like that? Daring no longer to remain beneath the gaze of the two Deputy Pavilion Masters, she said, Junior Brother Fang, I shall lead you to form your team. Fang Chen nodded, handing the turtle breath cloak to Gu Huaxi and the white bone necklace to Yu Yunzi, before departing with Xia Keoj, Liu Qingxian, and Liang Feiyan. Led by Shang Shikyu, they arrived at the Grand Mission Hall. Within the hall sat a stern-faced, caustic youth radiating an aura of approach at your peril. This was none other than Commissioner Luo Dengcheng, who was on duty this day. Upon seeing him, Shang Shikyu's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. This Commissioner Luo was notoriously ill-tempered, frequently clashing with the disciples of the 9 great sects. His conflicts with the disciples of the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion were also numerous, all stemming from his exceedingly poor disposition. She cautiously inquired, Commissioner Luo, are you available at the moment? Luo Dengcheng was in a foul mood at that moment. His former partner, Lin Yuhang, was now able to select disciples, while he remained merely a commissioner, condemned to a life of mediocrity and endless monotony. Hearing a disciple approach, he naturally grew exceedingly irritable. I am not available. Shang Shikyu, thoroughly embarrassed, turned her head and said, Junior Brother Fang, perhaps we should return at another time. She could not manage such a commissioner. Only the senior disciples possessed the authority to keep him in check. Fang Chen rubbed his nose, then stepped forward and said, Commissioner Luo, I wish to form a team. Could you perhaps lend a convenient hand? Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Dengcheng abruptly lifted his head, a look of delight immediately spreading across his face. Ah, it's you. He swiftly emerged from behind the counter and approached Fang Chen. Deeming Shang Shikyu an obstruction, he even pushed her aside. Junior Brother Fang, why it's you. Please, sit, someone, bring tea. He entertained Fang Chen with such warmth and fervor, surpassing even the attention he would give the Deputy Pavilion Masters. This left Shang Shikyu utterly bewildered for a moment. She could not discern whether she or Fang Chen was truly the new disciple. Fang Chen chuckled. Commissioner Luo, you possess quite a temper. Liu Dongcheng's old face flushed, and he sighed. Seeing others prosper while I remain stagnant, a disparity arises in my heart, and thus ill temper takes root. I have made junior brother Fang witness my unpleasantness. Fang Chen merely smiled, naturally understanding Liu Dongcheng's meaning, and moreover, comprehending the reason for such deference shown in his presence. He smiled, but offered no further comment, then said, I intend to form a team. Commissioner Liu, would you be so kind as to facilitate this? Liu Dongcheng looked astonished. Junior brother Fang, you wish to form a team. Fang Chen nodded. I am preparing to depart for the underground world immediately. Time is short, and I wish to form the team now. Is there any issue? Liu Dongcheng furrowed his brows, a contemplative expression settling upon his face. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He produced a piece of spirit meat wrapped in a lotus leaf, though not as large as the one he had given Lin Yuhang. It would greatly increase the hope of breaking through to Golden Core 9th layer. 3 encounters can be considered destiny. A small token, I pray, Commissioner. Liu does not disdain it. Liu Dongcheng froze for a moment, then hastily said, No, Junior brother Fang, you misunderstand. I was not trying to make things difficult for you. Rather, it is because a month ago, after a team leader perished, the Pavilion Master issued an edict that henceforth, for any new team, the leader's cultivation must have reached the Golden Core 8th layer. Such stringent conditions are nigh impossible for new disciples to meet. Junior brother Fang, would you not consider joining one of the older teams? To my knowledge, several veteran teams with notable achievements are currently recruiting. Xianxia was astonished. Indeed, a month ago, a team leader had perished, and the members were wounded. She had not imagined it would affect the formation of new teams. I was not aware of this beforehand, nor did I intentionally conceal it from you. If it requires Golden Core 8th layer, then that is indeed troublesome. No matter how formidable Fang Chen's strength, he surely has not reached the Golden Core 8th layer, has he? Fang Chen, in contrast, subtly exhaled a breath of relief. Golden Core 8th layer was easily handled then. He tucked the spirit meat into Liu Dongcheng's hand and said, I have already met this condition. Commissioner Liu, please proceed with our registration without worry. Fang Chen possessed Golden Core 8th layer cultivation. Liu Dongcheng recalled that the last time he redeemed rewards, he was only at the Golden Core 3rd layer realm. No matter how many ingenious methods he possessed, it would be impossible to traverse so many ranks in such a short time. However, when he perceived the emanations from within the lotus leaf, Liu Dongcheng's pupils contracted. He had caught the special, ethereal aroma of spirit meat wafting forth. Millennium spirit meat. Fang Chen was attempting to bribe him, to make him open a door of convenience. How could he possibly dare? Should any overseeing elder above investigate, he would face grave consequences. Yet, to return the millennium spirit meat he had yearned for was akin to carving out his very heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Very well. However, when the time comes for an inspection in the future, it would be best if Junior Brother Fang could display the strength of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, not only will your team be disbanded, but I will surely be implicated as well. Fang Chen let out a hearty laugh. Rest assured, Commissioner Liu. Rest assured. How could he possibly feel at ease? With hesitation, he processed the team registration formalities for Fang Chen. He inquired, What is the team's name, its leader, vice, leader, and the list of members? A name. Fang Chen cast an inquiring glance toward Liu Qingxian, Xia Keoj, and Liang Feiyan. Liang Feiyan spoke with pride. Let us call it Overlord. How majestic and domineering. Liu Qingxian rolled her eyes. How gauche. Even Xia Keoj could not help but glance askance at him. Why don't you form an Overlord team all by yourself? Imagine it, someone asks, which team do you belong to, and one replies, I am Xia Keoj of the Overlords. The very thought sends shivers down my spine. Liang Feiyan snorted. Then, why don't you suggest a better name? After a moment of reflection, Liu Qingxian said, Xiao Chen, you are the captain and hail from the Azure Cloud sect. Why not simply call it Azure Cloud? Fang Chen shook his head. Firstly, there were disciples from other sects in the team, and using the name Azure Cloud might cause offense. Secondly, it would bring unwanted attention and trouble to the Azure Cloud sect. Seeing that Liu Qingxian's suggestion was unfeasible, Xia Keoj mused, let us name it Zero. Martial Uncle began his journey with nothing, and today we set forth from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets with nothing to our names. When we stand upon the highest peak and look back at this day, we shall feel a profound sense of achievement. The eyes of both Liang Feiyan and Liu Qingxian brightened slightly. The symbolism of the name was indeed profound. Fang Chen also found it excellent and immediately made the decision. Very well, the name shall be Zero. I shall be the captain, with Xia Keoj as the vice-captain. For now, the members are Liu Qingxian and Liang Feiyan. Liu Dongcheng recorded the details swiftly and forged 4 identity tokens. Upon the front was engraved the character for Zero in an elegant script, while the back bore their respective names and positions. Junior brother Fang, I wish you luck. With your talent, you will surely reap great rewards within the underworld. Liu Dongcheng handed the tokens to the 4 of them. Fang Chen accepted them and said, Much thanks to you, Commissioner Liu. We shall meet again. Farewell. Liu Dongcheng, with a smile, escorted them to the entrance. Suddenly a pale-faced, clean-shaven elder with piercing eyes and an aura of righteousness entered, leading a group. It was none other than Ning Kun, the master of Mu Ying. He had brought 7 disciples from beyond the borders to the mission hall, clearly intending to register a team as well. Steward Ning, Liu Dongcheng's eyelid twitched. He hurriedly signaled Fang Chen with his eyes, urging them to conceal their tokens quickly. Ning Kun was famously upright and incorruptible, unable to tolerate even the slightest hint of corruption. If he were to discover that Liu had opened a back door for Fang Chen and the others, the consequences would be dire indeed. Fang Chen, naturally unwilling to place Liu Dongcheng in a difficult position, swiftly tucked away the token and walked outward without a word. Mu Ying, however, furrowed her brow. Junior brother Fang, surely you aren't here to form a team as well. She scanned the group, her face filled with suspicion. Yu Tiandu noticed their calm demeanors, devoid of any frustration from a failed registration. His eyes flickered as he remarked meaningfully, Steward Ning stated that a new team leader must possess the strength of the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm. Junior brother Fang, surely you didn't actually succeed in forming a team. Ning Kun, who had not intended to interfere, was reminded. He scrutinized Fang Chen and the others, then asked Liu Dongcheng with a stern face, were they here to create a team as well? Liu Dongcheng's heart sank. Yes, they passed. Ning Kun's gaze was piercing. Liu Dongcheng lamented in his heart. How could he be so unlucky? Exactly what he feared had come to pass. Had Fang Chen and the others left a moment sooner, they wouldn't have encountered Ning Kun, let alone aroused suspicion. Now things have become dire. He wanted to lie, but the records at the counter would expose him. There was no way to hide the truth. He could only brace himself and say, they passed. But junior brother Fang's strength was witnessed by all at Boundary Mountain. Defeating one at the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm would pose little challenge for him. He spoke with a trace of guilt. Ning Kun snorted. The condition decreed by the Pavilion Master is the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm. How audacious of you to flout the rules and grant team formation privately. Surrender your identity token and come with me to see the Pavilion Master. Liu Dongcheng turned pale with fright. He hurriedly bowed and pleaded in a hushed tone, Steward Ning, please give me a chance. I shall never dare to do so again. If he were truly brought before the Pavilion Master, his status as a commissioner would surely be stripped away. And he might even be expelled from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. The consequences were grave indeed. Ning Kun was a man of his word. He seized Liu Dongcheng's wrist and said coldly, cease your useless pleas for mercy. Since you have fallen into my hands, you should know the consequences. Ignoring his pleas, Ning Kun dragged him toward the exit. Fang Chen, who had almost walked away, sensed the commotion behind him and had to return, quickly clasping his hands in greeting. Fang Chen said, Senior Ning, you misunderstand. We are a team that has passed formal inspection. Commissioner Liu acted according to the regulations. I implore you not to wrong an innocent man. Wronged, Ning Kun scrutinized Fang Chen and snorted. I remember you. Your name is Fang Chen, is it not? Your cultivation is only at the 6th level of the Golden Core Realm, far from the 8th. If Commissioner Liu did not cheat for your sake, then what else could it be? With a cold snort from his nostrils, he declared, since you have returned, you shall accompany me to see the Pavilion Master at once. To dare dabble in such heterodox paths and spread such foul miasma upon just entering the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. This manager brooks no such insolence. Move. His hand struck like a bolt of lightning, seizing Fang Chen's arm in a vice-like grip. How could Fang Chen allow himself to be seized so easily? Arcs of lightning erupted from his skin, numbing Ning Kun's palm with their electric bite. Seizing the opening to break free, Fang Chen distanced himself slightly and spoke Manager Ning. It is wise to investigate thoroughly before casting judgment. Ning Kun gasped in astonishment. A divine ability of the Tao of Thunder. Such a technique is a peerless treasure for exploring the subterranean realms. A pity your heart is inclined toward the wicked. My Heavenly Machine Pavilion prizes quality over quantity. Come quietly and await the Pavilion Master's judgment.
Fang Chen sighed. Why do these stubborn elders never listen to reason? Very well, Manager Ning. If you can truly apprehend me, I shall follow you as you wish. Ning Kun laughed in pure exasperation. Not even the senior disciples are as arrogant as you. Yu Tiandu sees him. As a manager at the 9th stage of the Golden Core Realm, personally engaging a new disciple would make him a laughingstock. Letting Yu Tiandu handle it would suffice. Yu Tiandu was at the 7th stage of the Golden Core Realm. Surely taking down Fang Chen, who was only at the 6th stage, would be effortless. Yet despite the command, Yu Tiandu remained rooted to the spot, a look of profound hesitation clouding his face. Ning Kun turned his gaze, frowning deeply. Though I am not your master, I am still a manager. Have I lost the authority to command you? Yu Tiandu's face flushed a deep crimson. Manager Ning, you misunderstand. It is not that I defy your order, but rather, I have clashed with this man before, and I was no match for him. Ning Kun was greatly amazed. Yu Tiandu hailed from the Great Taking province by all logic. His martial arts and combat experience should far surpass those of a disciple from the Azure Cloud sect. Furthermore, his cultivation was a stage higher, yet he had still met with defeat. He scrutinized Fang Chen anew, huffing coldly. No wonder you possess such pride, you truly have the capital to back it. However, rules are rules. Without reaching the 8th stage of the Golden Core Realm, one is forbidden from forming a team. I must still bring you before the Pavilion Master. This time, he decided to act personally. With a low shout, his sleeves billowed as the immense spiritual power of the 9th stage of the Golden Core Realm exerted a crushing pressure. Aside from Mu Ying, who remained composed, everyone present bore a hint of agony. The mere aura was so terrifying that one could scarcely imagine the devastating power of an actual strike. Parting clouds to glimpse the moon, he thrust out both palms, evoking the majestic sensation of dark clouds being scattered by brilliant moonlight. The force it unleashed was more than even an 8th stage Golden Core cultivator could withstand. Ning Kun poured his full strength into this move. He never showed mercy to juniors, who were both heterodox and overweeningly arrogant. Seeing his opponent turn serious, Fang Chen dared not be careless. Sovereign Lord Brahma. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively invoked the venerable Saint True Spirit cultivation method. A divine idol suddenly manifested, striking out with 4 palms simultaneously. Boom, upon impact, a violent shockwave erupted, causing cracks to spiderweb across the extraordinary material of the floor. Everyone except Mu Ying was blown back by the impact. Ning Kun grew pale with horror. Not only had the youth withstood his full strength strike, but the opponent clearly possessed even more hidden depths. As the divine idol behind him withdrew its palms and slowly dissipated, Fang Chen clasped his hands in respect. Manager Ning's strength is profound. This junior is filled with self-reproach for his inferiority. He remained calm and collected, speaking without a hint of breathlessness. Ning Kun, however, gasped for air, his palms slightly numb and his blood churning within his chest. He knew full well who had the upper hand. Fang Chen was simply sparing him the humiliation by giving him a graceful exit. Ning Kun gazed at Fang Chen with a complex expression, shock flashing in his eyes. I have truly misjudged him. This Fang Chen is the one most worth selecting among the new disciples. Though Mu Ying is no weaker than him, she is already 22 or 3, having cultivated for several years longer. In terms of potential, Fang Chen far surpasses her. I have missed a rare gem. Manager Ning, does Fang Chen's team still count? Yu Tiandu asked, somewhat confused, as he could not tell what percentage of his power Ning Kun had actually used in that strike. If it was only 10 or 20%, then a draw would mean little. Jiang Beihua of the 8th stage and Mu Ying of the 9th stage both looked thoughtful. Such a shockwave did not seem like something a duel between 7th stage cultivators could produce. A disciple from beyond the borders at the 5th stage of the Golden Core Realm snorted. Of course it doesn't count. Manager Ning clearly didn't use his full strength. Considering the opponent is a newcomer, he likely used 20% of his power at most. This comment made Ning Kun's old face flush red. He coughed dryly and avoided a direct answer. Though Fang Chen's cultivation has not reached the 8th stage of the Golden Core Realm, his true strength has. He is qualified to establish a team. Very well, Commissioner Luo, why are you standing there? Process the team registration for my disciple immediately. He tossed the commissioner's medallion back to Luo Dengsheng. Luo Dengsheng caught it dazed, his mind a blank void. It turned out that when Fang Chen told him not to worry, he had meant it quite literally. In that case, there had been no need for Fang Chen to resort to bribery. The spiritual meat had been a genuine gift, a realization that moved Luo Dengsheng deeply. He hastily bowed to Fang Chen. My thanks to you, junior brother Fang.
Fang Chen smiled and turned back to rejoin Xianxia. She rolled her eyes at him and whispered, You are so formidable. I thought this newly formed team was about to disband instantly. She knew Ning Kun's character without meeting the 8th stage requirement. He would never have let Fang Chen off. Let us speak of this no more. We must hasten to the subterranean world, Fang Chen said, unable to hide his anticipation. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are far too impatient. Entering the subterranean world requires a jade talisman as proof of identity. For you, it is simple. I can give you one on my master's behalf. But the other 3 must return to their own masters to request theirs? Fang Chen recalled that the pavilion master had given the Vajra seal a jade talisman before he entered. He sighed helplessly, then let us regroup here shortly. The others nodded and departed to their respective locations. Xianxia said, Junior brother, I shall give you a tour of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and explain the rules along the way. Fang Chen nodded. The so-called rules were largely similar to those of the 9 sects, yet he listened attentively. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The rules were explained, and the tour of the surface levels was complete. As they were heading toward the mission hall to regroup, a delicate cry suddenly echoed from outside Xiao Chen. Only Liu Qingxian would call him that. He followed the sound and saw Liu Qingxian standing outside the high walls of the pavilion. She crooked her finger mysteriously. Come with me. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why have you gone outside the hall? Liu Qingxian smiled cryptically. Just come, I have a surprise for you. Confused, Fang Chen turned to Xianxia. Senior sister Shang, please ask Keoj and senior brother Liang to wait for a moment. Xianxia curled her lip. You will be together every day from now on. Do you really care about this little bit of time? How cloying. Go on, go on. Fang Chen gave a wry smile and followed Liu Qingxian away. Xianxia entered the mission hall, where Zia Keoj and Liang Feiyun were already waiting. Liu Qingxian was also waiting there. Wait, Xianxia suddenly stared at Liu Qingxian. Didn't you just go outside? Liu Qingxian blinked. Me? Where would I have gone? Xianxia was struck dumb. If that person wasn't you, then who was it? Outside the hall. Fang Chen followed Liu Qingxian for a great distance, until the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was no longer in sight. Qingxian, where are you taking me? Liu Qingxian finally stopped. She pointed toward the azure sea in the distance and asked, Is it not beautiful? Fang Chen cast his gaze into the distance, only then realizing that the pavilion of heavenly secrets leaned against a vast and boundless ocean. The Tiger Demon Emperor's Grotto. Heaven lay in the northernmost reaches of the demon race's territory, adjacent to the North Sea. The pavilion of heavenly secrets, conversely, stood in the furthest south, overlooking the South Sea. These 2 great powers guarded the north and south of the continent, respectively, clearly in a silent pact to prevent the sea demon race from encroaching upon the land. Gazing out now, the sea's surface shimmered with light. A flock of white gulls circled above, occasionally snatching up ill-fated fish that surfaced, a scene teeming with the vibrant rhythms of life. As a sea breeze swept through, the wild grasses across the mountains seemed to be gently brushed by an invisible comb. Liu Qingxian's silken black hair fluttered in the wind, and her purple skirts rose slightly, outlining her slender, graceful silhouette like a stroke of masterly ink. Her curves as majestic as converging peaks and rising waves. Is it beautiful? Liu Qingxian glanced sideways, her peerless and otherworldly countenance enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Fang Chen remarked, The scenery is beautiful, but the person is even more so. He reached out and naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Liu Qingxian's body stiffened slightly, and she struggled to pull away. Fang Chen looked at her with confusion, a hint of strangeness flickering in his eyes. What is wrong, calling me here alone? Was it not for intimacy? Or did you truly come all this way just for the view? Liu Qingxian frantically smoothed her hair and said, It was a bit sudden. Fang Chen pulled her waist close once more and said, Why be shy? You were never like this before. Liu Qingxian fidgeted uncomfortably, but did not dare to break free again. Biting her red lip with her pearly teeth, she asked Xiao Chen, the technique of imparting the Tao through dreams you taught me, do you still remember it? Fang Chen nodded. Naturally, the sword heart meteor carving. You dreamt of a one-armed elder performing sword techniques and subsequently comprehended the 4th style. As he spoke, his palm began to wander, stroking her slender and soft waist. Even through the soft silk fabric, he could feel the suppleness of her skin. Her body remained rigid as she said, I have somewhat forgotten. Could you teach me once more? She secretly gritted her teeth, enduring the overwhelming bashfulness. A helpless voice echoed directly within her soul. Is this truly necessary? Is the sacrifice not too great? The speaker was, of course, the remnant soul residing within the broken hairpin. The Liu Qingxian before him was none other than Gu Zinner. She had used an expensive myriad manifestation pearl to alter her appearance, only to let herself be taken advantage of. If she failed to swindle the saint's legacy, would it not be a catastrophic loss? Gu Zinner thought irritably, even then, I lose nothing. If I can slay this little rogue and vent my rage, it will be worth it. Besides, master, how do you know I won't succeed in my deception? Do you not see him? He is like a man possessed by a lustful ghost. He followed me here at the slightest invitation and began his groping before 2 words were even spoken. He is easily fooled. The remnant soul in the hairpin wore a meaningful smile. Is that so? Then I shall watch your performance. She did not believe that a man as cautious as Fang Chen had not yet become suspicious. It was highly likely that Fang Chen was feigning ignorance and her foolish disciple was the one being played. She only hoped her silly disciple would not be swindled too pitiably. Fang Chen poked her forehead and said, You forgot the sword technique already. Gu Zinner acted coquettishly, saying, Just teach me one more time. Fang Chen sighed helplessly. Fine, I shall teach you once more. Gu Zinner was inwardly delighted, laughing to herself, Master, do you see? What did I tell you? A fellow whose head is filled only with women is the easiest to deceive. The remnant soul in the hairpin said nothing, merely watching in silence. What brought a knowing smile to her face was, Fang Chen's tone suddenly shifted. However, I do not teach for free. What should you be calling me right now? Gu Zinner was stunned. Seeing no one around, she immediately grasped his meaning. She fumed inwardly. What does this little rogue mean? Does he actually expect me to call him husband? Fang Chen shook his head. You won't even change how you address me, yet you want me to teach you sword techniques. Gu Zinner bit her lip, suppressing her shame and humiliation as she forced out the words, Whose husband? After speaking, she cursed venomously in her heart, Smelly rogue, forcing me to call you husband. When I reveal my true face, I'll see if you still dare to answer to it. Fang Chen acknowledged her with a grin, sweeping the fake Liu Qingxian into his embrace. He tilted her chin up, gazing into her exquisite face, and said, Qingxian, we have not met for a long time. Did you miss your husband? Gu Zinner felt as though she were enveloped in a ball of flame. Sensing Fang Chen's scorching breath so close to her face, she was both ashamed and infuriated, stammering, Yes, of course I did. No sooner had she finished than her vision went dark, and her lips were suddenly captured. Startled, Gu Zinner shoved Fang Chen away and hurriedly wiped the moisture from her lips. Ga, what are you doing? Fang Chen stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. His face was filled with a look of suspicion. You are not Liu Qingxian, are you? She would never push me away like that. Gu Zinner's heart skipped a beat. Her reaction had been too violent. Judging by how Liu Qingxian and Fang Chen had embraced and spun around upon meeting, their relationship must be extremely intimate. Her behavior just now was far too suspicious. She rushed forward, apologizing profusely. I am sorry. I was just startled. I didn't mean it. Husband, she forced herself to call out coquettishly, enduring the shame. Fang Chen grumbled in annoyance. It's not as if we haven't kissed before. Is such a reaction necessary? Seeing that his suspicion had subsided, Gu Zinner breathed a small sigh of relief. She continued to apologize. I am truly sorry. Fang Chen pulled her into his arms once more and said, What use do I have for your apologies? Kiss me yourself, and do not make me ask again. What? Gu Zinner was incensed. To think he would have her take the initiative to kiss Fang Chen, perish. In that instant, she was seized by a murderous intent. Yet a second thought stayed her hand. Her master was watching. She had solemnly vowed to deceive him and obtain the saint's legacy, only to falter halfway. Her master already held her in low esteem. If she abandoned the task now, would she not be further looked down upon? After a moment of internal struggle, she shut her eyes and muttered in her heart, I shall treat this as being kissed by a pig. Later, I will hack him into 8 pieces. No, 16. I shall grind him into dust. Drawing a deep breath, she closed her eyes and leaned forward to meet him. Her master was greatly alarmed and attempted to intervene. This sacrifice is far too great. Furthermore, it is highly likely she will gain nothing in return. Recalling that this was a trial for Gu Zinner's growth, the master realized that excessive interference would render the tempering meaningless. Thus, the master suppressed the urge to dissuade her, watching as the foolish disciple was swindled out of her first kiss. With a soft émoi, Gu Zinner took the initiative to peck him, lowering her head in a feigned display of bashfulness. Are you satisfied now, husband? Before she could finish, Fang Chen pulled her into a tight embrace, sealing her lips and silencing her words. Guzinner's eyes widened as she struggled to push him away, yet she realized that to do so would truly expose her identity. Her eyes slowly closed as she chanted wildly in her mind, "Kiss me then, do as you wish. If I let you live past this day, I shall recite my name backward 800 times. Perhaps having reconciled with the situation, she gradually relaxed. She even found the leisure to feel the sensation, realizing it was not as dreadful as she had imagined. Guzinner murmured inwardly, "It is a bit better than being kissed by a pig, but I still will not show him mercy." At that moment, Fang Chen's hand reached toward her bodice. Terrified, Guzinner hurriedly pressed down on his hand, her eyes wide with alarm. "Little Chen, you cannot do this." Fang Chen gazed at her with deep affection. "We have already shared such intimacy. Why do you care for this now? What is wrong with you today?" Having spoken, he brooked no resistance and sealed her lips once more. Guzinner's heart was in turmoil. What should I do? That Liu Qingxian and Fang Chen have long since become husband and wife. To stop him now would be to reveal my identity. Should she simply give up, forego the saint's legacy, smash his wretched head with a single blow, and cut her losses? But on second thought, she had already been embraced and kissed. The sacrifice was already immense. To give up now would make the initial restraint pointless. She could not suffer for nothing. She must endure, for she would surely slaughter him later. What transpires today shall be known only to me, my master, and the heavens and earth. With this thought, she hardened her heart and slowly released her hand. Consequently, the robes at her chest began to undulate violently, like 5 flood dragons wreaking havoc, their movements revealing powerful and vigorous ridges. Guzinner gritted her teeth, her murderous intent reaching its absolute zenith. "I will definitely kill you." After what seemed an eternity, Guzinner felt as though she were turning numb. Only then did Fang Chen finally stop, though he began to feel around her person instead. This left Guzinner somewhat perplexed. Why did it feel as though he were searching for something on her body? Not until he had searched every inch did Fang Chen finally release her. Fang Chen himself was breathless, taking several deep gulps of air to steady himself. Guzinner was in no better state. Her lips had lost all sensation, and she felt a dull ache beneath her bodice. This little rogue was truly barbaric. To treat his own woman in such a manner. One could only imagine how vigorously he would ravage any other woman. In this moment, Guzinner felt a flicker of pity for Liu Qingxian. How could she have chosen a man who so lacked any sense of tenderness? "Husband, are you satisfied now?" Guzinner asked, her eyes as soft as silk. Fang Chen patted her backside and said, "My wife performed well. In that case, I shall teach you the sword heart mantra once more. This sword technique emphasizes the perception of sword intent over form. Close your eyes, and I will guide you through it hand by hand." Guzinner was overjoyed. Her great sacrifice had not been in vain. "You little rogue, once you finish teaching me the sword technique, it shall be your day of reckoning. I will mince you into fine bits, burn you to ash, and scatter you into a foul latrine." On the surface, she showed a joyful expression. "Thank you, husband." To express her gratitude, she even took the initiative to kiss Fang Chen on the cheek. Fang Chen moved behind her, grasped her right hand, and said, "Close your eyes and move with me." Guzinner suspected nothing. Indeed, some sword techniques required one to comprehend the sword intent. Focusing on the form would only cause one to overlook the essence. Closing one's eyes to perceive the intent was no rare occurrence. She immediately closed her eyes, allowing Fang Chen to lead her through the sword movements. Though she held no blade, she could indeed feel Fang Chen guiding her body to perform a sword technique. The technique was, how should one put it, not particularly high level. At least from the perspective of the nascent soul realm, it was barely of the earth grade high tier. Could this truly be the saint's legacy? But slowly, she began to perceive a trace of the extraordinary. As the sword forms unfolded, a sense of returning to one's true self, transcending ordinary swordplay, welled up in her heart. What puzzled her slightly was that, faintly, she could hear the sound of clashing chains. "It is finished," Fang Chen suddenly stopped. That was it. It seemed they had only just begun. Guzinner opened her eyes to look. Fang Chen was holding one end of a chain, while the other end was tied to a floating purple sword hovering around her person. With a violent tug from Fang Chen, the chain suddenly tightened, binding her arms and torso together and cinching her legs at the ankles. Then, her wrists were bound behind her back, and even her neck was encircled by a loop of the chain, tied more securely than concubine Xianxia had ever been. "What are you doing?" Guzinner was struck with shock. Fang Chen's gaze turned ice cold. With a sweep of his leg like a dragon's tail, he sent her crashing to the earth. He then stepped on her back. One moment he had been utterly infatuated with her, and in the next he had trampled her into the earth. This jarring disparity left Gu Zinner completely dazed. "My lord husband, what art thou doing?" Fang Chen declared, his voice devoid of warmth. "Cast aside your masquerade, for the true Liu Qingxian awaits me before the Hall of Tasks." From the very instant this false Liu Qingxian had manifested, Fang Chen's keen senses had detected a profound irregularity. Moreover, she relentlessly sought to draw him away, ever outwards. There was no need for conjecture, it was unequivocally a false apparition. Yet by what arcane methods this entity had achieved such an astonishingly lifelike mimicry of appearance remained an impenetrable enigma. Only upon the briefest physical contact did Fang Chen discern the most subtle of discrepancies. Gu Zinner's composure fractured, a chilling realization seizing her. Had her deception been unveiled? Impossible, it could not be. She resolved to gamble upon one final act, feigning an expression of profound suffering. "My beloved husband, what sorrow hath befallen thee?" Fang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. "Venerable one, shed this last vestige of false hope, for your true visage has long since been laid bare before me. Firstly, the Sword Heart Starfall inscription was a profound discovery shared between Liu Qingxian and myself. Never would she, under any circumstance, fail to utter the very name of this supreme sword art. Yet you, from the nascent moment, spoke of a sword technique imparted through a dream's embrace. Though the means by which you gleaned knowledge of her dream, imparted enlightenment, remained shrouded in mystery. By this singular revelation alone, your true identity was irrevocably exposed. Secondly, Liu Qingxian is of a forthright and unreserved disposition. She would never spurn my sincere expressions of intimacy. Yet you, from the very beginning, recoiled as if struck by a sudden fright. Thirdly, nay, let us not prolong this charade of delusion." He summoned his violet sword, its radiant tip resting upon the precise locus of her heart, and declared, "I possess but one solitary question. Who, precisely, art thou?" A perplexing conundrum gripped his mind. He had but recently arrived at the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, scarcely having time to sow the seeds of enmity. Yet, how had he entangled himself with such an insidious individual? She had expended such elaborate cunning to ensnare him forth, and even harbored designs upon the Sword Heart Starfall inscription. More astonishing still, she was privy to the profound secret of the dream-imparted teachings, a truth known only to Liu Qingxian herself and Fang Chen. Who was this enigmatic figure before him? His curiosity burned with an insatiable intensity. Gu Zinner's countenance rigidified, for with these words spoken, further pretense was rendered utterly meaningless. Her eyes blazed with a mix of searing shame and furious indignation. "Then you knew I was but a deception, yet you still dared to treat me thus." The memory surged. She, the truly deceived, had foolishly offered her nascent kiss, permitting his touch to grace her form unbound. A torrent of uncontrollable shame surged within the depths of her soul, not of physical defilement, but of profound, insidious deception. She had been so wretchedly, so utterly beguiled. This burgeoning wave of shame swiftly transmuted into a towering inferno of righteous wrath. "Speak then," she snarled, her silver teeth grinding with barely contained fury. Fang Chen offered a faint, sardonic smile. "Since you deigned to tempt me with your beguiling allure, I felt bound to acknowledge your diligent efforts." Gu Zinner's teeth gnashed together with an audible, furious rasp, as her eyes blazed forth with scorching, heaven-rending infernal wrath. From between her gritted teeth, two venomous words erupted. "Shameless wretch." Fang Chen merely offered an indolent shrug. "It matters not. You are not the first woman to cast such epithets upon my name." As he spoke, he exerted formidable force with his palm, and the keen tip of the violet sword descended, poised to pierce. To his astonishment, the penetration was not as unhindered as one might expect. Such a sensation had only ever arisen when attempting to pierce the resilient form of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Gu Zinner gritted her teeth, her voice a frigid whisper. "How truly unfortunate, for the woman of whom you speak, I dare say, was none other than I." From her very being, an incomparably potent surge of Kai burst forth, a shockwave that directly repelled Fang Chen, sending him staggering back repeatedly. Fang Chen's countenance grew subtly solemn. Few golden core realm cultivators possessed the sheer might to repel him thus. A delicate swirl of pure Kai circulated around Gu Zinner, gently levitating her upright. With a countenance etched in frigid disdain, she parted her cherry, red lips, and exhaled a small, lustreless orb, utterly devoid of radiance. Tendrils of peculiar, multi-hued ethereal energy streamed forth from her true body. Gradually, her true visage was revealed. "Did you not yearn to know my identity? Then, behold, as you wished," Gu Zina uttered, her voice laced with frigid malice. Her upper body was clad in an orange-red, short-sleeved garment with a lapel and buttons, while her lower half was adorned with a long, goose-yellow skirt. Her hair was meticulously styled in a majestic flying apsara bun, adorned with 2 delicate strands of pink ribbon, lending her an aura of vibrant vitality, youthful charm, and resplendent beauty. But of course, her most distinctive and unmistakable feature remained the Beijing opera mask upon her face. Who else could it be but that formidable nascent soul realm powerhouse from the rivers and mountains first-rank pavilion? "It is you," Fang Chen exclaimed, his very soul struck dumbfounded. "How did you pursue me all the way to the celestial mechanism pavilion? Must you truly be such an unyielding, malevolent specter?" A profound urge to cough forth blood seized him. Days had already transpired since that fateful incident, yet how could this woman remain so relentlessly, so impossibly persistent? Gu Zinner's eyes spewed fire. "I was conducting official business at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, and you delivered yourself right to my door. If I do not subjugate you, the heavens themselves will not tolerate it." Heavens, it turns out, I threw myself right onto the point of the spear. Thinking of what he had just done to Gu Zinner, Fang Chen felt incredibly wronged. He said, "With such a cultivation realm, you must be at least a vice pavilion master at the first-grade pavilion of rivers and mountains, right? If you seek revenge, can't you be open and honorable about it? Disguising yourself like this, who would have known you were a senior of the nascent soul realm? Aren't you just scamming people?" "Ha, so this is my fault now?" Gu Zinner shrieked in maddening anger. "So you actually know what you did to me? Then do you know how you ought to die?" Furious, she violently tried to rip off the chains, wanting to step forward and slap Fang Chen to death. However, upon pulling, she discovered that these chains were exceptionally bizarre. Even with her immense strength, she could not break free. "What is the matter with these chains? Undo them this instant." After several attempts failed to break the bindings, she finally felt a trace of astonishment. Fang Chen heaved a faint sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had acted with utmost caution and directly bound this woman with the dragon binding lock. Otherwise, this would have been truly troublesome. He slowly retreated backward. An existence of such a realm, even when restrained by the dragon binding lock, was not necessarily someone he could kill. If he was not careful, he might end up suffering a disastrous fall. It was best to escape back to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion early and dive headfirst into the underground world. It would be much safer there. Even the Vajra of the Dharma Seal had to first exchange treasures for the Heavenly Secret Pavilion master's permission just to enter. Even if this vice pavilion master of the first-grade pavilion of rivers and mountains were given 100 times the courage, she would never dare to force her way in. "You still wish to leave? Come back," Gu Zinner shouted. Fang Chen curled his lips. Seeing that she could not break free of the dragon binding lock, he instantly felt much more at ease. While summoning the 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon, he said, "This is specifically meant to bind experts of the nascent soul realm. The key is in the hands of the Demon Emperor. Go ask for it yourself." "Farewell!" Gu Zinner shrieked in fury. "You little hooligan! After doing such a thing to me, you still think you can leave here alive?" As if recalling something, Fang Chen withdrew a long object wrapped in red cloth from his sleeve, waved it, and said, "I must say, for a cultivator of the nascent soul realm, you are truly far too impoverished. I searched your entire body and found only this single item. You don't even have a spatial storage artifact. Or did you hide it somewhere my hands didn't reach?" He revealed a look of profound regret. Gu Zinner's pupils constricted. "Could the item wrapped within that red cloth be half of the hairpin?" She grew frantic. That terrifying purple flame surged from within her body once more. It was unknown exactly what this purple fire was. Under its scorching heat, the dragon binding lock actually began to turn red, slowly melting into liquid droplets that fell to the ground. Fang Chen's eyelids twitched wildly, and he immediately turned to flee. Unexpectedly, the strip of red cloth in his hand suddenly slipped from his grasp and flew out on its own. Fang Chen hastily reached out to grab it, but it flew directly into Gu Zinner's hands. "You still dare to steal my belongings?" Gu Zinner revealed a look of smug triumph. Fang Chen was slightly annoyed. The item he had so painstakingly fished out from her bosom had just slipped away on its own. Standing atop the Thunder Dragon, he snorted, "Do you want to know the third reason your disguise was exposed?" Gu Zinner was utterly unconvinced by this. As well, she could not fathom where else she had left a flaw. She immediately declared, I will allow you to speak it before you die. Fang Chen glanced toward her chest, extended a hand, and lightly curled his fingers into a C shape before playfully spitting out 3 words, a single handful. Without waiting for Gu Zinner to comprehend his meaning, he commanded the Thunder Dragon to flee directly, disappearing into the horizon in a single breath. Gu Zinner's large, clear eyes widened. She raised her own hand, grasped at the empty air, and murmured, "What does that mean?" The remnant soul of Fa Xin could not bear to listen any longer. Resenting her density, she said, "You still don't understand. He's mocking you for being too small." Gu Zinner's eyes instantly bulged, spewing fire from absolute fury as she shrieked. He needed them and played with them, and in the end, he actually dares to call them small. "That filthy hooligan! I will slaughter him." As her restraints were completely severed alongside the melting of the dragon, binding lock, she pushed off with her toes, her eyes bloodshot as she surged forward in murderous pursuit. Fa Xin said, with his cloud shadow technique, "By the time you catch up, he will have long since entered the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Are you prepared to slaughter your way into the Heavenly Secret Pavilion just to kill the Pavilion Master's new disciple?" Gu Zinner was driven to madness. "I care not. He has humiliated me, so even if I must risk my life against the Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, I shall slaughter him." Fa Xin shook her head, her voice laced with disappointment. "Had I known you were so incapable of great tasks, I should not have returned. Following that youth would have at least spared me such worry." In her fury, Gu Zinner regained a sliver of clarity and descended upon a mountain crag. With a dull thud, she collapsed onto her knees upon the earth. How could he be so cruel in his bullying? Knowing full well I was an impostor of Liu Qingxian, he dared to kiss me, embrace me, and touch me. He even stole my hair, sought to kill me, and claimed I was small. This is simply too much. Sobbing as she spoke, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. A vein throbbed on the forehead of Fa Xin's remnant soul. "Why do I feel that the mention of your smallness is the true crux of your grievance?" Her eyes darted about as she counseled. "I told you that you were no match for his wiles. Yet you refuse to believe me. Now look, your first kiss is gone. You have been treated with such flippancy, and you shall never find a suitor to wed. In my view, you should cut your losses. If you continue to trouble him, I fear you will lose your very self to him." Could Gu Zinner possibly heed such words? She wiped away her tears instantly, her large eyes reddened as she glared. "Never. In all my life, I, Gu Zinner, have never suffered such a loss. I must slaughter him." The remnant soul of Fa Xin said, "And what is your plan?" "Frightened by you, that boy might not dare step out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion for 3 to 5 years. Do you intend to stand guard at the gates forever?" Gu Zinner said venomously, "If he will not come out, can I not go in?" With a pained heart, she once more produced a myriad manifestation bead. She snorted, "Fang Chen, I do not believe you can escape the palm of my hand." Having spoken, she tilted her head back and swallowed the myriad manifestation bead. Outside the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Fang Chen encountered the anxious Liu Qingxian and her companions. "Xiao Chen, are you unharmed?" Liu Qingxian rushed forward, her brow drenched in sweat from worry. Upon learning that Fang Chen had been taken by someone impersonating her, she had been terrified. Fang Chen smiled. "It is nothing. An impostor tried to deceive me to obtain my cultivation method, but I saw through the ruse and drove her away." The crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Liu Qingxian threw herself into his embrace. "You frightened me to death, Xiao Chen." Feeling the warmth and softness against his chest, Fang Chen nodded slightly. This was the true Liu Qingxian. "Xianxia, you also exhaled. Had we not found you, I was prepared to notify the Pavilion Master." Fang Chen was speechless. "By the time you notified the Pavilion Master, my corpse would have long been cold." Fortunately, before the Vice Tower Lord of the Zhongshan Yiping Tower could kill him, she sought to swindle him out of the sword heart meteor carving, which granted Fang Chen the opportunity to trick her into wearing the binding dragon lock. He glanced behind him, his heart still fluttering with lingering fear. "Let us go. Let us enter the underground world immediately." That relentless Vice Tower Lord, last time he killed her subordinates, she was so enraged she scorched the great river beside the Boundary Mountain dry. This time, after he had trifled with her so, would she not grind his bones to ash? It was best to hide quickly. Under the guidance of Xianxia, the group arrived at the northern side hall of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Within the hall, there was no gap leading underground as imagined. Instead, a colossal circular array occupied the entire floor, carved with dense, intricate patterns. As Fang Chen gazed upon it, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Do not look at the floor. This is a spatial array. Its patterns are profound. Those not versed in the Tao of arrays will suffer physical distress if they gaze upon it for too long. The voice of Yu Yunzi drifted toward them. Fang Chen looked over and discovered Yu Yunzi sitting to one side in the depths of the hall. He quickly bowed. Vice Pavilion Master Yu, are you in such haste to descend into the underground world? Yu Yunzi admired Fang Chen's spirited drive and said, however, the underground world is perilous, teeming with an abundance of impure and baleful entities. The first 7 layers are relatively safe. From the 8th layer onward, unexpected foul things will appear. You must not allow yourself to be ensnared by them. This was not the first time Fang Chen had heard of the impure entities within the underground world. Such a term was, in truth, quite broad. The remnant soul of the Venerable Six Paths was, in a sense, an evil spirit belonging to the category of impure entities. The yin corpses of the great yin sect were also considered impure entities. In short, any being distinct from normal living creatures seemed to be classified as an impure entity. They were myriad and strange, not referring to a single species. Therefore, Fang Chen could not help but ask Vice Pavilion Master Yu, what are the characteristics of the impure entities in the underground world? Vice Pavilion Master Yu specifically looked at Fang Chen and Liang Feiyan, offering 2 peculiar words: abstain from lust. Then, looking toward Xianxia, Liu Qingxian, and Xia Kaoj, he offered another 2 words: abstain from wrath. At last, surveying the assembly, he once more offered 2 words of counsel: abjure greed. Very well, clasp your jade talismans and stand upon the spatial array. Before the crowd could grasp his meaning, Yu Yunzi issued the command. Fang Chen asked no questions and was the first to step upon the array, with the others following in his wake. As the array flared to life, a beam of incomparable spatial light erupted from the formation, sweeping them into the void. Fang Chen felt his world spin when his feet finally met solid ground again. A dim and desolate world unfolded before his eyes. Dark clouds shrouded the heavens, punctuated by occasional arcs of lightning, and the firmament above was unreachable. Furthermore, the vista was vast and open, stretching beyond the limits of sight. You call this a pavilion? Fang Chen looked at Xianxia in bewilderment. By any measure, this appeared to be an independent realm. Xianxia shrugged. If you are asking me, then whom should I ask? This is the 2nd floor of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. It has been trampled flat by those who came before. There are no treasures here. Let us proceed directly to the next level. Counting from the ground level, this first subterranean floor was undoubtedly the 2nd level of the entire Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Refusing to yield, Fang Chen patted the little Killen awake. Have a look. The little Killen poked out its furry little head, its large eyes scanning the surroundings before it shook its head. Trash. Very well, Fang Chen abandoned his hopes. Following Xianxia to the center of this floor, they found a grand hall, yet it stood unguarded. Following the established pattern, they grasped their jade talismans and stood upon the array as it was activated once more. Fang Chen immediately understood that the jade talisman served as a passage token to utilize the spatial teleportation arrays within this place. Should it be lost, one would be stranded upon a certain level, unable to depart unless another activated the spatial array. Next, they arrived at the 3rd floor. The little Killen poked its head out again, shaking it slightly. The group transitioned through the pavilion's levels in succession. On the 4th floor, the relics were ancient but of no worth. They continued their descent. 5th floor, worth but a few steamed buns. Useless. Let us continue deeper. 6th floor, there are some items here, but they do not suit my taste. Let us press onward. 7th floor, what is that? Pick it up so I may see. The little Killen extended a short leg, pointing toward a man, high black boulder nearby. Xianxia stopped at this point and said, very well. Since this is your first visit, you shall remain and explore the 7th floor. Foul and baleful entities are scarce here. You need not fear any great peril. I shall go and see how my master and senior brothers are progressing with the suppression of the Yin Kai. I will return to this floor to find you later. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Senior sister, please attend to your duties. We already know the way back. As long as the jade talisman remains, we can ascend floor by floor through the teleportation arrays. Xianxia cupped her fists and departed toward the teleportation array for the lower levels. Fang Chen turned to Liu Qingxian, Xia Kaoj, and Liang Feiyan. Since this floor holds no danger, let us part ways and explore individually to familiarize ourselves with the situation. The three were of the same mind. Liang Feiyan produced 3 signal flares remaining from the Battle of Boundary Mountain and said, "Should you encounter danger, fire your signal flare." Fang Chen accepted one and nodded. So be it. He watched the 3 depart, noting their respective directions, before turning back to the stone indicated by the little Qilin. "Are you certain a treasure lies within?" Fang Chen frowned deeply. It was little wonder he doubted. The stone sat beside the teleportation array, barely 20 feet away. Parts of its surface were polished smooth, clearly worn down by years of people passing, brushing, or touching it. If a treasure were truly here, would it not have been discovered long ago? However, the little Qilin's intuition for the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth far exceeded that of any mortal. Fang Chen circled the great black stone and indeed discovered a slight anomaly. On the back of the boulder, the soil clinging to the base appeared somewhat fresh, as if it had been disturbed recently. After a moment's contemplation, he drew his purple sword and carefully excavated the earth, indeed finding a small, earthy, yellow cloth pouch buried within. He slit the pouch open with his sword and looked closely, discovering a blood-red key that emanated a hint of malevolence. What manner of object is this? He was hesitant to touch it. Just then, a familiar and sultry voice drifted from the distance. "Oh, senior brother Ren, do not be cross. I truly did lose that key. You saw how dire the situation was. How could I have possibly concerned myself with a key? I have allowed you to search my person, and we have searched the path we took. It is not as if I have hidden it away." Fang Chen was startled. "Is that Wu Manyue?" Looking back at the blood-red key before him, his lips curled slightly. That woman, she is back to her deceptive schemes again. Ning Kun, the steward, had once taught Fang Chen by example all corrupt influences must be met with 0 tolerance and ill-gotten gains confiscated. Fang Chen retrieved a jade casket, carefully placed the blood-red key within, and then consigned it to his spatial storage artifact. Instinctively, he reached for his turtle breath cloak, only to remember that he had already returned it to Guhong. With no sanctuary left, the voice of his pursuer rapidly drew nigh. A thought sparked within his mind. He retrieved the key and concealed it within his sleeve, ready for immediate use. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he emerged from behind the boulder, striding towards the spatial teleportation array that led to the next level. Separated by mere 100 zhang, Fang Chen's sudden appearance naturally drew the attention of the 2 individuals. The tall male disciple, robust in stature and composed in demeanor, merely cast a slightly surprised glance at the unfamiliar Fang Chen. Adorned in a form-fitting, wine-red gown that accentuated her captivating figure, the undeniably eye-catching individual was none other than Wu Manyue. As ever, her countenance bore a light touch of powder. Exquisite and beautiful, her peach-blossom eyes, capable of gazing upon even a hound with profound affection, sparkled with an ever-present smile. Yet, upon beholding Fang Chen advancing towards her, her radiant smile abruptly froze. She gently rubbed her eyes, then looked again with keen scrutiny, confirming that her sight had not deceived her. She, who moments before had been smiling with eyes like crescent moons, incomparably captivating, instantly unleashed a thunderous roar. "Fang Chen, how dare you show your face in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion?" Fang Chen had utterly swindled her, leaving her penniless upon her return to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. How could he possibly dare to reappear? Fang Chen feigned recognition of Wu Manyue, slapping his thigh in a dramatic gasp. "Senior sister Wu. Oh, your junior brother has missed you terribly." These were his true sentiments countless times. When peril loomed, he had wished Wu Manyue were by his side, for then someone could bear the blame in his stead. Beholding the long, unseen Wu Manyue once more, Fang Chen felt a sense of unprecedented assurance. He hastened forward, a gesture that brought Wu Manyue to her senses, her mind swiftly recalling the myriad nightmares she had endured in Fang Chen's company. It seemed that every time she was with Fang Chen, ill fortune would inevitably befall her. And each instance resulted in her suffering a devastating loss without exception. Upon this realization, as she watched Fang Chen rush towards her once more, she could not help but shiver from head to foot. Retreating with her arms crossed, she cried, "Stay back. Keep your distance from me." She now harbored a certain dread of Fang Chen, desiring no further association with him, not even the slightest connection. Beside them, senior brother Ren cast a peculiar glance at Wu Manyue. It was the first time he had ever witnessed her fear another individual, let alone a youth visibly younger than themselves. Junior sister Wu, who might this be? Senior brother Ren's curiosity was piqued. Wu Manyue fixed her gaze upon Fang Chen and urgently stated, "Senior brother Ren, do not ask further." Heed your junior sister's counsel, distance yourself from this fellow as far as you possibly can, for he is no mere mortal. Fang Chen touched his nose, musing, am I truly so wicked? He bowed in salute, saying, esteemed senior brother Ren, I am Fang Chen, a new disciple who has only just joined the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion today. Senior sister, Wu harbors many misunderstandings about me, and I apologize for causing you amusement. Wu Manyue, growing frantic, tugged at senior brother Ren's sleeve. I am not jesting, he truly is not human. Senior brother Ren was somewhat speechless. How could a mere new disciple evoke such profound fear in her? He returned the salute, stating, Ren Guhong, as you have just arrived, you likely do not recognize me, but you shall soon hear my name proclaimed. Among the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, few indeed possessed the confidence to utter such words. Fang Chen, understanding dawning within his heart, remarked, so it is senior brother Ren, one of the 4 mythical heavenly prodigies. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Ren Guhong was astonished, scrutinizing Fang Chen from head to toe. You discerned it so swiftly. Junior brother Fang's perception is truly exceptional. Beside them, Wu Manyue gnashed her teeth and retorted, what is this? His cunning knows no bounds. Senior brother Ren, let us seek the key and keep our distance from this fellow. As she spoke, she subtly cast a glance behind the great black boulder, a flicker of unease stirring within her heart. Fang Chen had seemingly emerged from behind that great black boulder just moments ago. Could this scoundrel have already found the key? Impossible, even a hound's nose could not be so keen. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a tattered cloth pouch, and instantly her blood pressure surged upwards. Fang Chen, you dogs, bond wretch. The treasure I painstakingly concealed, you unearth it the moment we meet. Ren Guhong nodded, saying, Junior brother Fang, we have matters to attend to, we shall take our leave. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed Wu Manyue remaining motionless, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Junior sister Wu, what troubles you? Wu Manyue regained her composure, her expression shifting to a saccharine smile as she asked, Junior brother Fang, might I inquire if you happen to pick up a key along your path? A striking red one, quite noticeable. She deliberately emphasized the word pick up, subtly implying that Fang Chen must under no circumstances reveal he had unearthed it from beneath the boulder. Fang Chen fell into brief contemplation. It was well within his expectations that Wu Manyue would realize the key was in his possession, having emerged from behind the monolithic black stone. It was inevitable that her suspicions would be roused. At this moment, if he were to conceal the truth. There was no guarantee Wu Manyue would not exhaust every means to seize the key back. Such overt schemes and hidden arrows would be impossible to guard against. Furthermore, Fang Chen remained entirely ignorant as to the nature of this key and the purpose it served. Rather than clutching a useless object that invited nothing but calamity, it was far better to offer it up in exchange for something of tangible substance. Is this the item of which you speak? He asked, producing the jade casket and displaying it before the two of them. Ren Guhong's face lit with immense joy. You truly did find it. This belongs to us. I must ask junior brother Fang to return it post-haste. Fang Chen tucked the jade casket into his sleeve and spoke, Senior brother Ren, let us not mince words. I cannot part with this key for naught. Seeing that Fang Chen had laid his cards on the table to initiate a trade, Ren Guhong was unwilling to invite further complications. Heaven knew who this new disciple's master might be. Should he belong to a vice pavilion master's lineage, or even be a fellow disciple under his own master, any conflict would result in future trouble or profound embarrassment. His gaze shifted as he spoke. How about this? I shall gift you several mid-grade spirit crystals. The outside world possesses only low-grade crystals. It is only within the subterranean realm that mid-grade crystals are produced. Their spiritual energy is incredibly dense, making them a cultivation resource highly sought after by many high-level martial artists. Fang Chen shook his head. Within his spatial storage artifact lay several Heaven's Secret Pavilion crystal plates, each worth 100,000. He could exchange them for crystals at any time. How about this? This key surely opens a certain location, does it not? Why not allow me to accompany you, senior brother? I merely wish to broaden my horizons. As for how much I might gain, it matters little to me. Upon hearing the first part, Ren Guhong's brow furrowed deeply. This key led to a secret chamber, perilous, yet likely brimming with treasures. An additional person would inevitably mean a smaller share of the spoils. However, the final sentence brought him a moment of realization. As a mere disciple, Fang Chen would struggle simply to survive there. How could he possibly have the strength to contend with them for the treasures? His brow smoothed as he readily agreed, very well. However, that place is fraught with danger. I cannot guarantee your safety, junior brother. Fang Chen replied immediately, Senior brother Ren need only open the way once we are inside. You need not concern yourself with me. With those words, Ren Guhong was completely at ease. Truly a sensible and agreeable junior brother, he wondered what madness had gripped Wu Manyue to make her so wary of him. Hearing that Ren Guhong had actually agreed, Wu Manyue stamped her feet in anxiety. Senior brother Ren, you cannot let him go, or you will surely regret it. Had she known things would escalate to the point of Fang Chen joining them, she would have preferred not to hide the key and instead open the chamber directly with Ren Guhong. Now her plan to monopolize the treasures had failed, and she had invited a wolf like Fang Chen into their midst. Ren Guhong rebuked Wu Manyue, junior sister Wu. A senior sister should act the part. If you are unwilling to share even a sliver of benefit with your juniors, how can you hope to win their hearts? He then patted Fang Chen's shoulder, saying, Pay her no mind. I discovered the key, I decide who joins us. Fang Chen cupped his hands in gratitude. Senior brother Ren's magnanimity is truly admirable. Ren Guhong chuckled. Come, follow me to the 8th floor.
Fang Chen nodded. Before departing, he used his spiritual energy to carve a message onto the great black stone, informing Liu Xianxia and the others of his destination to prevent them from searching in a panic. Wu Manyue stamped her foot, gnashing her teeth in secret. Ren Guhong, you just wait, you will regret this. She followed behind them, her heart full of reluctance. Under their guidance, Fang Chen arrived at the 8th floor. Upon entering, Fang Chen immediately sensed a faint yin energy in the air. Though not as potent or harmful as a yin nexus, the scent was nonetheless unsettling. Junior brother Fang, you must exercise extreme caution on the 8th floor. Malevolent entities occasionally manifest here. Did the elder on duty above give you any specific warnings? Ren Guhong fanned the stagnant air before him, his brow knitted in a frown. A strange expression crossed Fang Chen's face as he replied. He instructed us male disciples to abstain from lust. Ren Guhong nodded solemnly, then he was correct. Remember, you must abstain from lust. It is vital. Fang Chen was bewildered. Why was such abstinence necessary? At that moment, Ren Guhong produced 2 talismans, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took it, but before he could ask of its use, Ren Guhong silently slapped the talisman onto his own chest. In an instant, his entire form vanished into thin air. Then his voice drifted from right beside him. This is a low-grade, dustless talisman. None below the nascent soul realm can detect it. Many disciples frequent the 8th floor. If they discover our tracks, they will surely tail us. Fang Chen smiled knowingly. Stealth was a craft he knew well. He immediately pressed the talisman to his chest. Witnessing Ren Guhong's extreme caution, Fang Chen finally felt the true gravity of facing the disciples of the Outer Realm divine sects. Exploring the secret chamber with such a teammate would undoubtedly be much safer. Wu Manyue also took action, producing a man's jade hair crown, intending to don it for concealment. Suddenly, she shuddered as if sensing Fang Chen's burning gaze. She hastily stuffed it back into her robes, and instead applied a low-grade dustless talisman to her chest. Senior sister Wu, have you acquired a new treasure? You brought it out just now. Could it be for invisibility?
How effective is it?
Fang Chen's voice echoed from the empty air ahead. Wu Manyue instinctively clutched her chest and shouted, Fang Chen, I warn you. If you dare covet this, I will fight you to the death. Fang Chen was speechless. I merely asked, is your guard against me not a bit excessive? Wu Manyue laughed in sheer frustration. Before my entire bag of spatial artifacts vanished into thin air, I too felt there was no need to be so guarded. Now, no amount of caution is enough. Enough talk, follow our footprints. If you lose us, do not blame us for abandoning you. With those words, the silence returned. A trail of footprints remained upon the earth, accompanied by those of Ren Guhong. Following in such a manner was far from secure. Should the path ahead become too firm to yield footprints, or should they take to the skies by design, where then would Fang Chen seek their trail? Little Killen, do you perceive any magical artifacts ahead? Peering through a gap in his robes, the little Killen instantly sensed the treasures upon Wu Manyue. He whispered in awe, incredible, such fortune. She possesses so many treasures. Amidst this darkness, they shine as brilliantly as the sun. Good heavens, we haven't met for a mere 2 months. Where did this woman scavenge so many treasures? Did I not strip her bare of everything last time? Alas, she is too guarded against me. Now, it will not be easy to borrow her belongings. Shaking his head, he followed after them with resolve.
With the little Killen's gaze fixed upon Wu Manyue, Fang Chen trailed them at a measured pace, unperturbed no matter how they sped forward or took winding detours. Standing upon a boulder, Ren Guhong gazed at Fang Chen's footprints not far away. Frowning slightly, he sent a divine transmission to his companion through a profound and mysterious method. This brat has some skill. He hasn't lost our trail, even under these conditions. Indeed, he had intentionally traversed a stretch of solid ground to observe Fang Chen's reaction, partly to test his capabilities, and partly to abandon him should he lose the way. To his surprise, the youth pursued them relentlessly, never falling behind by even a fraction. Wu Manyue's divine transmission returned quietly, a cold huff accompanying it. I warned you not to bring him. Now that we want to shake him off, we find ourselves unable to do so. Ren Guhong dismissed the concern. So be it. Let him follow if he must. With his meager strength, he will be unable to seize anything of value. Before long, the group arrived at the farthest reaches of the 8th floor. Here, the mountains rose and fell in undulating waves, yet every peak stood barren and desolate. Under the dim, oppressive light, they appeared as pitch black silhouettes. From a distance, they resembled a cluster of burial mounds huddled together. Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue approached an inconspicuous hill with practiced ease. To the untrained eye, it was but a heap of jagged rocks with no path or entrance to be found. Yet, as Ren Guhong leaped upward and struck a small stone from the cliff face, a faint crimson glow was revealed.
That light emanated from none other than a keyhole.
Ren Guhong's voice trembled with excitement. Who would have thought that within the 8th floor, which countless others have scoured clean, there still hides a small immortal's cave dwelling? Wu Manyue said smugly, "This is all thanks to the journal of a senior disciple from 2 centuries ago."
He discovered this place back then, but was limited by his cultivation and could not venture deep within.
Even though he only explored a fraction of it, he reaped significant rewards, eventually breaking through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm.
Fang Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that is the case, where did you obtain the key? From your previous words, it seems you underwent a perilous ordeal to acquire it. Ren Guhong did not hide the truth, his voice turning solemn. We seized it from Ye Banxia. We laid a trap to bind her, and only then did we manage to wrest the key from her grasp.
Wu Manyue spoke with no small amount of pride. That woman, Ye Banxia, is usually so insufferably arrogant. Because she possesses the greatest strength, she looks down on everyone.
This time, she has finally suffered a bitter defeat, hasn't she?
Fang Chen furrowed his brows as a doubt took root in his mind.
Could Ye Banxia truly have been ignorant that the key opened a secret chamber here? If she knew, why did she not come herself? If she did not, why was she in possession of such a key? His gaze shifting slightly, Fang Chen discreetly produced a fragrant corpse pill.
While the two were preoccupied with the key, he used the tip of his foot to quietly hollow out a small pit near the entrance and buried the fragrant corpse pill within.
Finally, he carefully covered it with soil.
Simultaneously, a sharp click rang out as the blood-colored key was inserted into the lock and the stone gate ground open.
A shaft of bloody light surged forth, appearing exceptionally brilliant within the gloomy space. The light is too conspicuous. Get inside quickly.
Ren Guhong's expression shifted, and he hurriedly beckoned the other two to enter.
Even as he spoke, he decisively began to close the stone gate, showing utter disregard for whether the other two had safely crossed the threshold. With a sudden leap, Fang Chen utilized a lightning, fast movement technique to burst inside.
Wu Manyue, meanwhile, activated a spatial magical artifact and teleported within.
Bang! The moment they crossed the threshold, the stone gate slammed shut with a thunderous boom.
Wu Manyue snapped in anger. Do you intend to hog the spoils for yourself? You nearly locked us outside. Silence. Fang Chen's voice drifted toward them. He gazed ahead with a solemn expression and asked, "Are you certain this is a secret chamber and not a tomb?" Within the crimson glow, as far as the eye could see, stood row upon row of ancestral spirit tablets.
Countless niches had been carved into both sides of the chamber, each displaying spirit tablets of varying sizes.
Though the tablets were crafted from high-grade materials, most had succumbed to decay, and some had even crumbled into mere dust.
One must remember that the wood within the hidden space of the Great Wall had only grown exceptionally brittle after a millennium of erosion. The spirit tablets before them must have existed for a time far exceeding 1,000 years.
At that moment, Fang Chen discovered a spirit tablet that remained relatively intact. Channeling his spiritual energy to examine the carved script, he was startled by what he saw. The writing upon it was incredibly distorted. It belonged neither to the human race nor the demon race, but bore a striking resemblance to the inscriptions found on the bronze artifacts of the hellish desolate beasts. He asked instinctively, Senior Sister Wu, what script is carved upon this? Does that journal mention it? If we can find a clue, we might be able to decipher the inscriptions on the bronze artifacts. Care to guess if I would ever tell you? Her cold snort echoed from the distance. Surveying the footprints etched in the dust upon the ground, it was clear these two had ventured into the deeper reaches. With a sigh of resignation, Fang Chen suppressed the burgeoning doubts within his heart. He cautiously followed their tracks, treading carefully in their wake. The secret chamber stretched long and narrow, winding and twisting like a coiled dragon, or perhaps a spiraling incense coil. Along the stone walls, countless spirit tablets had been carved, each a silent testament to forgotten souls. Who had chiseled these spirit tablets here? And in what ancient era had they been brought into being? A profound contemplation flickered within Fang Chen's eyes. What manner of realm was this subterranean world beneath the pavilion of heavenly secrets? Why did it bear the imprints of exotic beings? Was this not territory belonging solely to humanity? At that very moment, he suddenly observed that the two sets of footprints abruptly ceased their advance. His heart leaped, and he swiftly darted to the side, pressing against the stone wall in vigilant readiness. Gazing intently, the narrow secret chamber before him unexpectedly opened into a vast expanse. Whispers of ethereal green light flickered erratically in the gloom, casting an unsettling and profoundly strange aura. Fang Chen's gaze swept over the footprints of the duo. It appeared they were wary of some unseen presence, hesitant to move carelessly. Fang Chen, too, had no choice but to remain still. Yet, with a shift in his gaze, he communed within his mind, "Little Killen, where are they?" The little Killen responded, "They have already traversed the chamber ahead and delved into the deeper recesses." Thus, it was revealed the two had deliberately feigned inactivity, creating a false pretense of hesitation to deter Fang Chen from pursuing them further. Their synchronized actions suggest they possess a method to communicate with one another, unseen by my perception. Fang Chen mused in silent contemplation. Since they chose to resort to such stratagems, Fang Chen would no longer extend any courtesies. He immediately drew forth his violet sword. Under the influence of the dustless talisman, any object Fang Chen touched would also be veiled in invisibility. As he executed his sword manipulation art, he was astonished to discover that the dustless talisman concealed even the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. Truly, this dustless talisman was an exquisite treasure, proving even more practical than the cloak of spirit concealment. He resolved to acquire more of them should the opportunity arise. Wielding his flying sword, he advanced cautiously, hovering 3 feet above the ground. Upon reaching the expansive secret chamber ahead, a swift glance from his peripheral vision caused him to start in surprise. The chamber resembled a communal refectory, furnished with numerous stone stools and chairs. Seated upon a chair in the corner, its back turned to him, was a skeletal form that was neither fully human nor entirely something else. Its physique bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, yet it possessed a pair of pointed horns upon its skull, akin to a transformed demonic race being. Fang Chen cautiously approached, discovering the skeleton slumped upon the table, its hands cupped as if cradling something. Within its palms, something must once have rested. Considering that the veteran disciple had gained a boon and broken through to the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, it was highly probable that very disciple had claimed it. It was precisely this deduction that led Wu Manyue and Ren Guhong to forego examining the skeleton, proceeding directly into the deepest recesses. There they surely sought something of far greater import, unwilling to squander time on a skeleton already plundered. Fang Chen, however, began to ponder. For this skeleton to endure through the long river of time, unyielding to decay, its owner must have been an exceedingly formidable existence in life. The object once cradled in its hands, even across the vast expanse of ages, still bestowed effects akin to divine creation. If this being harbored any other possessions, they too must be of extraordinary caliber. As he mused, he produced the celestial mountain, silkworm thread, and, from a safe distance, wrapped it around the skeleton. He then retreated even further, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. With a casual tug, the skeleton remained utterly unmoving. This skeleton is quite heavy, he thought. Even the bones of the demonic race shouldn't possess such immense density. He unleashed his prowess of the physique, and with a forceful pull, a clatter echoed as the skeleton instantly disintegrated. After all, having been deceased for more than a millennium, it was ultimately like the ancient timber in that hidden space, appearing intact, yet crumbling at the slightest application of force. Assured that no traps lay hidden, he cautiously drew closer, beginning to search amidst the scattered bone fragments. Yet, apart from a few tattered fragments of clothing that had likewise been torn apart, there was nothing to be found. It seemed the veteran disciple had indeed thoroughly scoured the entire skeleton in the past. A wave of disappointment washed over him, but then a faint sense of unease, a subtle wrongness, stirred within his perception. Taking a few steps back, he re-examined the skeleton and its immediate surroundings, finally pinpointing the source of the discord. As the heavy skeleton toppled, pulled from its perch, the stone stool it had occupied appeared to have risen slightly higher than before. Could it be that beneath the stone stool something was propping it up? Fang Chen ensnared the stone stool with the celestial mountain silkworm thread. From a distance, he gave a mighty tug, toppling it and revealing the stool's base. A burst of sanguine light erupted from within the stone stool's base. There truly is something here, Fang Chen murmured. He leaned closer, discerning a resilient, crimson gelatinous mass pressed beneath the stone stool. As the heavy skeleton had fallen, the gelatinous mass had exerted its force, propping up the stone stool. Concurrently, within the gelatinous substance, Fang Chen vaguely discerned a black scripture scroll, inscribed with Sanskrit texts of the Buddhist Tao. A look of profound astonishment crossed Fang Chen's face, a mausoleum of an exotic race, yet it harbors artifacts of the human Buddhist sect. Even more anomalous was the scripture scroll itself, for it was inexplicably black. The Buddhist sect, ever solemn and sacred, embraced righteousness and light. Its magical artifacts and scriptures were invariably adorned in resplendent golds, pristine whites, vibrant reds, and other auspicious hues. A black scripture, however, stood utterly anachronistic to the noble style of Buddhism. At the opposite end of the secret chamber, a narrow tunnel stretched, leading to the deeper recesses. From within, the fierce clamor of battle erupted. Fang Chen had no time to ponder the black Buddhist scripture. He swiftly cast it into the celestial thunderstone. After confirming that nothing else had been overlooked around the skeleton, he replaced the stone stool to its original position, then pursued them deeper, riding his flying sword. Barely turning a corner, a bolt of arcing lightning shot forth. Fang Chen moved with lightning speed, his hand lashing out. Channeling the power of thunder within his body, he neutralized the arcing bolt. Peering ahead, he saw a blood-drenched humanoid monstrosity within the narrow tunnel. It possessed razor, sharp fangs, jagged horns, and was locked in a fierce struggle with two unseen forces in the air. Divine abilities of the path of lightning and fire manifested from the void, striking the corpse. It roared in agony, yet the pain only served to incite its primal savagery. With a savage swipe of its black, clawed hands, the surrounding stone walls were shredded as easily as soft clay. Fang Chen's eyelids twitched. The sheer might of that single strike was comparable to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Looking past the blood corpse, he glimpsed a slightly spacious, hidden chamber at the tunnel's bend. It appeared that Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue had disturbed the creature upon approaching that sanctum. Likely, the disciple of old had also discovered this chamber, but was forced to flee, unable to contend with the blood corpse. Fang Chen glanced at the two invisible combatants embroiled in battle. A subtle smirk played upon his lips. "Continue your struggle. I shall see what treasures await first." Remaining undetected, he steered his flying sword, gliding silently above their heads. Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue, locked in the heat of battle, remained oblivious as they exchanged hurried transmissions of divine sense. "Wu Manyue, did you deceive me? You claimed the records, described the blood corpse, at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. This beast clearly possesses the power of the 9th level." Ren Guhong felt a pang of distress as he threw out precious thunder talismans, items exchanged for with hard-earned merit. Wu Manyue likewise felt the sting of loss as she unleashed fire attribute magical artifacts. What profit is there in deceiving you? This blood corpse likely bolstered its strength by feeding upon the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus within. Ren Guhong knew he could not truly blame her. 2 centuries had passed, no one could guarantee what transformations had occurred in the depths. He frowned deeply. "I should not have listened to you and abandoned junior brother Fang. Had he been here to draw the beast's ire, our burden would be lighter." "We could have even used him as bait to lure the corpse away." The continuous expenditure of thunder talismans caused his heart to bleed with every toss. This blood corpse possessed Herculean strength and hide as thick as iron. It feared neither common spells nor blades, recoiling only before the righteous, yang-aligned energies of heaven and earth. Wu Manyue felt a flicker of regret as well. That boy possesses countless tricks. Perhaps he could have indeed contended with this beast. But regrets are futile now. We must cease holding back and unleash our trump cards to slay this creature and seize the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus. Otherwise, if that boy realizes our intent and catches up to demand a share, will you give it to him? Hearing this, Ren Guhong's heart ached as he drew forth a long blade, enveloped in crackling lightning. Wu Manyue too reluctantly produced a hairpin within which flowed currents of abyssal black flame. Meanwhile, Fang Chen silently rounded the corner, where a hidden chamber spanning 30 feet wide came into view. This was the terminus of the tunnel. Moisture clung to the 3 surrounding walls, and water dripped from the ceiling, accumulating into a small pool about 5 feet in diameter. Such dense spiritual kai. Fang Chen instantly sensed the extraordinary richness of the liquid. This pool of spiritual essence was sufficient for an early-stage golden core warrior to break through a minor realm. However, the spiritual liquid in this pit had likely been tainted by the blood corpse, rendering it unfit for consumption. Suddenly, he noticed a green lotus leaf, the size of a palm, floating in the pool. Beside it, a lotus pod stood in solitary majesty. The 10 lotus apertures were interconnected, faintly tracing the silhouette of a soaring dragon. From within the apertures, pulses of bloody light flickered. Though crimson, the light lacked any sinister aura. Instead, it stirred one's vital essence, bringing a mysterious sense of warmth. Fang Chen's eyes brightened. This must be the treasure Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue were seeking. Without a moment's hesitation, he professionally produced a sharp jade implement. Many such celestial wonders could not be touched by bare hands. Lest the spiritual essence be damaged, it was wiser to handle them with caution to avoid an irreparable loss. He swiftly extracted the lotus seeds, placing them into a jade vial one by one. 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Just as the 9th seed was secured, a pained roar abruptly ceased. With a thunderous crash, the blood corpse fell, finally slain. The sound of 2 figures, rushing through the air, approached with great speed. Fang Chen cast a regretful glance at the final seed before decisively stowing his gains. He silently maneuvered his flying sword, gliding past his companions' heads as he departed.
The Dragon Heart Blood Lotus. It truly is here. We are rich.
Wait, why is there only a single seed left? The joy on Ren Guhong's face froze instantly. Wu Manyue's expression shifted. Could the blood corpse have consumed them?
Recalling the beast's elevation to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, both of their faces turned grim.
That cursed beast, to waste the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus in such a manner. Had there been 5 seeds, I could have shattered the shackles of the 9th level and reached the great circle of the Golden Core realm.
Ren Guhong stomped the ground in fury. Wu Man, you bit her lip, her heart filled with resentment. Had I been given 2, I could have broken through to the 8th level. This single seed is simply not enough.
They had expended immense effort, exhausting numerous talismans and artifacts, even unleashing their precious trump cards, only to find a solitary seed. Ren Guhong let out a long, weary sigh. With only 1 left, what use is it? Despite his words, the gaze he cast upon the lotus seed was filled with burning fervor. For a mid-stage Golden Core warrior, this seed was enough to ensure a breakthrough. Its value was self-evident. Not only could it recoup their losses, but it could also yield a massive profit.
The question remained, how were they to divide it?
Wu Manyue's exquisite eyes darted as she sighed softly. This success is thanks to senior brother Ren. Had you not been here, I might have perished within the beast's maw.
How could I bear to contest it with you?
Let this lotus seed be yielded to senior brother. Ren Guhong deliberated. Very well, I shall sell it later, and we shall split the proceeds evenly. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. Wu Manyue smiled enchantingly. I shall follow senior brother's arrangements. Ren Guhong immediately retrieved a jade magical artifact, bending down to carefully extract the lotus seed. At the moment of extraction, a sharp light flickered in Wu Manyue's eyes. With a sudden flick of her sleeve, a beam of azure light shot toward Ren Guhong's back. Unexpectedly, Ren Guhong parried with a backhand, gripping a turtle, patterned magical artifact as if he had been prepared all along. The azure light struck the magical artifact and was sealed within. Peering closer, it was revealed to be a writhing, little green, venomous serpent. Junior Sister Wu, it is quite unseemly to play such tricks on me, is it not? Ren Guhong turned around with a half-smile. Rumors say that those who team up with you either fall or suffer grievous losses. It seems I must finally believe them. Wu Manyue's expression shifted slightly, but in an instant she regained her alluring poise, saying with a giggle, Senior brother Ren, I was merely playing a joke on you. Ren Guhong's face turned cold. With a squeeze of his fingers upon the turtle, patterned magical artifact, the small serpent inside was crushed into mincemeat. He spoke chillingly, I shall spare your life only because you provided the information. Otherwise, no one would ever know if I were to slay you in such a place. Wu Manyu's smile froze. Her heart was filled with resentment. All her efforts on this journey had been in vain. Despicable blood corpse, damned blood corpse, may you suffer 1,000 cuts. It is all because of this blood corpse that the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus was ruined. She loathed the blood corpse to her core. Thus, upon her return, she delivered a vicious kick to its crotch. Crack! It was not the sound of shattering eggs, but rather someone reflexively clenching their legs, dislodging a stone from the cavern wall, and creating a noise. Who is there? Wu Manyu's gaze sharpened as she turned toward the source of the sound. Ren Guhong narrowed his eyes. Junior brother Fang. Fang Chen had flown back to the dining hall on his sword, and then walked back, pretending he had only just arrived. It is I. Senior brother Ren, senior sister Wu, have you discovered anything within? Ren Guhong shook his head. Nothing remains. The blood corpse has devoured it all. Is that so? Fang Chen feigned disbelief. I shall go and see for myself. His footprints led inward, and he soon returned, repeatedly stabbing the blood corpse's remains with his sword to vent his frustration. Seeing this, Wu Manyu's gloomy mood brightened considerably. She gave a light scoff and said, "You little brat, so there are times when even you suffer a setback. It seems my trip here was not a total loss after all." Watching this normally invincible rascal looking so aggrieved made her feel exceptionally satisfied. No amount of gold could buy the sight of Fang Chen being humiliated. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen sheathed his sword and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother Ren, senior sister Wu, did the blood corpse truly devour all the lotus seeds? Not a single one remains." Ren Guhong rubbed his nose, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. This new junior brother had only just arrived at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Yet he was already witnessing the treachery of the human heart, and enduring the harsh beatings of reality. He truly was a bit pitiful. Pitiful as he might be, Ren Guhong would never share the lotus seed. He was the one who slew the blood corpse, expending numerous talismans and even his trump card. Why should he share the spoils with Fang Chen? Indeed, none are left. We too are also quite frustrated. Ren Guhong said, his face unflinching and his heart steady. Wu Manyu naturally did not dare to offend Ren Guhong too much. She simply curled her lip and did not expose his lie. Fang Chen sighed helplessly. Very well. It seems the key was found for nothing. Let us leave this place at once. The group nodded. Ren Guhong observed the footprints on the ground as they walked, confirming that Fang Chen's prints indeed came from the direction of the dining hall. It seemed Fang Chen really had been too frightened to approach earlier. He could not help but shake his head inwardly. I truly do not know what Wu Manyu fears about this lad. A simple trick was enough to deceive him. Just then, he noticed the skeleton in the dining hall had been shattered by Fang Chen. His eyes flickered. Junior brother Fang, were there any discoveries upon that skeleton? Had he not been in such a rush to harvest the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus earlier, he surely would have inspected the remains thoroughly. Wu Manyu stepped forward curiously and searched through the pile of bones, but found nothing, turning her gaze toward Fang Chen as well. That senior disciple scavenged everything clean. Aside from bones, he left nothing for us, Fang Chen said with a sigh. Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu were not overly disappointed after all, since it had already been searched. The probability of any treasures being overlooked was minuscule. Fine then, let us depart. This place is filled with spirit tablets. It is quite eerie. Ren Guhong walked with light steps, leading the two out of the secret chamber. Once outside the stone gate, Ren Guhong cupped his hands. What are your plans now? Fang Chen glanced at the air around them and said, Senior sister Wu, do you know of any other secret realms? This junior brother is willing to accompany you. Whoosh, Wu Manyu swiftly distanced herself from Fang Chen, shouting, Stay away from me. Nothing good ever happens when you are around. Fang Chen looked innocent. You returned empty. Handed this time, can you truly blame me for that? Wu Manyu was left speechless. This time, Fang Chen unexpectedly caused no trouble, which she found almost unsettling. Just stay far away from me regardless. Her voice drifted as she moved further away. Ren Guhong cupped his hands. In that case, let us part ways here. At that moment, the earth suddenly jolted, not a physical tremor of the ground, but a violent shock to their senses. Not good, Ren Guhong cried out softly. Regardless of what it was, fleeing immediately was the only right choice. Fang Chen reacted even faster, directly activating his shadow in the clouds technique, and yet, just as he soared into the air, an unimaginable, immense force dragged him back down, violently smashing him into the ground. Ren Guhong and Wu Manyu also let out miserable groans in succession. Evidently, they had both fallen prey to the trap, neither escaping its grasp. An ear-piercing shockwave erupted from beneath the earth as a colossal formation, emitting a faint then yellow luminescence and spanning 10 zhang in diameter, slowly illuminated right beneath them. As the formation activated, the three immediately felt an overwhelming gravitational pull binding their bodies, rendering them unable to move even a single finger. The dustless talismans upon their chests were the first to succumb to the pulling force, consecutively detaching from their bodies. The figures of the three were thus revealed, one by one. A gravity formation, Ye Banxia, it's you. This formation was something only Ye Banxia was most adept at laying down. Ren Guhong surveyed his surroundings and shouted. Swoosh, the sound of the void being torn apart echoed from afar, revealing a jade, carved phoenix chair gliding through the air. Engraved upon the jade chair were several spirit-gathering formations, causing spiritual energy to swirl around it. The exquisite carvings of 9 lifelike phoenixes seemed as though they had come alive, ready to spread their wings and take flight. Seated upon the jade chair was a slender woman adorned in a black dress. Her slender legs were crossed elegantly, occasionally revealing glimpses of snow-white calves. She wore a pair of black boots that emanated a captivating dark gleam even in the dim subterranean world. She reclined against the jade chair, her black silken hair cascading casually over her back. Exquisite features were carved upon her aristocratic, oval-shaped face. Her right hand held a white jade ruler, rhythmically and lightly tapping against her perfectly sculpted legs, while her left hand supported her snowy cheek as she quietly observed them. She spoke with a voice that was cold, arrogant, and supremely aloof. The blood corpse inside must have caused you quite a bit of suffering, hasn't it? Ren Guhong's expression darkened. How did you know there was a blood corpse inside? Ye Banxia gazed down at him and replied, because I deliberately allowed Wu Manyue to obtain that manuscript, and the news of the key being in my possession was also intentionally leaked for you all to find out. Ren Guhong suddenly understood everything and said furiously, this was all your scheme. You knew about this place all along, and you knew about the extreme danger of the blood corpse. So, you laid a trap to have others retrieve the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus for you, while you merely had to set up a formation outside the door and wait for them to emerge. Wu Manyue was also infinitely enraged, viciously spitting. Ye Banxia, you used us. As someone who prided herself on her intelligence, the one thing Wu Manyue absolutely could not tolerate was being used by others. Ye Banxia looked down upon her from above. The third commandment of the subterranean world, abstain from greed. Had you not been greedy, you would not have fallen for the trap. She leaped forward, floating down gracefully. With her hands behind her back, she looked down at them, lying paralyzed on the ground. Hand over the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus. Ren Guhong's eyes flickered as he said, that blood corpse already devoured all the Dragon Heart Blood Lotuses. We didn't obtain any either. Ye Banxia shook her head and produced a lotus seed, radiating a faint azure glow from her robes. Though shriveled and withered, it was undeniably a Dragon Heart Blood Lotus seed. Whether you have them or not, a simple test will reveal the truth. Pinching the lotus seed between 2 slender, jade-like fingers, she approached Ren Guhong. The withered Dragon Heart Blood Lotus seed suddenly flashed with an azure light, coalescing into the character for one. Dragon Heart Blood Lotuses can sense one another, and they can even detect the exact quantity. Lying is utterly useless. Expressionless, Ye Banxia rummaged through his robes and extracted that single Dragon Heart Blood Lotus seed. Ren Guhong tried to stop her, but unable to even lift a finger, he could only watch helplessly as the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus seed was snatched away. This time he had truly played the fool, laboring in vain only to serve as someone else's stepping stone. Senior brother Ren, Fang Chen's exasperated voice rang out. Didn't you say there were no more Dragon Heart Blood Lotus seeds? This is your junior brother's first time at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, and my first time venturing out with you. To deceive me like this, how can your conscience bear it, senior brother? Ren Guhong gave a bitter smile and replied awkwardly, Junior brother Fang, senior brother has only just managed to recoup his losses. If there were any extra, I surely would have shared them with you. Fang Chen coldly replied with 2 words, shameless. Ren Guhong's old face flushed red, too ashamed to utter another sound. Ye Banxia, her face devoid of emotion, carried the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus and stopped in front of Wu Manyue. There is no need to test me. The Dragon Heart Blood Lotus seeds were indeed devoured by that accursed blood corpse until only one remained. Wu Manyue scoffed. Ye Banxia looked at the unresponsive lotus seed in her hand, a hint of disappointment in her eyes, to think there was truly only one. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze toward Fang Chen, pinching the lotus seed as she walked over to him. Fang Chen grumbled internally. He had stored all those lotus seeds within the heavenly lightning stone.
Separated by a spatial storage artifact, they surely couldn't be sensed, right?
But just to be safe, he still tried to absolve himself, saying, "Senior Sister Yi, I am merely a passerby."
Ren Guhong also spoke up. Ye Banxia, stop wasting your time. Even Senior Sister, who failed to obtain a lotus seed, let alone a new disciple like junior brother Fang. Since you have acquired the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus, release us immediately. I concede defeat. Wu Manyue also added angrily, Ye Banxia, did you hear him? Stop wasting time. Yet Ye Banxia replied apathetically, I do not need you to teach me how to do things.
Furthermore, this new disciple is quite remarkable. He nearly escaped my formation, which makes him far superior to both of you.
Ren Guhong revealed a trace of surprise. Our junior brother Fang's life, preserving escape skills truly that formidable, to nearly break free in the face of a gravity formation. Wu Manyue chuckled. Formidable doesn't even begin to cover it.
Would you believe that, at the 2nd layer of the Golden Core Realm, he managed to escape from a demon race priest at the 9th layer of the Golden Core Realm?
Ren Guhong was immensely astonished. This junior brother Fang is truly quite extraordinary. By this time, Ye Banxia had already arrived in front of Fang Chen. She gazed at the lotus seed in her hand. It remained completely tranquil, sensing no presence of any other lotus seeds. This made her slightly disappointed. It seems there truly is only one left. Fang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Senior Sister Yi, as I just mentioned, I am merely a passing new disciple. How could I possibly have? His jaw dropped, and the words died in his throat. Wu Manyue's eyes widened bit by bit. Ren Guhong was frozen to the spot, and even Ye Banxia's aloof and icy countenance showed a slight trace of astonishment.
Because the dormant lotus seed had begun to glow.
You have the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus. A look of utter bewilderment washed over Ren Guhong's face. Where in the world did Fang Chen obtain a Dragon Heart Blood Lotus? Could he, too, possess an ancient lotus seed, just like Ye Banxia? An ominous premonition began to take root in Wu Manyue's heart. Her gaze was locked onto the lotus seed as a number slowly condensed upon its surface. Soon, the digit revealed itself 9, the exact number of seeds missing from that very Dragon Heart Blood Lotus. Wu Manyue's pupils violently contracted as sudden realization dawned upon her. Driven to the brink of madness, she shrieked, You dog. I was wondering why you were being so obedient this time. You took advantage of our fierce battle with the blood corpse to slip in and pluck all the lotus seeds, leaving only a single one behind. Ye Banxia, unhand me. I'm going to slaughter this bastard. Boiling with rage, Wu Manyue's chest heaved violently as she let out a frantic, maddened scream. After standing in stunned silence for a long moment, Ren Guhong finally snapped back to reality.
He roared in fury, Fang Chen, you secretly hoarded 9 lotus seeds for yourself, and I merely picked up the single one you discarded. Yet you dared to accuse me of deceiving you, of being shameless. Who is the truly shameless one here?
You even had the gall to ask me how I could bear the guilt of hiding one. Let me ask you this. While Wu Manyue and I were fighting tooth and nail against that blood corpse, you sneaked right past to reap all the benefits. How could you bear the guilt?
He finally understood why Wu Manyue was so profoundly wary of Fang Chen. It was because this brat was simply inhuman.
To think he had ridiculously believed Fang Chen to be a harmless, innocent, and reassuring junior brother. Ahem. Fang Chen coughed heavily, his face flushing with embarrassment as he spoke. Senior brother Ren, senior sister Wu, please listen to my Sophi's explanation. I wasn't stealing the lotus seeds. I was merely worried that your fierce battle with the blood corpse might accidentally damage the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus. Therefore, I initiated protective harvesting measures, intending to secretly share them with you once we escaped this underground world. Who could have foreseen such a terrible misunderstanding? 2 mouthfuls of spit were shot at him simultaneously. Even Ye Banxia was left utterly astounded for quite some time. To think he had so ruthlessly swindled 2 veteran disciples, and more impressively, kept them entirely in the dark. Had she not suddenly intervened, this secret might have remained buried for all eternity. You truly are full of surprises, Ye Banxia remarked, looking down at Fang Chen with a commanding presence. However, I must thank you for delivering the remaining 9 lotus seeds to me. She crouched down, preparing to search Fang Chen's robes. Fang Chen hastily pleaded, Senior Sister Yi, there is no need to search me. Could you just let me take them out myself? Completely ignoring his plea, Ye Banxia thrust her hand directly into his inner robes, saying indifferently, Rest assured, I only seek the lotus seeds.
I have no interest in the rest of your belongings.
But the moment her hand slipped inside, she recoiled violently as if struck by lightning. Her index finger had been bitten by something, and crimson blood began to flow. Ye Banxia furrowed her brows, subconsciously taking a step back. What manner of creature are you hiding in your robes? Is it venomous? Fang Chen discreetly observed the direction of her retreat. The moment he realized she was less than a zhang away from an inconspicuous clod of earth, he abruptly uttered a low, explosive shout detonate. Bang! The fragrant corpse pill buried beneath the earth violently exploded. A fierce shockwave shattered a portion of the array runes engraved into the ground, instantly causing the formation to collapse. In a flash, Fang Chen and the others regained their mobility. Yet the effects of the fragrant corpse pill extended far beyond that. The resulting explosion unleashed a billowing cloud of crimson mist that instantly engulfed the nearby Ye Banxia. Who could have possibly guarded against this? Fang Chen had actually planted a hidden trap long before he even ventured inside. Caught completely off guard, Ye Banxia managed a hasty evasion, but she still inhaled a small portion of the crimson mist. An overwhelming dizziness immediately assaulted her mind, and the world before her split into overlapping shadows. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she stumbled clumsily toward the jade, carved phoenix throne, issuing a majestic and furious reprimand. You dare to ambush me, just you wait. But before her words could settle, her vision suddenly plunged into darkness. It was Fang Chen. He had materialized a colossal spiked mace, measuring 5 or 6 zhang in length, and ruthlessly smashed it down upon her head. Thud! How could the already dizzy Ye Banxia withstand such a devastating blow? Her vision instantly went completely black, and she crumpled heavily to the ground. Right before losing consciousness, she forced out a final, unwilling vow. Just you wait. Her only answer was another merciless strike from the colossal spiked mace, knocking her out completely cold. Still not entirely satisfied, Fang Chen wore a dark expression as he stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. That's for meddling in my affairs. He could have processed the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus in absolute secrecy without alerting gods or ghosts. Yet, the moment this woman intervened, she completely exposed him, forcing him to simultaneously provoke both Wu Manyue and Ren Guhong. The former was somewhat manageable. She was an old nemesis anyway, but the latter was one of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's 4 mythical paragons. Was he someone to be trifled with lightly? Having knocked Ye Banxia unconscious, Fang Chen decisively stowed away his spiked mace. Without so much as a backward glance, he leaped onto the jade, carved phoenix throne, casually storing the exquisite artifact away. Consider this your compensation to me, he muttered. Immediately after, not daring to meet the murderous, bloodthirsty glares of Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue, he directly executed his cloud shadow movement technique, vanishing from their line of sight. You dog, I will fight you to the bitter end. Driven to pure madness, Wu Manyue scrambled to her feet. Completely disregarding her disheveled hair and torn skirts, she chased after the lingering traces of lightning like a lunatic. Ren Guhong's chest heaved with such fury it felt as though it would explode. Damn it all. To think that an esteemed veteran disciple like him had been played for a fool by a mere newcomer, it was absolutely preposterous. Snatching the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus back from Ye Banxia's unconscious grasp, he decisively launched himself into pursuit. As for Fang Chen, he had instantly teleported to the spatial teleportation array leading downward, directly crossing over into the 9th layer. The very moment he crossed the threshold, a dense and overwhelming wave of yin kai crashed into his face, its concentration vastly surpassing the yin kai found in the 8th layer. Lingering in this place for too long would inevitably inflict grievous harm upon one's mortal vessel. It was no wonder the Heavenly Secret Pavilion enforced a strict time limit for every expedition. This domain was simply not fit for long-term human survival. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable spatial fluctuation at the very edge of his vision. With a swift shift of his will, he executed his movement technique and hurried toward the disturbance. As he drew near, he discovered a torrent of yin kai surging furiously out of a strange spherical anomaly. The figures surrounding it were desperately launching attacks in a vain attempt to force the yin kai back inside, but their efforts yielded little success. The sphere only grew larger, unleashing increasingly massive tides of yin energy. Only then did Fang Chen realize that this sphere was actually a gaping spatial rift. And those desperately combating the surging yin kai were none other than Xianxia, Jian Linyuan, and Leng Qingzhu. Leading them was a plainly dressed, slender woman who appeared to be in her early 30s. Absolute cinema. Bro really just speedrun the entire Heavenly Secret Pavilion's elite roster in one afternoon. While the Vice Masters were fighting over his hand, Midan Harim, Fang Chen was gaslighting a nascent soul assassin into a forced makeout session just to flex his dragon binding lock.
He's not a disciple, he's a professional looter. Imagine tanking a level 9 blood corpse for an hour, only to realize the noob already pocketed 90 of the seeds, and is calling you shameless for hiding the leftovers.
He didn't just ambush the mythical genius Ye Banxia, he maced her into a coma and stole her literal throne as a convenience fee.
He's officially the most honest scammer in the South Sea.
At what point do Fang Chen's tactics stop being tactical genius and just become a moral red flag that even the Buddha can't fix? This must be their master, and also Fang Chen's bargain master, whom he had never met, Overseer Yuanyang. They struggled to withstand the surging Yin Kai. Though several had cultivated lightning and fire attributed methods, these were not their primary techniques thus, their power was insufficient, and their effect against the Yin Kai was severely limited. Senior Brother Jian, what should we do? Our talismans are exhausted. With our cultivation methods alone, we cannot force the Yin Kai back.
If it leaks out and renders the 9th floor uninhabitable, our transgression will be grave indeed.
Leng Qingzhu spoke with great anxiety, her body drenched in fragrant sweat, yet she dared not stay her hands. One member, maintaining a calm facade, asked, "Why hasn't Li Shenkyu arrived yet? I contacted him long ago, and he said he would be here momentarily." Li Shenkyu was another of the 4 mythical prodigies.
The Wuji team he established was the strongest of the current age, with the lowest member being at the 8th stage of the Golden Core Realm.
As their leader, he had reached the 9th stage of the Golden Core Realm to perfection in terms of cultivation realm alone. He rivaled the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters. Though limited by his years of cultivation, his mastery of techniques and experience far surpassed most of the overseers.
Furthermore, with several 8th and 9th stage Golden Core cultivators under his command, the terrifying strength of their 7-man team was no less than that of the middle and lower sects among the 9 sects.
Should they choose to act and seal back this Yin Kai, it would not be a difficult task.
Jian Linyuan shook his head slightly. They will not come. If the Yin Kai is sealed, this hidden space will be impossible to explore. They do nothing without benefit. His promise was merely a perfunctory gesture to avoid your persistence. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the crowd sank. Jian Linyuan looked toward Yuanyang at the front and said calmly, "Master, we must retreat. To persist is but a futile effort, wasting our spiritual energy for naught. When the Yin Kai erupts completely, and we lack the energy to escape, we will be in dire straits."
Yuanyang nodded. "Retreat then. If the Pavilion Master seeks to assign blame, I shall bear it."
Shang Shikyu's face was filled with self-reproach as he said, "One must answer for their own deeds. I shattered the Yin essence. I shall take responsibility."
Yuanyang replied expressionlessly, "We shall speak of it upon our return. Prepare to withdraw." The disciples nodded and were about to cease their techniques when a voice suddenly drifted from behind. "Perhaps I should give it a try." Before they could react, a palm formed from lightning several yards wide, soared over their heads and struck the entrance of the spatial rift. Wherever it passed, the Yin Kai vanished like snowflakes meeting a raging fire. With the eruption of Yin Kai halted, the spatial rift gradually shrank until it closed completely, vanishing from sight. What a domineering lightning cultivation method! Or rather, this lightning technique has been cultivated to a profound depth. Aside from the Pavilion Master, I have never seen anyone display such a formidable lightning divine ability. The crowd murmured in astonishment, turning their eyes in shock toward the person who had struck. At a glance, Jian Linyuan and Leng Qingzhu were instantly filled with joy. Yuanyang also looked over with surprise, sizing up the unfamiliar youth before her. "Which house do you belong to? Your lightning divine ability is truly remarkable."
Leng Qingzhu said excitedly, "Master he is." She stopped mid-sentence.
Shang Shikyu tugged at her sleeve, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she signaled for silence.
Then she cast a meaningful glance at the other 5. Leng Qingzhu understood immediately. Were they going to play a prank on their master? She too found the idea amusing. She changed her words. "He is a friend we met among the 9 sects."
Yuanyang glared at her. "Then why are you so excited? I thought you were going to say he was my newly recruited disciple, Fang Chen. You gave me hope for nothing." She only knew from Shang Shikyu that the disciple recruited on her behalf was named Fang Chen, a disciple of the Azure Cloud, sect at the 6th stage of the Golden Core Realm. In truth, that was quite good after all. Leng Qingju had only recently broken through to the 6th stage.
Fang Chen starting at the 6th stage meant his foundation was much stronger than that of the older disciples.
However, compared to the youth before her, he paled in comparison.
In the underworld, Yang, attributed divine abilities were highly prized, even more important than one's cultivation realm. With such a powerful lightning divine ability, the youth before her would surely distinguish himself in the underworld, something Fang Chen could never hope to match.
Who is your master? Yun Yang asked with no small amount of envy. Who was lucky enough to take you as a disciple?
Fang Chen rubbed his nose, looking at the smiling Leng Qingju and the others in speechless exasperation.
If you want a trick, master, so be it, but why drag me into it? Should I play along with the deception or tell the truth?
Xianxia's eyes twinkled as she said, Master, his name is Fan Jiang, and he is Vice Pavilion Master Chen's new disciple. Yun Yang said understandingly, then it is no surprise, Vice Pavilion Master Chen has always had a keen eye.
As it turned out, she had led the way as one of the 4 mythical prodigies and was the first to break through to the perfection of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm.
Now, picking someone like Fan Jiang who had attained mastery in lightning divine abilities, it truly makes one envious. Fang Chen's mouth twitched. The disciples were conspiring to tease their master. Let them play, he hadn't said a word.
When the time comes for punishment, it will fall upon these unfilial disciples.
Yun Yang looked at Fang Chen and said, Fan Jiang, you have done us a great service. I shall give you a gift. Fang Chen wanted to decline and hurriedly said, there is no need for a gift. If Overseer Yun Yang truly wishes to thank me, simply help me hold back those 2 senior disciples.
He glanced at the vanishing space and said, I will go inside to hide for a moment. How do I open this space?
Giant Linyuan asked in surprise, Brother, Fan Jiang, you wish to enter. It is filled with Yin Kai. Your lightning divine abilities cannot protect you forever. Eventually, your energy will be exhausted.
Fang Chen urged, I have my ways.
Helplessly, Giant Linyuan spoke the truth. This is a hidden space. It requires a trace of spatial power to activate. I accidentally utilized a sliver of spatial power while battling someone here, which is how it was activated. Fang Chen said, My thanks, Senior Brother Jian.
Sensing 2 auras drawing closer, he dared not linger. Decisively, he cast the residual talisman forward, striking the very air before him.
As the spatial power within the talisman rippled against the air, the vanished black void manifested once more.
Fang Chen, his form wreathed in a layer of flickering lightning, instantly vanished into its depths. Moments later, Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue arrived with darkened countenances. Casting a swift glance from afar, and seeing only Yun Yong's party without a trace of Fang Chen, they turned away in a fury to continue their search elsewhere. Yun Yong's eyes filled with astonishment. What on earth did Fan Jiang do to them? They look as if they've suffered a grievous loss.
To think that Wu Manyue, as cunning and shrewd as she is, and Ren Guhong, as powerful and meticulous as he is, were both played by Fan Jiang at the same time, he truly possesses remarkable skill.
Comparing him to her own disciples, she could only shake her head with a sigh. The finest disciples always seem to belong to others. Come, let us return to the surface. We shall wait patiently to hear the pavilion master announce the staggering achievements of other sects' disciples. Their exploration had yielded little. When the merit rankings were revealed, they would likely find themselves at the bottom once again. Leaving now, Xianxia pointed toward the vanishing hidden space. Fan Jiang is still inside. Are we just going to abandon him? Even if he isn't our own disciple, we can't just leave him like this, can we? Yun Yang lightly tapped her on the head. Use your mind more. If so many of us remain here without doing anything, won't Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue become suspicious? Furthermore, if Fan Jiang could so thoroughly humiliate those 2, how could he be a fool? Since he dared to enter, he surely has his own ways.
We must leave quickly. Not drawing attention to him is the best help we can offer. Xianxia felt wronged and muttered under her breath, pouting, You talk about me, but when you're reading those books, you're even sillier than I am. Within the hidden space, the moment Fang Chen entered, he was met with a Yin Kai so dense it was suffocating. It sought every opening, desperately boring into his flesh. Even with the protection of his lightning, he could not block it entirely. Occasionally, a wisp would infiltrate his body, burrowing toward his golden core like a bloodthirsty parasite. Arcs of lightning surged within Fang Chen, swiftly incinerating the encroaching gloom. No wonder Xianxia was unwilling to come. Against Yin Kai this thick, anyone below the nascent soul realm would be walking into their own grave. He decisively summoned the mountains and rivers tripod,
Little tripod, whether you are a useless trinket or a divine treasure depends on your performance today. While fueling it with spiritual energy, he also began to circulate the corpse refining method of the Great Yin sect to manipulate the surrounding Yin Kai. Under the influence of the cultivation method, the vast Yin Kai gathered toward the interior of the mountains and rivers tripod. Initially, there was no change, but as more Yin Kai was refined, a black mist began to coat the inner walls, eventually condensing into droplets that pooled at the bottom. As the liquid grew in volume, it rose toward the rim, seemingly on the verge of overflowing.
Fang Chen frowned. This tripod is useful, but it is far too small. At only the size of a palm, it can hardly hold anything.
As if it had understood his words, the mountains and rivers tripod suddenly grew a size larger. Whenever the liquid threatened to overflow, it expanded again, repeating the process. By the time the Yin Kai in the space had been completely siphoned away, the miniature tripod had grown 2 feet tall, filled with liquefied Yin Kai as dark as ink, which was now rapidly concentrating. Fang Chen stared at the tripod in awe. It is named Mountains and Rivers. Could it truly expand infinitely to hold an entire realm within? Soon, a grinding sound echoed from within the tripod as the liquefied Yin Kai began to condense into fist-sized stones, which then shrank even further. This must be the yin marrow Xianxia spoke of. Fang Chen took out a piece of soft cloth and carefully wrapped it. This substance was extremely fragile. The slightest impact could cause it to erupt back into the dense Yin Kai from before. He would have to find someone later to ask if it was valuable. After stowing it away, he finally had the chance to survey his surroundings. The place appeared to be a military camp. Various documents had rotted into sludge upon the floor, and to his left and right lay the skeletal remains of 7 or 8 armored guards. Upon the primary desk ahead, a chaotic pile of sundries and scrolls remained. Curious, Fang Chen stepped forward to inspect them, but the mere vibration of his footsteps caused the scrolls to vaporize into dust. A flash of regret crossed Fang Chen's eyes. He approached the armored guards, intending to search them, but as he unsheathed his purple sword, the mere edge of its sharp sword light became the final straw. The skeletons within crumbled instantly. Deprived of support, the heavy armor collapsed with a resounding crash against the floor. That single sound triggered a chain reaction. Distant remains, the scrolls across the floor, the scattered weapons, and the commander's desk were all shattered by the vibration. After a long while, the commotion settled. He fanned away the dust before him, his face filled with helplessness. Just how many eons has this space existed? The objects within are as fragile as this. As the dust settled and he gazed upon the ruins, everything was shattered beyond repair, save for one object that caught his eye. Amidst the fragments of the broken desk, a writing brush lay undisturbed, completely unweathered by time. He walked forward and gently lifted the brush from the rubble. It felt incredibly heavy, though only a foot long. It felt as if it weighed 1,000 tons in his palm. The shaft was obsidian black, carved with the character's soul, judgment, while the brush head was made of an unknown material, stained with crimson ink. Despite the passage of countless ages, the red ink remained as vivid as the day it was dipped. Driven by curiosity, he took the brush and attempted to write the character for I upon the ground. Eerily, the brush in his hand began to move of its own accord, forming a different character. The first stroke was a horizontal line, the second and third strokes were... Fang Chen's heart jolted in shock. This was the left half of the character for death. He hurriedly lifted the brush, only to realize he was suddenly overcome by a wave of profound weakness. He slumped onto the ground, his strength vanished. Inspecting his internal state, he was horrified to find his golden core completely hollowed out. Not a single trace of spiritual energy remained. Within his body, only a few wisps of void lightning remained. A cold sweat broke out across his skin. Merely writing half of the character for death had drained his spiritual energy and 90% of his physical strength in the blink of an eye. What is this brush? Fang Chen's hand was so weak he could barely even hold the brush anymore. As he looked again at the characters for soul, judgment on the shaft, his mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderclap. He realized the true nature of the brush. It was a condemnation brush used to sentence prisoners to their deaths. When death row convicts were to be executed after a series of trials, the supreme ruler would use a crimson brush to mark a check beside their names. This brush must be the condemnation brush, forged specifically for the purpose of sentencing prisoners to execution. Writing just half of the character for death had nearly drained Fang Chen dry had he completed the stroke. He likely would have withered into a desiccated corpse on the spot. If the character for death were written in full and struck upon a person, would it be equivalent to passing a sentence of execution upon them? Would they perish instantly? A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he vaguely surmised that he had obtained a lethal trump card of immense power. However, he needed to advance his cultivation as quickly as possible. Storing the brush within the heavenly thunderstone, he hurriedly sat cross-legged to slowly restore his spiritual power and physical strength. At that moment, a faint tearing sound echoed from the spatial entrance where he had arrived, as if a spatial rift was being forced open, followed closely by a delicate cry, "Is someone inside?" Fang Chen's body jerked as he turned his head in alert. There stood a woman with clothes as white as snow, hair like a cascading waterfall, and a visage of ethereal beauty. She possessed a remote aura, untainted by the mortal world. In a daze, Fang Chen thought he was looking at Kongqiu. By Xianxia, their aura and spirit were strikingly similar. "And who might you be?" Fang Chen asked, studying her, a hint of awe rising in his eyes. The lady in white bowed gracefully and said, "I am Hua Xin. Is junior brother also a disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion?" "As I thought, a female disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Fang Chen nodded inwardly. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was home to many beauties. The Ye Banxia from earlier was stunning enough, and the Hua Xin before him was in no way inferior. He gazed warily at the spatial entrance behind her and asked, "Is senior sister Hua Xin alone?" Hua Xin gave him a gentle, reassuring smile. "I have always traveled alone, junior brother. You need not worry." Fang Chen nodded slightly, but suddenly he recalled something, and a warning bell rang in his heart. No, this woman is lying. Xianxia had sternly warned Liang Feiyan not to trifle with the flowers of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. For every female disciple he deemed beautiful, except for Ye Banxia, was already spoken for this woman to claim she traveled alone, something was wrong. Fang Chen's eyes flickered, but he said nothing, quietly continuing to recover his spiritual power and stamina. "Junior brother, have you found anything of note here?" Hua Xin moved with lotus-like steps toward the remains of a god that had crumbled into fragments, poking the armor with her finger. With a soft pop, her finger pierced a hole through it, and she couldn't help but frown deeply. Fang Chen sighed. "As you can see, the armor has been so severely eroded by the passage of time. What could possibly have remained intact?" Unwilling to give up, Hua Xin searched every corner of the tent, but without exception, everything was utterly decayed, crumbling at the slightest touch. Not a single item could be salvaged. "A wasted effort. I thought I had found a treasure trove." Hua Xin let out a sigh, then shifted her gaze to Fang Chen, asking curiously, "Have you been in a fight? Why do you look so weakened?" Fang Chen felt a slight chill in his heart, but his face remained impassive, a minor injury of no great consequence. At this moment, he had recovered a small amount of spiritual power, enough to activate the 5 magnetic primal mountain. Furthermore, his void flow lightning force remained intact, suppressing this woman should not be an issue. Hua Xin hesitated for a moment before retrieving a jade bottle from her robes. "I know you're weak and wary of others right now. Even if I gave you a healing medicinal pill, you wouldn't dare take it. I won't say more. I'll leave the pill on the ground. It's up to you." She placed a bottle of medicinal pills on the ground not far from him. "I thank senior sister for her kindness, but please take it back." He shifted his position, distancing himself from the bottle. Since this woman had lied from the start, Fang Chen would not believe a single word she said thereafter. No matter how kind or gentle she pretended to be, in Fang Chen's eyes, she was shrouded in a shadow of suspicion. Hua Xin gave a bitter smile. "I understand." If junior brother needs any help, Fang Chen interrupted her bluntly. "If senior sister truly wishes to help me, please leave this place. I would feel much more at ease." Hearing Fang Chen speak so directly, Hua Xin sighed softly. "Very well. Since junior brother has put it that way, I shall not impose my kindness. Take care of yourself." Having said that, with a hint of grievance, she drifted toward the exit without looking back. Her slender back appeared quite desolate in that moment, carrying a pitiable air that stirred sympathy. Fang Chen could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Was he being too cold-hearted? Nevertheless, he maintained his initial suspicion and did not ask her to stay. Hua Xin reached the exit and tore open the space to leave. Suddenly, she seemed to be struck by something from the outside. With a pained groan, her body flew back like a falling leaf. A streak of crimson blossomed on her chest, quickly staining a large portion of her robes. Fang Chen frowned slightly. What happened? Hua Xin struggled to lift her head, looking at the closing spatial entrance with a bitter smile. "I provoked a few people, and they chased me to the space outside. I'm sorry for involving you, but don't worry, they likely don't know how to open this place yet, or they wouldn't be lying in ambush outside.
Fang Chen's face darkened. How can I not worry? Am I to remain trapped here for as long as they refuse to leave?
Hua Xin bit her red lips slightly, a look of deep apology on her face. I am truly sorry. Once I've tended to my wounds, I will leave on my own and ensure I don't drag you down. As she spoke, she took out the bottle of healing medicinal pills from before, swallowed one, and sat cross-legged to begin recuperating her body.
Does junior brother truly not want one? She pointed to the jade bottle again. Having consumed one herself, she had proven the elixir was untainted. Fang Chen refused without hesitation. No.
Back then, hadn't Yandeon also drunk the primordial Chaos 9, colored marrow that Fang Chen himself had tasted?
And look at the result.
Hua Xin shook her head. Junior brother's vigilance is perhaps a bit too extreme. Fine, as you wish.
PFFD suddenly.
A look of agony crossed her face as she violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, her body shook uncontrollably as she collapsed to the ground.
The blood on her chest did not stop instead. It began to flow even more profusely.
How despicable to use such shameless methods of attack.
She tried to pour out another pill, but her trembling hand failed her. The jade bottle fell to the floor and rolled, stopping not far from Fang Chen.
Help me get a healing medicinal pill. Hua Xin gasped heavily, pleading with Fang Chen in a weak voice. Fang Chen frowned. After a moment's thought, he took out a rejuvenation pill and tossed it to her.
Take mine instead. The rejuvenation pill landed precisely beside her hand.
Hua Xin didn't care if the pill was effective. She struggled to grab it and stuffed it into her mouth. Yet the strange internal injuries she sustained were too severe before she could even swallow the pill. She spat out another mouthful of blood, sending the rejuvenation pill flying from her grasp. Her hand strained toward the rejuvenation pill, only to fall back down, devoid of all strength. The focus in her eyes rapidly faded, leaving behind traces of agony as the breath slowly departed her mouth and nostrils. She was on the verge of death. Fang Chen, however, sat motionless where he was, watching as Hua Xin's last breath slowly withered away amidst pain and despair.
Even so, Fang Chen did not lower his guard. He kept a watchful eye on her corpse, while continuing to recover his spiritual power.
Time flowed by the span of a cup of tea, then a stick of incense, then half an hour, until the spiritual power and physical strength within Fang Chen's body were mostly restored. Seeing no anomalies in Hua Xin's corpse, he relaxed slightly, yet his vigilance did not waver. There was something clearly amiss with this woman, and the more he reflected, the more unsettling it became.
His eyes flashed with cold light as he commanded his flying sword to lunge forward, dealing a vicious, finishing blow to her heart.
Pachai blood splattered everywhere, yet Hua Xin's corpse remained perfectly still.
Still unsatisfied, he directed the flying sword to shred her garments into pieces, guarding against any hidden perils concealed within. Confident that all was well, he conjured a ball of blazing flame in his palm and flicked it onto the corpse, intending to reduce it to ash.
To his surprise, Hua Xin's corpse suddenly bolted upright. She had returned to life.
With a wave of her hand, she snuffed out the incoming flame. Rubbing her temples, she bowed her head and muttered to herself, "Where exactly did I go wrong?
Was my acting not convincing enough, or are you simply too cunning? Why didn't you fall for it?" With a voice steeped in chilling cold, she slowly raised her head.
Her once beautiful, clear eyes had turned pitch black at some unknown moment, as if filled with ink. No pupils remained, only an all-consuming darkness.
These were clearly not the features of a human being.
Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, "Because I knew from the start that you were not human." The beautiful female disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion were all spoken for, yet she claimed to be a loner.
Beyond the possibility that she was lying, there was another explanation. She knew nothing of the pavilion's circumstances at all. Residing in the 9th level of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's underworld, yet ignorant of common knowledge, the answer to her identity was obvious. She was a vile entity of Yin. It was exactly the vile entity of Yin that Yu Yunzi had warned the newcomers to beware of on the 9th floor. Hua Xin slowly rose to her feet. The wound where her chest had been pierced healed at a rate visible to the naked eye, and a faint black mist surged from her body, coalescing into an elegant black gown. Her face, which bore a striking resemblance to consort Xianxia, now seemed like a flower seen through mist. Though she was right before his eyes, her features had become blurred and ethereal.
"How did you know?" Hua Xin asked earnestly, her left hand resting on her chest and her right hand cradling her snow-white cheek. "It is simple," Fang Chen replied.
He produced a jade casket containing yin marrow and continued, "If there were no vile entities of yin here, whence would such a dense yin kai come? so potent that it even condensed into yin marrow. He had harbored suspicions while inspecting the area earlier. Aside from a few conspicuous skeletons, there was no yin kai emanating from the remains. Thus, the presence of such rich yin kai was highly suspicious. Hua Xin's appearance had immediately piqued Fang Chen's suspicion. So that is it, Hua Xin said, a look of realization dawning on her. A single flaw in an otherwise perfect plan. Fang Chen appraised her graceful figure and startling beauty, a trace of understanding crossing his face. No wonder when I asked my senior about the characteristics of vile entities of yin, he avoided the question and simply told me to beware of lust. Such a beautiful, gentle, and pitiable celestial sister, anyone unaware of the truth would indeed find it easy to fall into her trap. Especially since this vile entity of yin possessed a terrifyingly high level of intelligence, even disguising itself as a disciple of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion for new disciples unfamiliar with the sect. The deception was far too potent. Suddenly, lightning surged around Fang Chen's right foot as he stomped down fiercely, half a foot behind his heel. A medicinal pill from a jade bottle had somehow rolled near his heel without notice. As his foot crashed down, the medicinal pill emitted a series of shrill screeches, and under the assault of the lightning, thick plumes of black smoke began to rise. Once the shrieks ceased, Fang Chen moved his foot and narrowed his eyes at what lay beneath. It was actually a tiny insect resembling a centipede, its back dark and lustrous. When it curled its head to its tail, it looked exactly like a smooth, black medicinal pill. Fang Chen let out a cold chuckle. No wonder you were either inviting me to consume a pill or asking me to retrieve one for you. So, this was the trick. Pausing, Fang Chen appraised Hua Xin's true form and said meaningfully, furthermore, you must have some formidable trump card hidden away. Otherwise, you wouldn't have feigned injury or even death just to lure me closer. Hua Xin rubbed her brow once more, a hint of irritation in her voice. What kind of little monster have I encountered? In all my time as a vile entity of yin, this is the first time I've met someone like you. Not falling for the initial trap she could understand as being cautious, but even after she was dead, he still stabbed her corpse, stripped her of her clothes, and even tried to incinerate her with fire. What was next? Was he planning to scatter her ashes to the wind? At that thought, she became frustrated. Brat, I've never seen someone so difficult to deceive. Are you even a man? She was confident that the female persona she had manifested, whether in appearance or temperament, should have been the dream fairy of any man. Yet, Fang Chen remained completely unmoved. Something was wrong. There was something very wrong with Fang Chen. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the space between Fang Chen's legs. Fang Chen clamped his legs together and barked, "Where are you looking, you female lecher?" Hua Xin's expression froze. She huffed, "Still better than you, who strips a woman of her clothes." I did that for. Fang Chen's lip twitched, unable to find an explanation. Moreover, what need was there to offer explanations to a mere vengeful specter? Meet your end, you lecherous specter. Lightning coiled around Fang Chen's palm as he decisively unleashed the five thunders heaven, writing palm towards Hua Xin. Hua Xin's expression shifted drastically. As an entity of yin and evil, she feared such divine abilities above all else. Wretched brat, you dare commit the deed but forbid me from speaking of it. You even seek to silence me forever. With a sudden exhale, a palm-sized tiger tally emerged and hovered before her. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen was struck by no small measure of shock. The entire tiger tally was condensed from pure yin essence. The sliver of yin essence he had previously condensed, no larger than a fingernail, was but a mere film compared to the artifact before him. Grasping the yin essence tiger tally, she struck out against the incoming palm of lightning. Boundless, dense yin kai surged forth like a deluge, instantly enveloping the five thunders heaven. Writing palm. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous crackles, the five thunders heaven, writing palm was utterly extinguished. The residual yin kai howled as it lunged toward Fang Chen. Void, flow lightning force. Fang Chen struck the space before him. Arcs of electricity snaked out, weaving into a web of lightning that shattered the remaining yin kai. A trace of solemnity crossed his face. Lecherous ghost, possessing such a formidable yin essence artifact, why did you go to such lengths to approach me? This spectre could have utilized the yin essence tiger tally from the very beginning. Not a single disciple of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion could have withstood its power. Hua Xin huffed, "Hand over the mountains and seize cauldron, and I shall grant you leave." Fang Chen pondered for a moment before the realization struck him. She coveted the mountains and seized cauldron. yet feared it was hidden within a spatial storage device. Thus, she had feigned the persona of a gentle and understanding elder sister to deceive Fang Chen into revealing the incantation for the artifact. Now that deception had failed, she resorted to the threat of brute force. Still lusting after treasures, if you truly have the skill. Shifting his gaze, Fang Chen caught sight of the other's yin essence tiger tally out of the corner of his eye. He spoke, "It is not impossible for you to have my mountains and sea's cauldron, but do not think you can take it for nothing." Hua Xin fell into thought. Her intuition told her this puny human was difficult to handle. If she could obtain the cauldron peacefully, it would be ideal. "What are you suggesting?" Fang Chen replied, "Give me the yin essence tiger tally, and I shall bestow the mountains and sea's cauldron upon you." Without hesitation, Hua Xin snapped, "Impossible. Are you jesting?" The yin essence tiger tally was her most precious treasure, more vital than life itself. How could she possibly gift it to another? Fang Chen took a step back in negotiation. "Then, what can you offer me?" Prepared, Hua Xin flickered to a corner of the great hall and kicked aside several floor tiles, revealing a small pit. Within lay a pile of human artifacts from various eras. Ancient swords, devoid of spirituality, rotting talismans, and tattered robes. Fang Chen's gaze turned cold. "You have slain many of the human race, haven't you?" Hua Xin shot him a glance. "If I truly desired to slaughter your kind, how many of those who entered this subterranean world would still draw breath?" This was a fair point. With the yin essence tiger tally in her hand, at the very least, none of the disciples would have escaped her grasp. They all perished in this subterranean world. Due to various calamities, I merely collected their belongings. Fang Chen swept his gaze over the tattered remains and shook his head slightly. "You have a hobby for scavenging. Alas, I do not collect refuse." Hua Xin ignored him. She rummaged through the pile for a while before finally pulling from the bottom a bronze disc covered in green rust, carved with exceedingly complex patterns. After gazing at it for but a moment, Fang Chen felt a wave of dizziness. He retreated with a wary look. This is a formation. He had only just suffered at the hands of Ye Banxia's gravity formation. Hua Xin said, "A bronze formation plate belonging to a nascent soul expert who died here many years ago. Once activated, it can instantly unleash a formation to trap enemies. I observed him use this formation to ensnare a nascent soul, level hell creature, eventually grinding it to death." She wiped away the dust and damp rust, looking at the significantly dulled plate. However, after so much time, the power of this artifact has likely diminished greatly. It cannot indefinitely imprison a nascent soul expert, but it may still be considered a treasure of sorts. Fang Chen's pupils constricted. This magical artifact can actually ensnare the nascent soul realm. In his current state, Fang Chen could do naught but flee when confronted by an expert of the nascent soul realm, and even escape was a daunting prospect. If he possessed this magical artifact, even if it could only ensnare a nascent soul for a fleeting moment, it would significantly bolster his chances of survival. Considering the Demon Emperor's absolute resolve to slay him, the practicality of such an item was beyond measure. "How about it?" Hua Xin inquired. "I shall grant you a reprieve and bestow upon you a magical artifact to ensnare your enemies, provided you surrender the Mountain River tripod. If you truly refuse, I shall be forced to take it by might." "Exchange it. Of course, I shall exchange it." To Hua Xin's slight surprise, Fang Chen produced the Mountain River tripod from within his robes with remarkable alacrity. She glanced at Fang Chen's flat chest, her suspicions further confirmed. This youthfully appearing fellow truly possessed a spatial storage artifact. She was fortunate she had not attempted to seize it by force. Even if she had obtained the spatial storage artifact, it would have been useless without the activation incantation. "Give it to me first." A look of fervent desire appeared upon Fang Chen's face. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hua Xin tossed the bronze array plate to him. Holding the yin essence tiger tally, she knew it would be difficult for Fang Chen to escape even if he wished, so she did not fear him reneging on his word. As soon as Fang Chen caught it, Hua Xin surreptitiously blocked the center of the palace, her grip tightening on the yin essence tiger tally to prevent him from breaking his promise and fleeing. "Here?" Fang Chen tossed the Mountain River tripod over without the slightest hesitation. Hua Xin caught it with a burst of yin kai, ensuring there were no traps before she scrutinized it in her hands. In both form and scale, it was indeed identical to the Mountain River tripod Fang Chen had just wielded. She could not help but reveal a faint smile. "I did not expect you to be so honorable." Based on Fang Chen's prior conduct, the probability of him playing foul was nearly certain. Unexpectedly, he had fulfilled his promise with such readiness. She assumed it must be due to his dread of the yin essence tiger tally. Such were the thoughts that lingered in her heart. Fang Chen glanced at her askance. You approached me so surreptitiously, how could I not be on guard? Had we traded openly like this from the start, there would have been no such ordeal.
Yue Xin felt a momentary flicker of guilt.
She spoke very well. The deal is struck. You may depart.
Fang Chen's eyes darted toward the pile of items on the floor. Since you're leaving these to rot anyway, why not let me pick through them a bit more?
Yue Xin gave him a disdainful look. Just a moment ago, you were acting as if you were too good to collect such refuse. Thinking of how honorable Fang Chen had been in surrendering the mountain river tripod, she decided she no longer cared. Since she had no use for those items, she replied, "Pick as you please." Fang Chen immediately began rummaging through the pile, and before long, he discovered a very new satchel, likely placed there recently.
Is this from not long ago?
Yue Xin nodded. Yes, a disciple of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion perished a month ago, and his satchel was left nearby, so I retrieved it.
If you want it, take it.
Is this the senior disciple, whose demise forced the change in the team formation rules?
Fang Chen opened the bag. It contained very little, merely the essentials for an expedition.
Suddenly, at the very bottom of the bag, he discovered a stack of talismans, carefully preserved in a jade box.
He picked them up and could not help but exclaim, "A dustless talisman."
He had experienced the miraculous utility of the dustless talisman before it could even mask spiritual energy fluctuations, making it incredibly profound. There were 10 of them in the jade box. He had struck gold.
He opened the box and counted them carefully. When he reached the last one at the bottom,
he discovered to his surprise that the runes on this final dustless talisman were even more intricate, and its spiritual pressure was significantly stronger.
After observing it for a moment, a look of joy again flooded his eyes.
Could this be a mid-grade dustless talisman?
Hearing this, Yue Xin also looked over and said solemnly, "It truly is a mid-grade dustless talisman."
To think a mid-grade one was mixed into a pile of low-grade dustless talismans. I did not inspect them thoroughly before you've certainly gained an advantage. Once this talisman is activated, it can even shield one from the senses of a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Its value is dozens of times that of a low-grade dustless talisman. Fang Chen was overjoyed and immediately stowed it within the Sky Thunderstone. Then he wholeheartedly continued his search for treasures.
Seeing this, Yue Xin lowered her guard and tucked the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet and the mountain and river cauldron into her sleeve. After all, if Fang Chen dared to play any tricks, she could immediately draw them out. She retreated into the distance, silently waiting for Fang Chen to finish his rummaging. She remained completely unaware that Fang Chen, with his back turned to her, had subtly moved his lips. Within her sleeve, the mountain and river cauldron slowly dissolved into a stream of silver sand. The grains of sand clung to the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet, and after a brief moment, they detached and condensed into an utterly identical Yin Marrow Tiger amulet.
Having roughly searched the area, Fang Chen sighed helplessly. The rest is nothing but useless scrap metal.
Many thanks, Sister Ghost.
Yue Xin was momentarily stunned, somewhat unaccustomed to this sudden form of address. At first he had called her a foul entity of yin, then a lustful spectre, and now Sister Ghost. What a pragmatic fellow. Let him be after all. Their paths would never cross again.
Since you have finished your selection, do as you please. I will not see you out.
This hidden spatial domain was her ultimate lair. When Xianxia and his group inadvertently discovered this place, it was she who had deliberately tossed out a piece of yin marrow to force them out. Now that Fang Chen had finished selecting his items, it was time to evict her guest.
She wanted to carefully study this wondrous little cauldron. Her intuition told her that this cauldron was extraordinary and absolutely not an ordinary magical artifact. Fang Chen rubbed his nose and calmly walked toward Yue Xin, saying, "Sister Ghost, there is one matter I wish to discuss with you." Perceiving Fang Chen's movements, Yue Xin narrowed her pitch, black eyes, and vigilantly reached into her sleeve to grasp the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet. The Yin Marrow Tiger amulet automatically flew into her palm. She froze for a second. Why did the amulet move on its own accord? However, her full attention was fixed on Fang Chen. Leaving no time to ponder, she coldly asked, "What is it you wish to discuss?"
Fang Chen smiled and said, "Do not be nervous. I merely wish to ask, Sister Ghost, could you return the mountain and river cauldron to me?" She knew this fellow was not so honest. He had already obtained the bronze array disc and the dustless talisman, yet he still dared to renege and demand the mountain and river cauldron back. Her visage turned chillingly cold. What do you think?
Fang Chen sighed helplessly. Since Sister Ghost refuses to return it, I have no choice but to take it by force.
The words had barely left his lips when he transformed into a streak of humanoid lightning, arriving in an instant. In his palm gathered the devastating power of the Five Thunders' heavenly orthodox palm, smashing ruthlessly toward the crown of her head. Hua Xin laughed out of sheer fury. Such speed! I knew you were hiding your true strength. However, to think you can achieve victory through a mere sneak attack is pure delusion. She abruptly drew the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet and fiercely thrust it toward Fang Chen. Yet, the expected massive surge of yin energy did not erupt from the amulet. It remained like a lifeless object, completely unresponsive to her command. Before she could comprehend the situation, the Five Thunders' heavenly orthodox palm crashed down upon her. With a sharp crackle, unmatched bolts of lightning instantly struck her palms and coursed through her entire body. Letting out a miserable groan, Hua Xin was violently blasted away, her body continuously emitting wisps of black yin energy as the lightning ravaged her. While she was still suspended in midair, a cold shout echoed once more, soul-piercing spike. Hua Xin let out another agonizing shriek. 5. Colored divine light, void, flow lightning force. A majestic 5-colored mountain descended, crushing her heavily beneath its overwhelming weight. Immediately following was a crackling net of lightning that firmly locked her entire body in place. Hua Xin screamed incessantly. Not only was Fang Chen's barrage of attacks unrelenting, but every single strike possessed an intensely powerful restraining effect against her kind. Fang Chen's figure blurred as he dashed forward, raising his sword to slice open her sleeve. A tiger amulet exuding chilling yin energy rolled out onto the ground. Hua Xin froze in utter disbelief. She looked at the amulet in her hand, then at the one on the ground, overwhelmed by a momentary daze. What is going on? Paying her no heed, Fang Chen's hand moved like lightning, snatching the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet from the ground and tossing it into his spatial storage artifact. He then softly uttered the word, scatter. The Yin Marrow Tiger amulet in Hua Xin's hand instantly disintegrated into a pile of sand, sifting right through her fingers. Fang Chen held up a jade cylinder, and the silver-white sand gracefully flew into it. Hua Xin finally realized what this mysterious substance was: memory silver sand. The mountain and river cauldron from earlier was replicated from the memory silver sand, and then it mirrored my Yin Marrow Tiger amulet. Recalling how the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet had seemingly leaped into her hand of its own accord, she was completely certain. The truth had finally come to light. Human, you schemed against me. Hua Xin furiously pounded the ground in a fit of rage. Fang Chen replied with cold indifference, if you covet my mountain and river cauldron, you must be prepared to pay the price. 5 Thunders' heavenly orthodox palm. Accumulating the majestic power of lightning, he ruthlessly struck at her skull from close range, intending to obliterate this foul entity of yin on the spot. Hua Xin roared in extreme fury, human, you have no idea what manner of being you have provoked. Boom, a terrifying surge of yin kai erupted from within her, violently blasting away the pentamagnetic primal mountain. Fang Chen's pupils constricted in shock. Until now, only one type of existence could forcibly resist the pentamagnetic divine light, those at the great perfection of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm or beyond. This female ghost was dreadfully powerful, even without the Yin Pith Tiger tally. A chill ran down Fang Chen's spine without hesitation. He reclaimed the pentamagnetic primal mountain and fled the scene. With a swift whistle, he vanished from the hidden dimension. Invoking the shadow amidst clouds technique, he transformed into a streak of lightning and soared into the heavens, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a white-clad figure wreathed in baleful yin kai emerged from the hidden space with a piercing shriek. Locking onto Fang Chen's aura, she gave chase in a fit of absolute rage. Fang Chen dared not linger on the 9th floor. Without the jade tally, that female ghost would be unable to ascend. Once he reached the 8th floor, he would be beyond her reach. He stood resolutely upon the formation with a firm squeeze of the jade tally. The array was instantly ignited. The female ghost's speed was astounding from afar. A column of soaring yin kai could be seen hurtling toward his position. Fortunately, based on her speed, by the time she arrived, Fang Chen would have already successfully returned to the 8th floor. He flashed a faint smile and waved mockingly at the ghost from the distance. She seemingly witnessed his gesture, letting out a sharp, frenzied scream of frustration. Stay if you have the courage, Fang Chen scoffed. If you're so capable, why don't you chase me all the way to the surface? Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous, earth-shaking roar reverberated across the entirety of the 9th floor. The earth quaked violently,
and the dark clouds overhead were shattered by the sound. A bone-chilling, tyrannical aura permeated the air, striking terror into the soul. The spatial array, which was in the midst of activation, shuddered violently and ground to a halt. Even the charging Huozin seemed to sense the danger, her expression shifting drastically. She abandoned her pursuit of Fang Chen, forsaking even the Yin Pith Tiger tally as she fled back to her hidden dimension to take refuge. Fang Chen's gaze grew solemn. What in the world is happening? Whoosh, whoosh, two figures streaked across the sky, one after the other. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes to look closer, his lips twitching in disbelief. When fortune turns against a man, even a sip of cold water can choke him. The two figures arriving in such a panicked state were none other than Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue, who had been searching for him everywhere. The pair spotted Fang Chen as well. Ren Guhong's face immediately contorted with rage. Fang Chen. Wu Manyue was even more frenzied with fury. You scoundrel, I shall slaughter you. Driven mad with indignation, she brandished a crude staff of unknown grade and lunged at Fang Chen. Before she could strike, roar, another thunderous growl, now much closer, caused the 9th floor to tremble once more. Mid-stride, Wu Manyue stumbled and took a heavy fall. Ren Guhong's expression shifted instantly. He hoisted Wu Manyue up and dashed toward the spatial teleportation array. Forget everything else, we must flee for our lives, he cried out in panic. Those bald donkeys, heaven knows what they have unleashed on the 10th floor. Fang Chen sucked in a sharp breath, a hellish entity of the nascent soul realm. No wonder that female ghost retreated into her hidden space without a second thought. He hurriedly gripped the jade tally, attempting once more to activate the spatial array. However, the spatial tremors on the 9th floor were too violent, rendering the array impossible to catalyze. Ren Guhong rushed over and unleashed a torrent of curses. What manner of wretched array is this? It's going to be the death of us. Wu Manyue was equally terrified. If they could not leave the 9th floor, would they not be trapped and slaughtered here? She no longer cared about Fang Chen, turning to flee into the distance without looking back. Scatter, may the heavens preserve whoever can escape. Whoosh, Ren Guhong, without a second thought, fled in a different direction. Fang Chen could already feel an immensely tyrannical aura rapidly closing in. He did not dare linger for a moment longer. He cast a glance toward Huozin's hidden dimension, wondering if he should shamelessly retreat there for shelter. Yet, recalling her murderous intent, he shuddered and decisively fled in the opposite direction. Soon Fang Chen had vanished from their sight entirely. Yet he abruptly halted, his gaze shifting as he took out a dustless talisman and slapped it onto his body before stealthily slipping back the way he came. Since those two were luring away the hellish creature, he could seize the opportunity to activate the formation and make a hasty escape. Returning to the vicinity of the formation, he confirmed that the tyrannical aura was indeed fading into the distance. Fang Chen decisively leaped onto the formation. Before he even drew his precious talisman, the spatial formation activated on its own. Fang Chen froze, casting a bewildered gaze at the empty air around him. Pondering this anomaly, he reached out and blindly felt around the thin air. Unexpectedly, his hand met a soft mass, and a sudden, furious feminine shout erupted from the void before him. What are you doing? Ren Guhong urgently hushed her with a low hiss. Have you gone mad? We barely managed to trick Fang Chen into luring away the hellish creature, and now you want to summon it right back. Wu Manyue spat back in a furious, hushed whisper. I truly didn't realize that you, Ren Guhong, were the type of lecher to take advantage of someone in a crisis. Ren Guhong was taken aback, utterly perplexed. What are you talking about? I have been standing here completely still. When did I ever take advantage of you? Wu Manyue scoffed indignantly. Stop pretending. Who else but you could have groped my chest? Her words came to a sudden halt as a horrifying realization dawned upon her, and Ren Guhong's expression simultaneously stiffened. Staring uncertainly into the empty air, he stammered, Is that junior brother Fang? A cold, disdainful scoff rooted them to the spot. You two are quite something, using me as bait. Ren Guhong rubbed his nose. This was awkward, caught red-handed right in the middle of scheming. But suddenly it clicked, and he retorted, Wait a minute, you have the nerve to lecture us. Didn't you sneak back here as well? You clearly wanted us to act as the bait to lure the hellish creature away. Wu Manyue gritted her silver teeth in absolute fury, swinging her fists wildly at the empty air in a state of flustered rage. You bastard, you've taken utter advantage of me. I'll fight you to the death. Silence, Fang Chen abruptly shouted in a low voice. He suddenly realized a severely critical issue. If we have all returned,
Doesn't that mean the hellish creature has been lured right back here too? Wu Manyue's expression froze, her flailing fists halting in midair. Ren Guhong's pupils trembled violently, and both of them instantly fell dead silent. Only the whirring hum of radiating light emanated from the formation. The three held their breath, not daring to make even the slightest sound. With a resonant thrum, a pillar of white light pierced the heavens, enveloping the three of them and teleporting them away. Fang Chen's suspended heart finally settled. They had escaped a calamity. That familiar sensation of the world spinning rapidly overwhelmed him once more. But without warning, a massive claw wreathed in pitch-black demonic flames suddenly tore through the beam of light, fiercely slamming toward the trio. The spatial teleportation was instantly severed. The chaotic spatial forces blasted the three out of the light beam in unison, narrowly saving them from being seized by the monstrous claw. While still in midair, Fang Chen decisively executed the cloud shadow technique, transforming into a streak of lightning to evade by a hair's breadth. Bang! The giant claw smashed into the exact spot he had just occupied. The very fabric of space trembled from the impact. An ear-piercing tearing sound pierced their eardrums. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been crushed into a bloody pulp. He decisively drew his flying sword, riding it to hover in midair. Looking down, his pupils sharply contracted. Below lay a terrifying creature, nearly 100 zhang long, its entire body completely covered in dense black flames. Its form resembled a hound, yet it possessed two ghastly heads. Its maws bristled with jagged fangs, dripping with thick, viscous black saliva. Its crimson eyes glinted with unbridled savagery and cunning. Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue were fortunate. They had been knocked further away and avoided its initial assault. However, the shockwave had shaken off their dustless talismans, forcing their forms to be revealed. Staring at the colossal, fierce spirit in absolute horror, Ren Guhong's voice quivered the two-headed hellhound. To think it was actually this beast. Even the pavilion master had been forced out of the 10th floor by it. What in the world were those monks doing? How could they let this monster ascend? Babbling in trembling disbelief, he swiftly produced a pair of withered wings and strapped them onto his body. Upon infusing them with spiritual energy, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light, shooting desperately into the distance. Wu Manyue had long since sensed the shifting tides of battle. She tore asunder a spatial scroll, attempting to flee the scene on the spot. The two-headed hellhound's pair of visages each cast a cold, discerning gaze upon them. Within its eyes, a flicker of cruel mockery manifested. One of its heads unleashed a low-frequency sonic wave from its gaping maw. The spatial energy that had just begun to surge from the scroll was instantly swept away and dissipated. The other head locked its dual gazes firmly upon Ren Guhong. With a sharp crack, it discharged a beam of blood-red radiance. Ren Guhong, having nearly reached the horizon, was struck and plummeted from the firmament. Wu Manyue's pupils constricted violently as she spoke in a trembling voice. It can suppress spatial divine abilities. Both heads turned toward her simultaneously, their eyes glinting with savage cruelty. Wu Manyue's body grew rigid, and her very breath seemed to stagnate. She felt as if she had been cast into a vast ocean, where a piercing, boundless chill surrounded her, dragging her into the dark abyss. At that moment, a sudden peal of thunder resonated beside her ear. Before she could regain her senses, a powerful arm reached out and clasped her around the waist. Immediately following, her body was pulled backward, retreating at an incredible velocity. Clarity finally returned to her eyes, and she saw the two-headed hellhound rapidly receding into the distance. The beast let out a roar of absolute fury. Glancing to her side, she realized the one holding her was Fang Chen. Wu Manyue was stunned. She had never imagined that someone would come to her rescue. Her usual conduct and deeds meant she was destined to walk without allies. As for Fang Chen, it was even more inconceivable. It would have been merciful enough had he not chosen to strike her while she was down. Fang Chen's expression was solemn as he rapidly executed the cloud shadow technique, saying, "If the lips are gone, the teeth will feel the cold. If you both fall, I shall surely be the next. Once I deliver you to safety, the three of us will flee in separate directions. Only then will our chances of survival be at their peak." If Wu Manyue perished and Ren Guhong's fate remained uncertain, the two-headed hellhound would undoubtedly turn its full wrath upon Fang Chen. Rather than face that, it was better to save them both so that by splitting up, the probability of being the one pursued would be greatly diminished. Wu Manyue remained silent, her thoughts veiled. Soon, Fang Chen teleported to the site where Ren Guhong had fallen. To his surprise, the man was still clinging to life. Those withered wings were of an unknown origin. Not only were they remarkably swift, but they had actually withstood the Hellhound's assault. Ren Guhong had merely been wounded by the shockwave, his life not yet in mortal peril. He looked at Fang Chen, who arrived astride a dragon of lightning with an expression of sheer disbelief. He was profoundly shaken by the majesty of the scene. Fang Chen had no time for words and reached out to support him. Roar, the two-headed hellhound let out another thunderous cry. A terrifying beam of blood, red light shot forth, traversing the vast distance of space. Fang Chen's heart tightened. He activated the cloud shadow technique once more, vanishing from sight instantly while riding the lightning dragon. Roar, 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 the two-headed hellhound, feeling greatly provoked, pursued them with madness in its full-blood, red eyes. After 5 successive flashes, Fang Chen set the two down and said, "My lightning power is entirely spent. Our fates now lie with the heavenly Tao. Farewell." He circulated his movement technique and vanished toward the horizon. Ren Guhong cupped his fists in salute and hurried away in another direction. Wu Manyue pursed her crimson lips, cast a complex glance at Fang Chen, and chose yet another path to flee. Within a dozen breaths, the two-headed hellhound came thundering toward them. The earth along its path was scorched to a blackened ruin by the infernal flames clinging to its form. Its 2 heads sniffed the ground before raising themselves in unison. It glared fiercely toward the direction where Fang Chen had fled. With a powerful thrust of its 4 limbs, the beast bolted in pursuit. The moment its gaze locked onto him, Fang Chen sensed the impending peril. This cursed hound. Fang Chen's expression darkened. It seemed there was no escaping the beast's relentless hunt. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a bronze formation plate. Surveying the surrounding terrain, he discovered 2 towering peaks standing ahead. Between the 2 mountains lay a narrow, constricted pass. He dashed into the mountain path without hesitation and buried the bronze formation plate beneath the earth. While this formation plate was capable of ensnaring enemies, its disadvantage was glaring. Namely, the foe had to be lured directly into its proximity. In open terrain, the two-headed hellhound's movements were unpredictable, and it could easily bypass the range of the bronze formation. Only in such a narrow pass would the hellhound be forced into the formation's reach as it passed through. Scarcely had he finished burying the device when the hellhound reached the base of the mountains. Fang Chen's face paled as he retreated swiftly into the distance. Silently, he listened to the movements behind him, gauging how deep the hellhound had ventured into the pass. He had but a single chance. The formation had to be triggered at the most opportune moment. Yet to Fang Chen's sudden alarm, the sounds behind him vanished. There was only a hollow silence. This gave him a profound sense of foreboding. Glancing back, he saw that the two-headed hellhound had not entered the pass. A drop of viscous, black saliva suddenly fell from above, landing beside Fang Chen and corroding a hole into the solid earth. Fang Chen looked up, his pupils shrinking to the size of needles. Clinging to the mountainside, the two-headed hellhound slowly extended its massive twin heads over the ridge. Within its four-blood, red eyes was a gaze filled with cruelty and mockery. It appeared the hellhound had detected Fang Chen's trap. Thus, instead of the path, it had scaled the mountain directly. Boom! It allowed Fang Chen no opportunity for resistance. Its gargantuan body, spanning hundreds of feet, descended like a collapsing mountain. The narrow path was instantly plunged into darkness, and Fang Chen's heart sank with it. Yet he did not yield. Gritting his teeth, he produced the Yin Marrow Tiger Tally, and mimicking Hua Xin's technique, slammed it upward with all his might. Boom! A monstrous surge of chilling Yin Kai rose, like a dark cloud, into the heavens. The hellhound's sneer vanished, replaced by sudden gravity. It shifted through the void midair, evading the cloud of Yin Kai and landing at a distance. Upon seeing what Fang Chen held, the pupils of its four crimson eyes constricted. With a heavy thud, it collapsed onto all fours, prostrating itself while emitting guttural, unintelligible sounds. Was it submitting? Though its speech was incomprehensible, its posture was unmistakably one of total surrender. Fang Chen was stunned. He had braced himself for a struggle to the death, only for the situation to take this sudden turn. He looked at the Yin Marrow Tiger Tally. This was undoubtedly what the beast feared. Could this Tiger Tally truly command armies, perhaps even a legion of creatures from the underworld? Dazed, Fang Chen wondered who Hua Xin truly was and what heaven-defying treasure he had managed to seize. He watched the two-headed hellhound before him, uncertain of how to proceed. To keep a creature of the nascent soul realm, one so cunning and ferocious, at his side seemed far from a wise decision. Suddenly, the hellhound jerked its head upward, staring at the distant sky with visible terror. Fang Chen sensed it too and turned toward the horizon. A wave of golden Buddhist light surged from the horizon, dazzling and majestic, as if a golden sun were rising. It was the seal, bearing Vajra, they were hunting the hellhound. The beast whimpered, its claws digging into the earth in fear. It yearned to flee, yet dared not move under the presence of the yin marrow tiger Tally. Fang Chen barked, begone. Should the seal, bearing Vajra, find them both, he would surely be overjoyed to deliver both the man and the beast at once. The hellhound did not understand his words, and gazed at him helplessly. Fang Chen decisively stowed the yin marrow tiger Tally and waved his sleeve, gesturing for the beast to depart. The two-headed hellhound, as if granted a divine reprieve, scrambled to its feet and fled in haste. Yet, after but a few steps, it halted and turned its heads to gaze at Fang Chen. One of the dog heads parted its jaws to disgorge a black bell, which it kicked toward him with a paw while muttering incomprehensible gibberish. Sensing the encroaching golden radiance, it no longer looked back, transforming into a plume of black flame and vanishing into the distance. Fang Chen was bewildered. Was this a gift intended for him? He approached, utilizing spiritual power to wash away the viscous saliva before wrapping the object in cloth. Perceiving no immediate peril, he held it in his palm to observe. It was a black bell, slightly larger than a palm, bearing a resemblance to the magical artifacts used by mortal Taoist priests during their rites. Lacking the time for deeper study, he swiftly stowed the bell and unearthed the bronze array disc. He then pressed a dust-free talisman against his chest and leaned tight against the stone wall, remaining motionless. Om Mani Padme Hum, a grand, sonorous Buddhist mantra, accompanied by resplendent golden light, approached from the distance. At first, Fang Chen felt the mantra instilled a sense of tranquility, however. His consciousness soon grew hazy as he uncontrollably began to listen intently to the divine sound. Snapping awake just in time, he immediately sealed his sense of hearing. Eerily, the mantra manifested directly within the depths of his soul. Greatly alarmed, he fought with all his might, struggling not to lose himself within the chanting. At that moment, a lotus pedestal, radiating a blinding golden luster soared overhead. The chanting reached its zenith under the illumination of the Buddha light. Fang Chen felt the mantra flood his entire mind, its influence now irresistible. The light faded from his eyes as he sank into the depths of the sound, his body taking steps forward against his will, prepared to follow the source of the chant. Squeak, squeak, in the moment of crisis, the little killin bit down hard on Fang Chen's chest. The piercing pain jolted Fang Chen awake. Without hesitation, he began to silently recite the Taoist spirit, forgetting incantation. 9 stars in the heavens, 9 palaces upon the earth, 100 joints within my frame, 10,000 gods follow my lead. Let the 3 corpses be hidden, let the 5 kai flow freely, through the 3 danshan and 4 limbs, let movement and rest be centered. Dragon and tiger, 8 trigrams, guard my true form, let myriad demons and spirits dare not offend the true official. Under the influence of the incantation, the soul, seizing mantra, finally began to dissipate from his mind. Upon the distant lotus pedestal, the Vajra of the Dharma seal seemed to sense something and turned his head, gazing back toward the dark mountain path. Sensing the aura of the two-headed hellhound nearby, he withdrew his gaze, steered the lotus pedestal, and led the assembly of monks away. Only long after their departure did Fang Chen collapse onto his knees with a heavy thud. His garments were completely drenched in sweat, and his face was deathly pale, a result of extreme mental exhaustion. Even though he had only offered a modicum of resistance, it had drained his entire mental capacity. And this was merely the peripheral influence of the Vajra's mantra. He dared not imagine the consequences of facing the Vajra of the Dharma seal directly. Most likely, in a single encounter, he would lose his sense of self and be forcibly converted on the spot. He couldn't help but shiver. Quickly gathering his belongings, he raced toward the teleportation array. Before long, he reached the vicinity of the teleportation array, where he found 3 figures waiting. They were Ren Guhong, Wu Manyue, and a graceful young maiden with whom they were conversing. She possessed a slender stature and fair skin. Her features were exceedingly beautiful. He surmised she must be a senior disciple they were acquainted with. Seeing Fang Chen return, Ren Guhong let out a long sigh of relief and stepped forward immediately. "Junior brother Fang, did that hellish creature not pursue you?" Since neither he nor Wu Manyue were harmed, the beast must have targeted Fang Chen. Fang Chen replied with a complex tone. It was chased away by the Vajra of the Dharma seal. Ren Guhong's face lit up with joy. That is good, truly good. Come, this is no place to linger, we must depart at once. Fang Chen, also fearing another encounter with the Vajra, hurried onto the teleportation array. Wu Manyue crossed her arms over her chest and cast a sidelong glance at Fang Chen. With an awkward huff, she said, "You saved me this time, thanks. Our past grievances are now wiped clean." Fang Chen chuckled. This woman's temperament changed as quickly as flipping the pages of a book. He hadn't expected a sincere thanks to seem so unnatural, as if it were costing her very life. Ren Guhong added, "I will no longer pursue the matter of the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus either. However, you must be mentally prepared regarding Ye Banxia. That woman is incredibly arrogant and has never suffered a loss, yet you played her so miserably, 2 strikes with a mace and a kick to the stomach. I wager she will remember you for a lifetime. You must be wary of her." Fang Chen scoffed. "She caused me so much trouble, I only regret not hitting her harder." As he spoke, he produced a jade talisman. "Let us leave first. This place is far too perilous." Ren Guhong nodded and called out, "Junior sister Leoli, come quickly." The slender girl immediately lifted her skirt and trotted toward the array. She gave a sweet smile. "I lost my jade talisman. I must trouble you 2 senior brothers, and junior brother Fang as well, to give me a ride." Leoli, Fang Chen was startled. Was that not the name of his child's mother? What a coincidence, to share the same name. "You are welcome," he nodded, activating the jade talisman. The spatial array immediately surged into motion. Ren Guhong exhaled a breath of relief, his gaze sweeping over Leoli as he spoke. "Junior brother Fang, your batch of new disciples is truly blessed by the heavens with profound fortune in beauties. I have heard rumors of several exceptionally stunning female disciples. This junior sister Leoli must surely be one among them. Yes." Fang Chen's brows arched upward, his gaze shifting toward Leoli in sheer bewilderment. "Is she not a senior disciple? I saw you exchanging joyful banter with her just moments ago." "Among the new disciples, there is absolutely no record of such a person." Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue froze in momentary shock, before their visages warped into expressions of profound horror, both recoiling in unison. Wu Manyue's voice sank into a grave timbre. "Junior brother Fang, she claimed but a moment ago to be a newly inducted disciple and an acquaintance of yours. It was solely upon this premise that we conversed with her." Ren Guhong decisively drew his magical artifact, the cold gleam of the weapon matching his solemn tone. "Junior brother Fang, among our ranks of senior disciples, such a figure does not exist." A heavy thud echoed within Fang Chen's chest. If this enigmatic woman was neither a senior disciple nor a newly inducted one, then she must be. A chilling, sinister giggle of eerie seduction slithered from Leoli's lips. Unbeknownst to them all, her eyes had become pools of abyssal black. Gnashing her pearly white teeth, a voice dripping with venomous malice hissed forth, "You wretched cur, you have finally fallen into my trap." Fang Chen's countenance drastically contorted in shock as he cried out, "It is you. You lingering phantom, you simply refuse to dissipate." He hastily channeled his lightning Tao divine ability, yet having been entirely caught off guard, his casting was fraught with desperate urgency. However, Hua Xin had long orchestrated this ambush. With a violent whip of her flowing hair, the obsidian strands enveloped Fang Chen entirely, intent on viciously dragging him out of the spatial teleportation formation. Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue were struck with immense shock, yet they decisively unleashed their might to aid him. "Begone, this is a grievance strictly between him and myself." Hua Xin let out a frigid snort. A monstrous torrent of Purian energy erupted from her very being, violently repelling the 2 cultivators and sending them crashing backward. The peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, the 2 cultivators violently inhaled a breath of cold air. In that hair's breadth moment of peril, Fang Chen invoked the power of heavenly lightning. Though his reserves were meager, it ought to have been sufficient to suppress Hua Xin's dark arts. Yet to his dismay, Hua Xin was profoundly prepared, a shroud of yin energy, as thick and abyssal as black ink, condensed upon her skin, utterly nullifying the incoming bolts of lightning. "Cease your futile struggles, there is no escape for you." She vaulted out of the array's boundaries and gave a savage yank, intent on dragging out Fang Chen, who was now bound as tightly as a cocoon. At this perilous juncture, with a mere flick of his divine will, from within the heavenly thunderstone flew forth the mortal remains of an exalted high monk. Draped in a sacred cassock and exuding an aura of solemn majesty. The instant the relic appeared, a resplendent and boundless Buddhist luminescence radiated from its form. Caught entirely off guard by the holy radiance, Hua Xin was violently illuminated, immediately unleashing a wretched howl of agony. Under the purging brilliance of the Buddhist light, the demonic hair constricting Fang Chen furiously evaporated into thick plumes of black smoke before snapping apart entirely. In that exact crystalline moment, the spatial teleportation formation successfully activated. Unwilling to accept defeat, Hua Xin's severed tresses lunged forward once more, slashing across his flesh with a vicious swipe like countless demonic tentacles. Alas, her efforts were too late. Fang Chen had already been engulfed by the teleportation forces and whisked away. However, an unforeseen twist occurred. Though her dark tendrils failed to ensnare Fang Chen, they ripped a tiny, innocent-eyed living creature straight from his embrace. Hua Xin froze in sheer bewilderment. What in the world is this thing? She stared blankly at the little Killen, and the little Killen blinked back at her with unblemished innocence. Enveloped in the blinding white light of teleportation, Fang Chen abruptly sensed the anomaly and cried out in alarm, "Little Killen, hurry and follow me." The little Killen tumbled midair, frantically executing its spatial evasion art. Snapping back to her senses, Hua Xin realized just how immensely Fang Chen valued this little spirit beast. There was no way she would allow it to escape her grasp. Pained at the agonizing cost, she opened her maw and spat out a chain glowing with a hazy, blood-red luminescence, instantaneously lassoing the little Killen's neck. The little Killen plunged into the blinding white light via its spatial evasion art, yet the sinister chain around its neck remained unyielding. Before it could dive into the safety of Fang Chen's arms, Hua Xin gave a savage yank, forcefully dragging the little Killen back into her domain. "Woo, master, I've been captured by a ghost," the little Killen wailed in terror. Hua Xin scoffed coldly. "Return the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet to me." Infuriated yet unwavering, Fang Chen manifested the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet without a shred of hesitation. "Compared to the little Killen, what worth did such mere worldly possessions hold?" At that precise moment, the world around him began to spin violently. He was utterly incapable of tossing the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet with any precision, much less guaranteeing that Hua Xin would honor her word and release the little Killen. Hua Xin, too, realized the complication. Pinches of her fingers calculated the passage of time, prompting her to stomp her foot in pure frustration. "Damn it! The designated time for your exploration of the subterranean world is at an end. There is no time for you to return and complete this trade." Boiling with rage, she bellowed, "Insolent brat! Exactly 1 month from now, bring the Yin Marrow Tiger amulet to exchange for this spirit beast. I shall not mistreat it during this interim. But mark my words, if you fail to appear, this spirit beast will remain in these subterranean depths to keep me company for all eternity." Fang Chen could hear her echoing voice, yet the swirling void rendered him utterly incapable of issuing a response. As the dizzying vortex reached its zenith, his feet slammed onto solid ground. Without a second thought, Fang Chen instantly lunged back toward the downward spatial teleportation formation. Ren Guhong firmly seized his arm, restraining him. "Junior brother, halt, it is too late. The remaining time is simply insufficient for you to descend and ascend again. Otherwise, once the spatial limits expire, you shall be marooned within the subterranean world for an entire month." Wu Manyue echoed his sentiments. "Junior brother Fang, so long as you hold that artifact of Faulian energy, she dare not harm your spirit pet. For the time being, you may set your heart at ease. Wait until a month has passed. We shall gather our most formidable experts. Together, we shall aid you in reclaiming your companion, and we will utterly obliterate her while we are at it." To think that this female wraith had actually deceived them both, Wu Manyue was consumed with a towering rage. First outmaneuvered by Ye Banxia, then deceived by a female wraith, this journey to the subterranean world was truly stifling. Fang Chen regained his composure. The little Kirin possessed the divine pearl of merit within its body, and feared not the corrosion of this land's yin kai. Staying for a month would be of little consequence. However, were he to be trapped here for a month, the consequences would be dire. "We ascend first," he uttered, suppressing his smoldering ire. "Once I return, I shall find a way to cultivate the 6 divisions of Heavenly Thunder Immortal Blade. When that time comes, I shall strike that female wraith with a blade so massive and long that her soul shall be scattered to the ends of the heavens." The group hurried toward the ascending teleportation array, where a crowd had gathered, among whom were Liu Qingxian and her companions. "Xiao Chen, where have you been? We searched the entire 8th level and could not find you." Liu Qingxian greeted him with a hint of melancholy. Only then did Fang Chen recall that he had left a message on the 7th level stating he was heading to the 8th. He hadn't expected to be hunted and forced to flee into the 9th level, causing them such worry. I ended up on the 9th level by accident. Fang Chen apologized, taking her hand. I was forced by circumstance. I am truly sorry. Liu Qingxian silenced him, chiding softly. Why are you apologizing? It is we who should apologize. We were unable to assist you when you were in peril. Xia Keoj also approached, asking gently, Martial uncle, are you injured? Fang Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he replied, I am unharmed. Liang Feiyan stepped forward and gave his chest a light, playful punch. You fellow, do not dare venture to the 9th level alone again. If a female wraith were to spirit you away, junior sisters Liu and Xia would surely weep.
Fang Chen was speechless. He had indeed encountered a female wraith, and a most formidable one at that.
At that moment, a chorus of cheerful bell-like laughter rang out. Senior sister Liu, senior sister Xia, look what I have discovered. From afar, a young girl with her hair tied in twintails, adorned with 2 peach blossom hairpins, ran toward them, laughing merrily. She wore a pale yellow round neck shorts, sleeved top, and a light red rippled skirt. Beneath the knee-length skirt were a pair of slender, shapely, snow-white calves, and on her feet were a pair of pristine white deerskin boots. Her face was round and supple, her skin smooth and delicate, brimming with the vitality of youth. 2 watery eyes, like black gemstones, were set within her face, accompanied by a pert nose and rosy lips. As she ran, her infectious laughter filled the air, imbuing all who heard it with a sense of vibrant energy. What an adorable little sister! Even Wu Manyue could not help but feel affection, tempted to pinch the girl's cute cheeks.
Fang Chen grew suspicious. Is she not one of your senior disciples? There was no such woman among the new disciples. Wu Manyue and Ren Guhong immediately went on guard. They had just been severely deceived by that female wraith, and the 8th level was not without its own foul specters. Junior brother Fang, there is no such person among our senior disciples, Wu Manyue said, her eyes narrowing.
Fang Chen laughed out of pure exasperation. What a coincidence. There is no such person among our new disciples either. Have these damned wraiths grown addicted to deception?
The fact that Hua Xin had abducted the little Kirin had already incensed Fang Chen now. Another female wraith had the audacity to try and deceive him.
My apologies, but you shall have to bear the brunt of my fury. Within the adorable girl's embrace, a certain object stirred, emitting a faint murmur. Why do I feel that this brat's expression is not quite right? The girl was none other than Gu Zinner, who had successfully infiltrated the pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. She appeared with her true countenance and used her real name. Regardless, her name and appearance had never been publicly revealed. To the outside world, she always wore a Peking opera mask and went by the singular name Gu. No one would ever suspect her of being the Vice Tower Lord of the First-Class Junction Tower, a mighty expert of the nascent Soul Realm.
She had disguised her cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm, easily earning the favor of several Vice Pavilion Lords.
She was immediately inducted under Chen Zhengdao's tutelage, becoming Liu Qingxian's junior sister.
After her apprenticeship, she could not wait a single moment. She hurriedly followed Fang Chen's trail into the subterranean world and quickly befriended Liu Qingxian and Xia Keoj.
Everything had proceeded according to plan. She had now successfully drawn close to Fang Chen. She approached Fang Chen with a beaming smile. You must be senior brother Fang Chen. Yes, I am your junior sister, Gu Zinner. Greetings, senior brother.
Internally, she sneered, Little rogue, we finally meet again. You could never have dreamed that I would lurk by your side. I wonder what you will think upon meeting this adorable junior sister for the first time.
5 thunders, righteous heaven palm. A thunderous roar erupted without warning.
Gu Zinner was stunned as she saw thunderous light suddenly coil around Fang Chen's hand, which had been hidden behind his back.
He struck her without the slightest preamble. The formidable power of lightning blasted her away on the spot. Her beautiful garments were scorched black in several places, and bloody streaks appeared across her exposed skin.
To maintain her disguise as a disciple, she had deliberately suppressed her realm. Coupled with the suddenness of the sneak attack, she could not withstand the blow.
A metallic taste filled her throat as a trace of blood spilled from her lips. She was dazed. What happened? Why did he strike me out of nowhere? Has my identity been exposed?
But I only spoke 2 sentences. What bewildered her even more was
Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue also struck in succession. When dealing with foul specters that dared to approach them with such audacity, they had to be purified on the spot. However, just as the two were about to strike, Fang Chen's expression suddenly stiffened. Stop, he shouted. Staring at the jarring, bright red blood at the corner of Gu Zinner's mouth, his heart skipped a beat. He rushed forward to help her up. He said, sheepishly, My apologies, I mistook you for a female wraith. Foul specters could not possibly shed fresh blood. This adorable girl truly was a new disciple. Beating someone up the moment they met, what a mess this was. Mistook me for a female wraith. Gu Zinner looked at her charred clothes and her face, blackened by the soot, her blood pressure soaring in rage. She was no ghost, yet she had been beaten until she looked like one. That scoundrel, he surely did it on purpose. The more she pondered, the more wrath consumed her, and she could scarcely resist unleashing a killing blow to settle everything once and for all. Ren Guhong and Wu Manyue timely withdrew their hands, their faces etched with stunned bewilderment. This is a person. What a truly adorable and beautiful junior sister. Beholding Gu Zinner's piteous state, the two hastily retracted the talismans and magical artifacts they held, then feigned indifference, averting their gaze elsewhere. Fang Chen glanced guiltily towards Gu Zinner, who was glaring daggers at him. Senior brother Ren, senior sister Wu, it is entirely your fault, both of you, for insisting that junior sister Gu was a female ghost. You two should swiftly offer her your sincerest apologies. Shameless, Gu Zinner seethed inwardly. The scoundrel himself inflicted the injuries, yet he sought to blame others. She had never witnessed such brazen impudence. Her indignation, mounted with each passing thought to forgive Fang Chen so readily, would be far too lenient a consequence for him. After a moment's contemplation, she hesitated briefly, then gritted her teeth and began to wail, clutching her head. Such dizziness! Senior sister Liu, pray take me back to master, and tell him someone assaulted me. As she spoke, she dramatically collapsed into Liu Qingxian's arms. Liu Qingxian reprimanded, Xiao Chen, you should ascertain the truth before acting, and your strikes were so merciless. How are we to explain this to Vice Pavilion Master Chen? Fang Chen rubbed his nose. For their new disciple to be beaten into such a state on their very first day, it would be truly strange if Chen Zhengdao did not erupt in fury. He could only appease Gu Zinner, so he cleared his throat and said, Junior sister Gu, I shall bestow upon you 2 rejuvenation elixirs, one for healing your injuries presently, and the other as compensation. Gu Zinner shed tears of grievance, and her eyes glistening with tears, she declared, I refuse. I shall indeed report this transgression. This presented quite a predicament. Just as Fang Chen found himself in a thorny situation, Gu Zinner's eyes twinkled with a cunning glint, and she declared, unless you also permit me to join your ranks, then I shall forgive you. Join their team. Fang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, there were still 3 vacant positions, but was Gu Zinner a suitable candidate? Her background and strength remained entirely unknown. Woo, senior sister Liu, pray take me back swiftly. I am in such agony. I feel I am on the verge of collapsing. Gu Zinner wailed in earnest. Liu Qingxian said anxiously, Xiao Chen, what more do you hesitate for? Fang Chen felt his head swell with exasperation and said, very well, then I shall permit you to join. However, if your performance proves unsatisfactory, you shall be expelled at any given moment. Gu Zinner immediately ceased her wailing. Wiping away her tears on Liu Qingxian's shoulder, her adorable face, still streaked with tear stains, instantly blossomed into a smile. Thank you, senior brother Fang. Yet inwardly, she cackled with triumph. Master, do you see? I have successfully drawn close to Fang Chen. Henceforth, for every mission, I shall remain by his side. Once the opportunity arises, I shall strike him down with a single swift blow. The residual soul within the hairpin smiled with profound satisfaction, and with genuine delight uttered, excellent, truly excellent. You have finally learned a measure of his brazen impudence. In times past, you would have disdained feigning illness and weeping to gain advantage. Now it seems, allowing Gu Zinner to temper herself alongside Fang Chen was a decision of utmost sagacity. Behold, after merely a single day of interaction, she had already mastered the art of learning on the fly, assimilating a measure of Fang Chen's brazenness, and even securing a small benefit. Gu Zinner's small face flushed crimson. Who dares say I have learned his shamelessness? I am not like him. This, I declare, is ingenuity and resourcefulness. The residual soul within the hairpin nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, for Fang Chen himself holds the very same belief. In this vast mortal realm, who among all beings would ever consider themselves shameless? Gu Zinner's crimson lips pursed faintly, her cheeks burning with heat, and inwardly, she seethed with immense shame and indignation. Scoundrel, you have sullied me. After merely 1 day as your junior sister, you have molded me into this state. I must swiftly put an end to your existence. Beholding Gu Zinner's immediate recovery, Fang Chen was left speechless, and commanded, depart from this place with haste. The underground realm is on the verge of closing. The group immediately made their way to the teleportation array, ascending through its layers of transference, and not long after, finally returned to the teleportation hall. Yu Yunzi swept his gaze across the assembly and nodded, saying, "Quite good, none are wounded. You are the final cohort of disciples to emerge, and with many new disciples among you, I had feared you might have encountered some misfortune below." A thought stirred within Fang Chen's mind. If they were indeed the last group of disciples, then only one faction remained yet to emerge from the underground realm, did it not? The monks of White Horse Temple. But suddenly, the teleportation array beneath their feet began to churn once more, forcibly propelling all those upon it beyond its confines. A glint of keen discernment flashed in Yu Yunzi's eyes. Those monks are about to emerge. I wonder if they have found what they sought this time. Oh, Fang Chen questioned, surprised. They are searching for something. Are they not merely tasked with apprehending the infernal beings of the 10th layer? Yu Yunzi replied, apprehending infernal beings is merely a secondary objective. For these many years, White Horse Temple has, from time to time, dispatched cohorts of monks hither, in search of a mysterious ancient scripture. An ancient scripture. Fang Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, recalling the black Buddhist scripture discovered within the foreign mausoleum. Could it be that this was precisely what White Horse Temple had been seeking? What is it? Do you possess any clues? Beholding Fang Chen lost in thought, Yu Yunzi inquired with surprise. Fang Chen shook his head and replied, "None. I merely wonder what manner of ancient scripture could be worthy of White Horse Temple's pursuit. They are a true grand sect, with a bodhisattva presiding over them. How could they possibly lack scriptures? And why would they come to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion to seek it?" Yu Yunzi, for his part, harbored no suspicion regarding his words. After all, Fang Chen was but a newcomer. How could a new disciple, descending into the underground realm for the very first time, possibly discover a Buddhist scripture that White Horse Temple had sought for centuries without success? That would indeed be truly heaven-defying. He stroked his beard and said, "Those who seek this scripture are the bodhisattvas of successive generations. The bodhisattvas of the Buddhist gate are equivalent to a soul formation realm cultivator among Dharma practitioners. Furthermore, it is not merely the contemporary bodhisattva who seeks it, but all bodhisattvas throughout history have pursued it. Thus, that scripture must be extraordinarily potent." Buzz, the spatial teleportation array suddenly began to vibrate intensely, as an invisible force of space forcibly displaced all those standing upon it, pushing them away from the array. A sharp gleam flashed in Yu Yunzi's eyes, and he declared, "The cultivators from White Horse Temple are emerging." Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen directly activated his movement technique, departing the teleportation hall, and blended into the multitude gathered before its entrance. Having narrowly escaped being purified and converted by the Buddhist chants, he harbored an aversion to these monks, seeking to maintain as great a distance as possible. Yu Yunzi gazed intently at the teleportation array, when he suddenly detected a trace of chilling, sinister yin energy. He roared in a low voice, "Quickly, flee. These monks have once again apprehended an infernal being." Upon hearing his words, the multitude, terrified, scrambled to escape the grand hall. Even Yu Yunzi himself dared not linger, and vanished in a flash. Rumble, the teleportation hall immediately erupted with violent tremors akin to mountains collapsing and earth rending. A terrifying behemoth, 100 zhang in stature, instantly shattered and propelled the very roof of the teleportation hall far into the sky. The two hideous heads slammed against each other, causing the walls of the great hall on both sides to collapse. The billowing yin energy they emitted forced the surrounding disciples to retreat repeatedly, however, before it could rush out and wreak havoc. Vajraphayan stood upon a lotus throne with his fellow monks, suppressing the back of the two-headed hellhound. Streaks of visible golden Sanskrit characters wove into chains, binding the beast tightly. Massive amounts of yin energy were evaporated from its body, causing the two-headed hellhound to howl in agony, yet it remained powerless to break free. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion stood suspended in the air, frowning as he asked, "Must you cause such a massive commotion every time you visit?" The fair-skinned Vajraphayan pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. "We have disturbed your esteemed pavilion." "This is Shura karmic fire, discovered on the 10th floor. Consider it compensation." He produced a cluster of blood, red flames enveloped in Buddhist light, a tiny flicker no larger than a candle flame, appearing as if it might disperse with a single breath. Yet, the moment it was revealed, even through Vajraphayan's Buddhist light, it radiated a scorching heat that turned the very air scalding. Fang Chen was slightly startled. Was this karmic fire comparable to the mysterious black flames of the Vice Tower, Lord of the Xianxia Yibin Tower? The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion showed a look of satisfaction. Master Fayan is too polite. He raised his hand to receive the Shura karmic fire, then returned the golden Buddha spirit artifact that Vajraphayan had temporarily lent him.
Has Master Phayan found the object of his desire?
Phayan reclaimed the golden Buddha and shook his head slightly, his expression indifferent. My affinity with the Buddha is shallow. I failed to locate that ancient scripture.
Soon after, his peaceful eyes scanned the surroundings as he spoke. Young benefactors, has any among you discovered a black ancient scripture?
The crowd remained expressionless, whispering among themselves. Fang Chen also feigned indifference, asking those beside him about the nature of this black ancient scripture.
Little did they know, his heart was pounding wildly. What the White Horse Temple sought was indeed that black Buddhist scripture.
Vajraphayan scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering slightly on Fang Chen, but seeing him questioning others in confusion, he moved his eyes away.
After a long silence with no response, he could only sigh softly and say, "Should anyone find that ancient scripture in the future, you may come to the White Horse Temple to seek this humble monk.
I shall personally recommend them to enter any great sect and pledge to assist them in breaking through to the nascent soul realm within 10 years. This promise remains valid indefinitely."
Everyone present was moved, including Fang Chen. A promise from Vajraphayan was surely no falsehood.
To achieve the nascent soul realm in 10 years, the White Horse Temple certainly possessed the strength to fulfill such a vow. The peak of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm was the final destination for nearly all martial artists. A single step forward was an insurmountable chasm, one that could not be crossed without great opportunity and supreme providence. And here before them lay such an opportunity who could remain unmoved. Yet Fang Chen understood that if he dared to produce it, he would surely be forcibly ordained into the Buddhist path.
Moreover, a black Buddhist scripture that could make Vajraphayan offer such conditions must have a value far exceeding that of reaching the nascent soul realm.
He would never engage in a losing trade. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion grew silent. It seemed the White Horse Temple was becoming desperate for this black Buddhist scripture.
Generations of monks from the White Horse Temple who visited had tried to mobilize the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to search, offering generous rewards.
But such a staggering reward as promising the nascent soul realm within 10 years was a first. Even for a colossal power like the White Horse Temple, nurturing a nascent soul realm cultivator was an arduous task.
Coupled with the increasingly frequent visits from the White Horse Temple over the past decades, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion vaguely guessed something. Of course, he would not voice his suspicions. "Master Phayan, I shall also have my disciples keep an eye out for you."
Vajraphayan nodded in gratitude. "Much thanks, Pavilion Master. This humble monk shall trouble you no longer. Farewell."
The Lotus Throne ascended, carrying the two-headed hellhound into the high heavens. Just as he was about to leave the bounds of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Vajraphayan suddenly looked down at Fang Chen in the crowd and smiled lightly.
"Benefactor Fang, the gates of my White Horse Temple are always open to you. You are welcome to seek me in the Great Taking Prefecture at any time." Fang Chen's face darkened. "Thank you for your concern, Master, but please keep the gates tightly shut. Don't leave even a crack, thank you."
Vajraphayan laughed heartily and departed upon his lotus throne. Though he left with grace, his parting words left the veteran disciples, who were still unaware of the situation, in a state of unrest. What? This person is on Vajraphayan's ordination list. Who is he? Which one is this benefactor Fang? In an instant, the area around Fang Chen was cleared as people scrambled away. The veteran disciples looked like old men who hadn't seen a woman in years suddenly encountering a beautiful young maiden, their eyes gleaming with intensity. Fang Chen was incensed that bald monk had left, yet he still had to light a fire under him. Of course, Fang Chen didn't lose out either that bald monk Phayan would never obtain the black Buddhist scripture. "What qualifications do you have to be on the list? Show us." A command that brooked no argument came from behind the crowd. The disciples parted the way, and 7 men and women dressed in red attire walked forward. Regardless of gender, they all wore uniform robes of deep crimson. The women appeared strikingly elegant and gorgeous, like peonies in full bloom. The men seemed bold and magnificent, their overbearing auras pressing down upon all. At their head was a middle-aged disciple with a square, jawed face and a stalwart build, stepping forward with a tiger-like gait. Within his eyes resided a power that could seize one's very soul. Seeing this person so overbearing that even the senior disciples were wary, Fang Chen likely guessed his identity. If no accident occurred, he was surely Ye Banxia, one of the 4 mythical prodigies. He was the leader of Wuji, the strongest team within the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Fang Chen remained undaunted. Had the man been of the older generation at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm perfection, like the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters, he might have been somewhat wary. But a realm held without the tempering of ages meant his spiritual power was merely a tier more abundant. Though strong, he could not unleash the suffocating attacks characteristic of those seasoned seniors who had accumulated power over many years. Fang Chen said indifferently, "Though I do not particularly like Grandmaster Fa Yin, I wish to speak a word on his behalf. Who are you to question how I handle my business? Truly laughable."
If Vajra Fa Yin wished to deliver Fang Chen, did he need Lai Shanqiu's permission? Who did he think he was to question Fang Chen's qualifications?
If he had the capability, he could chase down Vajra Fa Yin and ask him himself. The murmurs that had been rippling through the crowd vanished instantly. Eyes widened in shock. Perhaps only Ye Banxia would dare speak to Lai Shanqiu in such a manner. Of course, Lai Shanqiu also did not dare to command Ye Banxia, as he had just tried to do with Fang Chen. Bullying only occurs when there is a vast disparity in strength between the truly powerful. There is usually mutual respect. The expressions of the team members behind Lai Shanqiu turned cold as they shifted their stances. As subordinates, how could they stand by while their leader was insulted? Lai Shanqiu raised a hand, and they immediately fell silent, though they continued to glare coldly at Fang Chen. Even as a new disciple, you should have guessed who I am by now, correct? Lai Shanqiu's eyes were cold, yet you still dare speak to me thus. It seems you truly do possess some skill.
I shall test for myself whether the legendary transcendence list of Vajra Fa Yin is an empty boast.
A crushing aura of the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm perfection erupted from him as the center. Fang Chen's gaze remained calm as he lifted his foot, about to step forward. However, the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, standing suspended in the air, spoke indifferently. "I have not yet departed. Disperse.
Prepare to submit your identity tokens to tally your merit points." Lai Shanqiu instantly withdrew his spiritual power. He shot Fang Chen a deep look and said, "We shall continue this battle later."
Fang Chen did not bother to acknowledge him, instead curiously taking out his identity token. Could this object automatically record merits? He joined the others, holding his identity token as he queued for registration.
Standing behind the crowd, Manager Yunyong wore an expression of profound astonishment.
Fang Chen actually made it onto Vajra Fa Yin's transcendence list. Xianxia, why didn't you tell me?
Xianxia gave a simple smile and said, "Does Master not know now?" Manager Yunyong let out a long sigh. "I have only ever heard of people from the Taking continent or the Sea Demon race appearing on the transcendence list.
To think one has appeared in our small corner of the world.
A pity, a true pity indeed."
PFFT, Jian Linyuan, and the others stifled their laughter, eagerly anticipating their master's reaction when the truth was revealed. Leng Qingzhu lowered her voice and said, "Junior Sister Shang, well done. Master reads her books from morning till night, and has almost become a dullard. She deserves to be teased like this."
Xianxia smiled triumphantly, but then a hint of worry crossed her face.
She said, "However, I didn't invite junior brother Fang into our team of senior siblings. When Master finds out, she won't blame me for not looking after the new disciple, will she?" Leng Qingzhu shook her head. "There is no need to worry about that. Junior brother Fang is a newcomer. After all, his joining would lower the team's average merits. Master will understand."
Xianxia was instantly relieved, quietly waiting for the moment the truth would be revealed, and her master would be beaming with joy. The merit points were personally tallied by the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters, with each disciple entering a private tent alone.
When it was Fang Chen's turn, he entered Gu Huaxi's tent. Gu Huaxi was holding a brush, shaking her head and sighing as she recorded the merits of the previous senior disciple. After registering a dozen or so, the highest was only 100 merit points.
"The exploration of the underground world is becoming increasingly difficult. I truly wonder how much longer this system can be sustained."
In truth, this problem had not just appeared. The flaws had surfaced as early as 100 years ago. The 10th floor remained unexplored for a long time, while the 9th floor was gradually being depleted. Fewer disciples came drawn by its reputation, and the resources available for extraction were drying up. But back then, a disciple's harvest would be at least 100 points at the very minimum.
Today, 100 years later, 100 merit points was considered a high score.
If this continued, the underground world would eventually become a barren wasteland, and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, which relied upon it, would utterly decline. Someone entered. Gu Huaxi looked up and saw that it was Fang Chen. Her tightly furrowed brows finally smoothed out, and she chuckled warmly. "Ah, it is you?
It must have been quite difficult to adapt to the underground world on your first visit, yes?"
Fang Chen nodded. "Indeed, it was quite disorienting.
especially that entity known as Huaxin. It was my first time encountering something so utterly bizarre. To think it could shapeshift into various appearances at will, but the truly terrifying part is that it seems capable of seeing right through the human heart. First, it perfectly imitated the divine charm and aura of Imperial Concu, Ye Banxia, and then it took the name Liulai. This was definitely no mere coincidence. This female ghost undoubtedly possessed the power to ensnare human hearts. Gu Huaxi smiled. It is perfectly normal. The oppressive yin energy alone in that place is enough to make anyone uncomfortable. You will grow accustomed to it after a few more visits. So, did you reap any harvest?
Fang Chen pondered for a moment before taking out his identity token. I suppose I have some, though I am unsure if they count towards my merit points. Gu Huaxi could not help but laugh. A newly initiated disciple at most ventures into the 7th layer.
The more audacious ones might merely wander around the 8th layer. Those 2 layers have been trampled over countless times by our predecessors.
Being able to scavenge a valuable piece of ore would already be considered a stroke of profound fortune. Where would there be any truly precious treasures left?
Gu Huaxi comforted him. Regardless of your harvest, do not let your heart be clouded by disappointment.
She received Fang Chen's identity token and placed it within a pillow-like jade magical artifact. As she did so, she patiently explained to Fang Chen, the calculation of merit points is divided into 2 distinct parts.
The first part depends on whether you have set foot in 2 domains undiscovered by our predecessors.
This is what the Heavenly Secret Pavilion values above all else, and it serves as the primary source of merit points.
The second part evaluates the magical artifacts you have obtained. The identity token will roughly sense the tier of the items and grant a corresponding merit score.
However, this portion holds a relatively minor weight. Even if you manage to unearth a spirit artifact, the awarded merit points would not exceed 1,000.
In a moment, regardless of the evaluation results, you must not be startled.
She was somewhat worried that Fang Chen would suffer a heavy blow to his confidence. There was a high probability that his merit points would simply be 0.
Thus, out of necessity, she sought to temper his expectations beforehand.
Fang Chen pondered silently in his heart.
According to Xianxia, that hidden dimension alone was worth 3,000 merit points.
The ancient tomb he had discovered alongside Wu Manyue and Ren Guhong appeared to be of a similar scale, meaning it should also warrant 3,000 merit points.
Even if divided equally, each person would still obtain 1,000.
Successively, he had acquired a black ancient scripture, a dragon heart, 9 blood lotus seeds, the death verdict pen, a bronze formation compass, the yin marrow tiger amulet, and a black bell. Surely, these divine treasures must be worth some measure of merit points.
Added all together, the baseline would be 4,000. Among the disciples who participated in this expedition, this sum could by no means be considered meager.
He nodded slightly. Very well, Pavilion Master Gu. My heart is prepared. I will not be startled.
Gu Huaxi nodded in faint approval. What she admired most was Fang Chen's unshakable composure.
It reminded her somewhat of her younger self. Even if the heavens were to collapse, she would remain utterly unfazed. At that exact moment, the final tally of his merit points manifested.
With a gentle smile, she glanced over, still murmuring, as long as your heart is prepared, that is all that matters.
How much?
She stood up abruptly in sheer astonishment. The Kai force, unintentionally erupting from her body, sent the heavy wooden desk before her flying into the air.
Fang Chen hurriedly pressed the desk down, appeasing her. Pavilion Master Gu, do not be so agitated. Please calm yourself.
One could not blame Gu Huaxi for her profound shock, for the shimmering numbers displayed upon the magical artifact read 8,000 merit points. Even a century ago, such an astronomical sum of merit points would have been nothing short of earth-shattering.
Over the past several decades, the highest recorded achievement had merely been 6,000 merit points.
Furthermore, that record was solely achieved because a veteran disciple had endured a prolonged and arduous exploration of the 9th layer,
deducing the locations of 2 hidden dimensions to accumulate such towering merit. Ever since then, not even a score of 2,000 merit points had graced the annals. Now a legendary tally of 8,000 merit points had suddenly erupted from nowhere, and from the hands of a newly initiated disciple, no less. Who could possibly remain unastonished? There was undoubtedly some error at play.
Utterly disbelieving, Gu Huaxi picked up the identity token and inserted it into the magical artifact once more.
Yet the radiant numbers that manifested remained an unwavering 8,000.
Gu Huexi cried out in shock once again. Heavens above, how can this be possible?
The tent was but a temporary construct, serving only to block the line of sight. Her tremendous cry echoed clearly to the outside world.
It drew the unified gaze of all the nearby disciples, their faces painted with utter bewilderment.
The other 3 Vice Pavilion Masters were also startled, simultaneously leaning out of their enclosures to peer toward Gu Huexi.
Yu Yunzi's mouth twitched slightly. It seems the older this hag gets, the more erratic her temper becomes. Surely there is no need to make such a resounding fuss. Ye Banxia shook his head and remarked, her state of mind is regressing. She still needs to temper her Dao heart. Chen Zhengdao was rendered somewhat speechless, jumping at shadows and shrieking to the heavens, is it truly warranted?
Even the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion cast his gaze toward the scene, his brow arching slightly in curiosity.
In his recollection, Gu Huexi had always possessed exceptional composure. At that moment, Gu Huexi's voice drifted over Old Yu, Old Yi, Xiao Chen. Bring your magical artifacts over here at once.
The 3 exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with uncertainty.
Yao Yunzi's expression twitched as he approached first, cradling his detection artifact. I must see for myself. What manner of ghost has so thoroughly unsettled you? Ye Banxia likewise brought his magical artifact, preparing to step within. Abruptly an exclamation erupted, even more thunderous than Gu Huexi's how much. Have my eyes failed me?
The sheer force of the air stirred by this outcry nearly sent the tent flying into the heavens.
Ye Banxia looked on in utter confusion. Have these 2 old fools consumed the wrong medicinal pills today?
Clutching his detection artifact, he too ventured inside.
Yet moments later, a gruff, explosive shout of pure shock burst forth. Just how many zeros are there? This time the tent was truly appended. Chen Zhengdao, holding his own detection artifact, irritably pressed the fabric back down. You 3 truly become more restless as the years pass.
The prestige of the Vice Pavilion Masters of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion must be upheld by the younger generation like myself. Let me see what this is about.
A short while later, a vulgar curse of pure astonishment sent the innocent tent fluttering away in irregular shreds of cloth. 8,000.
Each outcry, louder than the last, left the gathered disciples utterly dazed and bewildered.
Even the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master, suspended in midair, could no longer endure the display.
His brow furrowed as he muttered, utterly unseemly.
Descending from the sky, he casually summoned a shroud of clouds to envelop the group, whose expressions were as though they had seen a spectral apparition.
Do not discard your dignity before the disciples.
Her mouth agape, Gu Huexi stammered, Pavilion Master, you must look.
She pointed a trembling finger toward the detection artifact.
The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master frowned, continuing to reprimand them, even as his gaze drifted toward the device. As Vice Pavilion Masters, what tempests have you not weathered? To lose yourselves so completely, do you not feel a sense of shame?
As he spoke, his pupils suddenly constricted, and the words he intended to say died in his throat. For the number that met his eyes was staggering 8,000.
Even the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was shaken to his core. In all the years since he had joined the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he had never witnessed a score exceeding 2,000. His mind was momentarily plunged into chaos. Gazing at Fang Chen, who was still but a new disciple, he asked, "What exactly did you do within?"
Fang Chen felt a flicker of guilt and asked, "Is my merit truly that high this time?"
The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master replied with utmost gravity, "It is the highest record in a century. It is no wonder they are so aghast."
Fang Chen immediately recounted his exploration of the 2 hidden spaces.
You, a mere new disciple, discovered 2 secret realms in succession upon your arrival. Yao Yunzi's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Gu Huexi was equally dumbfounded, and the crux of the matter is that this was not mere luck, but an exploration achieved through sheer strength.
Be it the mausoleum or the hidden space, neither was a discovery made by Fang Chen through accidental fortune. Former was an opportunity secured with a key, while the latter was forcibly unearthed through a lightning Dao divine technique.
Ye Banxia clicked his tongue in amazement. Very well, let us say those 2 hidden spaces granted you 4,000 merit points.
Then the remaining 4,000 points, how did you obtain them?
Even if one's luck were heaven, defying enough to find a spirit artifact, it would only be worth 1,000 merit points. The Vice Pavilion Masters stared at him in awe, hardly daring to believe what Fang Chen had acquired within to earn a valuation of 4,000 additional merit points.
Fang Chen asked, is it mandatory that I reveal this?
The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master finally regained his composure and said, there is no need.
It is the law of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion that all gains from the underground world belong to the finder. If you possess items for which you have no use, you may exchange them for merit points. That is how the treasures within our vault are amassed.
Fang Chen understood.
No wonder the 4 nascent soul strike jade talismans he had obtained differed not only in their techniques, but also in their potency. The first was the most formidable. The phantom palm it manifested could affect an area of 1,000 miles, far surpassing the subsequent 3.
It turned out they all originated from the underground world. He shook his head and said, I have use for these items. Besides, 8,000 merit points should be sufficient to exchange for what I desire.
The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips.
When the rankings are announced shortly, I expect it shall be quite a spectacle.
The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had been silent for too long. It was indeed time for a stir, to reignite the thirst for exploration within the hearts of all. As the harvests from the subterranean world grew increasingly scarce, the disciples' fervor for exploration began to wane.
This time, even before the appointed hour had arrived, the veteran disciples had all concluded their expeditions and returned early. In stark contrast, it was Fang Chen and the other new disciples who were the very last to emerge.
Fang Chen's gains would serve as a potent catalyst, certain to trigger a monumental sensation across the land.
The 4 Vice Pavilion Masters could already envision the scene to come: Fang Chen standing at the center of 10,000 gazes, bathed in boundless glory. His master would clasp his shoulder, face flushed with a radiant glow, brimming with immense pride and honor. At this thought, Yu Yunzi ground his teeth once more. That young girl, Xianxia, you have shattered this old man's dream.
Guhuxi's expression turned terrifyingly grim, the sound of her grinding teeth echoing sharply. Ignorant junior, you have fractured my Dao heart.
Just you wait.
Even Ye Banxia could not help but clench his fists, his gaze turning sharp and cold. We should never have allowed her to return from Boundary Mountain. A single lapse in judgment has become a lifelong regret. Chen Zhengdao was also incensed. Curse you, Xianxia, you are useless for success, but more than capable of ruin.
I shall remember this.
Outside the encampment, while the crowd suffered under the sun's scorching heat, Xianxia alone crossed her arms, shivering uncontrollably as if caught in a frigid gale.
Following that brief interlude, the tallying of merit points proceeded in an orderly and meticulous fashion.
Shortly after, the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets emerged holding 2 scrolls, one thin, the other thick. Unrolling the thin one, he declared first, the rankings for team merit points shall be announced.
The spirits of the crowd surged with anticipation.
The rankings were always divided into 2 parts. The first was for personal merit points, while the top-ranked teams were granted exclusive privileges. The first privilege was the right to select items from the team vault. Although far inferior to the rewards of the personal vault, it served as a generous additional bounty.
The second was the right of first refusal for missions. For tasks yielding high merit points or accompanied by rare treasures, the top-ranked teams were given priority.
This ensured that the formidable teams grew ever stronger, and the Wuji team had benefited immensely from this system.
This time, it was widely expected that the Wuji team would once again seize the first rank. Lai Shangqiu stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of expectation surfacing on his face. Each of the 7 of us has made significant discoveries. Our total merit points have finally surpassed 2,000, enough to exchange for the bright light brocade raiment in the team vault.
The 6 team members behind him were all filled with uncontrollable excitement. The bright light brocade raiment had always been the hallmark of the number 1 team.
Not only was the garment itself a spirit tool capable of warding off attacks from any below the nascent soul realm, it was also a majestic symbol of kingship. Only the premier team of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets possessed the qualification to wear it.
Alas, since 50 years ago, no team had been able to meet the requirements to don this raiment.
The threshold of 2,000 team merit points had proven an insurmountable barrier for all who followed. Now, under Senior Brother Lai's leadership, our Wuji team has finally allowed this kingly battle robe, dust-laden for half a century, to reappear in the world. On the surface, Lai Shangqiu remained impassive, yet his heart thrummed with suppressed excitement. He cared not for the garment's material value, rather, he craved the immense glory it represented, the glory of conquering history and ascending the highest peak. The master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets began to read the roster. The total number of teams, this time, is 20. The veteran disciples were slightly taken aback. This generation of newcomers is truly formidable. The criteria for forming a team had been raised, requiring the leader to reach the 8th level of the Golden Core realm.
Many veteran teams had yet to meet such a standard. Yet 2 teams of newcomers actually qualified. Could it be that the requirement has not yet been enforced?
A flicker of surprise crossed Lai Shanqiu's face, but he quickly dismissed it.
A mere fledgling team of newcomers could not possibly affect his standing.
There were only 2 teams capable of contending with him, one led by Ren Guhong and the other by Wang Chongling, one of the 4 mythical geniuses.
However, Wang Chongling's team had accepted a mysterious mission to the southern seas and had not entered the subterranean world this time.
The only individual worthy of concern was Ren Guhong, though the overall strength of Ren Guhong's team was inferior to his own. Ren Guhong himself possessed myriad methods, and often made discoveries in the subterranean world that others could not hope to match. I shall announce only the top 3. For the subsequent rankings, you may consult the list yourselves once it is posted. The master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets interrupted Lai Shanqiu's train of thought, and a heavy silence fell over the grounds. In their hearts, the disciples silently speculated on the order of the rankings. First place would undoubtedly go to Lai Shanqiu's Wuji team. Second place would most likely be held by Ren Guhong. As for third place, with Wang Chongling absent, the outcome was uncertain.
In any case, the top 3 positions were traditionally dominated by these 3 teams. Rarely could any other group hope to break into their ranks.
Third place Wuji team with 2,150 merit points, the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets announced, his voice steady and calm. Yet among the gathered disciples, a wave of shocked outcries erupted like a crashing sea. Wuji ranks 3rd, wait, their team merits have surpassed 2,000.
If my memory serves me well, not a single team has achieved such astronomical merits in recent decades, have they?
Yet, astonishingly, this merely earns them 3rd place. Not only were the disciples shaken to their core, but even the deacons unassociated with the merit tally were utterly dumbfounded, casting questioning gazes toward the 4 vice pavilion masters. Their unspoken question echoed loudly, could there have been a colossal mistake? 2,000 merit points, a monumental harvest that shattered a 50-year historical record, was inexplicably relegated to 3rd place.
The smile froze upon Lai Shanqiu's face. The blazing anticipation within his chest was snuffed out in an instant, as if drenched by a basin of glacial water.
3rd place. Wuji, a faction that rarely descended from the pinnacle of 1st place, had plummeted to 3rd, even whilst bearing a historically unparalleled record. He felt an absolute certainty that a grave error had occurred. Such an outcome was simply impossible. Behind him, the members of his team clamored in disbelief. Impossible, the rankings must be flawed. How could we be placed 3rd with such astronomical merits? Raising a hand to silence them, Lai Shanqiu gritted his teeth and declared, hold your tongues. Let us first see who stands above us. He found it utterly inconceivable. He could fathom Ren Guhong surpassing him, but what other entity possessed the might to stand above Wuji? The Heavenly Secret Pavilion master continued his grand proclamation, 2nd place, expedition with 4,000 merit points. A profound bewilderment swept through the senior disciples. This was a name utterly foreign to their ears. Lai Shanqiu's gaze sharpened abruptly. A team of novices, a fledgling team venturing into the subterranean world for the very first time and dwelling there for a mere day, had not only surpassed them but garnered twice their merits. The senior disciples entirely lost their composure, erupting into a cacophony of heated murmurs. Even the deacons found it unfathomable. The sheer absurdity of it defied the bounds of reason. A team of mere initiates had required only a single day upon their maiden trial to completely shatter a 50-year record. To claim their success was devoid of foul play would be pure folly. Mu Ying, the leader of expedition, widened his eyes in stark disbelief. We are only placed 2nd. His 6 comrades were equally astounded, prompting Yu Tiandu to gasp, how can this be possible? We possess only thus could we reap such a tremendous harvest. How could anyone possibly eclipse our haul? His overwhelming shock had nearly caused him to spill their darkest secret, though he managed to clamp his jaws shut just in time.
Mu Ying shook his head, fiercely rejecting the validity of this ranking.
He murmured darkly, could it be that the denizens of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion are guarding against us outlanders, intentionally falsifying the merits to suppress our rise? I refuse to believe it. In a subterranean world so utterly barren, how could anyone amass over 4,000 merits? Within the faction's treasury lay a supreme treasure they coveted above all else. Securing it would guarantee them absolute invincibility in their future endeavors. Procuring it was the absolute prime objective of their journey. Thus, They had exhausted every method and paid a steep price to reap those 4,000 merits. Yet ultimately, they achieved a mere second place. Should their unseen rival also set their sights upon that artifact, all their efforts would be rendered meaningless.
Who holds the pinnacle rank? Mu Ying muttered with immense bitter resentment, his fists clenched tight. Xianxia cast a distant glance at Ren Guhong.
He had presumed the victor would be him, yet Ren Guhong's visage was presently painted with pure astonishment, entirely devoid of the serene composure of a guaranteed champion. The supreme rank did not belong to Ren Guhong. Xianxia was genuinely paralyzed with shock. If it is not him, then who in the heavens could it be? Surely it could not be yet another novice team. If it truly is, then the heavens are playing a cruel jest.
First place, an exact 8,000 merits. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master, a faint smile playing upon his lips, projected his voice to declare the final victor. What followed was a profound, stretching silence. Within the vast expanse of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, naught remained but the endlessly echoing reverberations of the Pavilion Master's voice.
Save for the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters who had already weathered their shock, the remainder of the crowd erupted from their silence into a tsunami of earth-shattering disbelief.
How much? 8,000 merits. Are we absolutely certain the detecting magical artifact has not malfunctioned?
A mere team of initiates possessing 8,000 merit points. The deacons were left utterly dumbfounded, jaws slack in awe. Mu Ying and his comrades similarly drew sharp, cold breaths, while Yu Tiandu roared in absolute denial. Impossible.
8,000, what a farcical jest. I refuse to believe it. This verdict is unequivocally flawed.
In truth, a vast multitude harbored the exact same skepticism.
This included Xianxia. His previous jest had proven prophetic. The vanguard rank indeed belonged to a novice team, one that had forged a legendary battle record, leaving him utterly in the dust.
He spoke in a heavy, solemn tone. Pavilion Master, your disciple humbly requests a re-examination of this team's identity tokens. 8,000 is too preposterous. Your disciple simply cannot accept this outcome.
The Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master cast a sweeping gaze over him, taking in the multitude of deacons and disciples.
Before declaring with profound calm, the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters have already conducted their re-examinations, and this Pavilion Master has personally interrogated the matter.
The result stands without error.
Rather than harbor defiant grievances, you would do well to reflect upon your own inadequacies. A horde of seasoned disciples, utterly eclipsed by a band of novices, were word of this to spread. I would feel deeply humiliated on your behalf.
Standing inconspicuously amongst the throng, Fang Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. If you wish to chastise your disciples, then do so. Why must you drag me into the crossfire? Are you not deliberately inciting hatred against me?
Heaven alone knew how many grudges had been secretly sworn against him due to that single phrase, seasoned disciples utterly eclipsed by a band of novices. True to form, the very instant those words fell, Fang Chen could hear a malicious tide of whispers surging around him. Which one is the leader of Zero? He looks quite imposing. I have heard only of elders asserting dominance over newcomers, yet today, the natural order of the heavens seems to have been upturned. We have yet to see his face, and he has already delivered a stinging slap to the pride of us senior disciples. I must meet him. Such an insult cannot be endured in silence.
Little junior brother, you are also a new disciple, are you not? Do you happen to know the leader of Zero?
Fang Chen pointed honestly to a place not far away and said to Yu Tiandu, that is the one. I also find him disagreeable. Feel free to deliver a few extra blows on my behalf. Naturally, those senior disciples with true pride were provoked. They held their breath in collective anticipation, vowing to reclaim their honor during the next expedition into the subterranean world.
Beneath the shade of the trees, Steward Yan Yang marveled in wonder. If I am not mistaken, the leader of Zero must be Fan Zhang.
He truly managed to complete the exploration of that hidden space filled with yin energy. As expected of one on the seal of the Vajra's salvation list, he is truly extraordinary. She realized Xianxia was struck dumb. What is the matter with you? Xianxia's eyes were currently fixed in a vacant stare.
Others might be ignorant, but how could she not know who founded Zero? It was because Fang Chen had too many companions that she had excluded him from her team.
Yet, who could have known that the small team Fang Chen assembled by himself would actually seize 8,000 merit points?
Master, I wish to seek your guidance on a certain matter.
I have a friend. Zero could have joined her team, but she refused. If you were her master, how would you punish her?
Steward Yan Yang replied solemnly, I suggest your friend buy herself a funerary urn. If it were me, I would first sever the master-disciple bond, beat her to death, and finally reduce her to ashes. Pausing for a moment, Steward Yan Yang added, of course, your master is the most merciful among the stewards. Burning her to ashes would suffice.
Any other steward would likely scatter those ashes to the winds. Therefore, your friend need not even buy an urn, she should simply await her demise.
So cold, Xianxia felt as though she had plunged into a frozen chasm in the depths of winter, her entire body stiff with dread.
Steward Yong looked at her strangely. You wouldn't be saying that this friend is actually yourself, would you?
Xianxia shuddered and immediately shook her head like a rattle. No, of course not. I truly do have such a friend.
Steward Yong showed a look of pity. Then that friend of yours is truly in a wretched state. I wonder which unfortunate steward or vice pavilion master recruited such a disastrous disciple to shut out the leader of Zero. Tesk.
My heart bleeds for her master. Xianxia's expression grew even more bitter. Who would come to her rescue? Alas, there was no savior.
On the contrary, the pavilion master of Heavenly Secrets brought forth the very thing that would seal her fate.
He unfurled a thick scroll of individual merit rankings and declared, I shall only announce the top 10. You may seek out the subsequent rankings yourselves later.
10th place, Yan Qiugui, 570, 1 points.
9th place, Zhao Dianqing, 570, 1 points.
8th place, Xing Xinyan, 570, 1 points. 7th place, Jiang Beihua, 570, 1 points. 6th place, Yu Tiandu, 570, 1 points. 5th place, Mu Ying, 570, 1 points.
The bottom 5 positions were entirely swept up by the expedition team.
Fang Chen showed a look of surprise. How did they manage to make everyone's merit points exactly the same?
Could it be that the regions they scouted were truly just unknown territories without even a shred of treasure to be found? 4th place, Ye Banxia, 900 points. The pavilion master of Heavenly Secrets continued to read. Fang Chen was secretly astonished. Ye Banxia walked her path alone without any team, yet the merit points she secured. Her strength must be formidable, easily rivaling most teams. He had only caught her off guard before in a direct confrontation. This woman would surely be a most troublesome opponent.
3rd place, Wu Manyue, 1,000 merit points. 2nd place, Ren Guhong, 1,010 merit points.
The latter surpassed the former by a single seed of the Dragon Heart Blood Lotus, which was worth only 10 merit points. It was evident that the conversion rate for treasures into merit points was remarkably low. It was no wonder that Fang Chen's treasures, totaling 4,000 merit points, had caused such immense shock among them.
The first place had yet to be announced, but the answer was already clear. It was the leader of Zero. The stewards waited with bated breath, eager to know the specific name of this youth. Among the newcomers, only Fang Chen, Liang Feiyan, and a few female disciples remained. Which of them it was specifically remained unknown. Only the 4 vice pavilion masters knew the truth in their hearts. They all looked towards Steward Yunyong. The thought that Yunyong would soon be beaming with pride as she introduced this disciple to everyone made their hearts ache with resentment. Yu Yunzi muttered under his breath, sheer dumb luck. Gu Huaxi snorted softly. Is it not just that the smoke from her ancestral graves is rising particularly thick? Yi Kangyuan's face was taut. She must have exhausted all the luck of her next life.
Chen Zhenged, outglanced sideways what the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. Steward Yunyong seemed to sense something and wondered strange, why is Vice Pavilion Master Chen so unhappy?
If I had such a disciple, I would have leapt several fathoms high with joy long ago, yet he wears an expression as if someone owes him money.
Xianxia watched as the pavilion master was about to announce the list. The truth that Fang Chen was the leader was about to be revealed to her master. What was meant to be a jest with her master was now a threat to her very life. Once her master learned that she had rejected Fang Chen, and that Fang Chen had led another's disciples to soar to greatness, she could only wait to be reduced to ashes. She was left with no choice but to confess the truth in earnest before the roster was officially proclaimed.
Master, I bring tidings both of joy and of woe. Which shall you hear first?
Xianxia spoke with the utmost trepidation.
Yunyong cast a suspicious glance upon her. What schemes are you hatching now? Be silent, and listen to the pavilion master announce the roster.
Anxiety gripped Xianxia. A confession now might yield leniency, but should her master deduce the truth herself, all would be lost. Master, I implore you, make your choice. Yunyong knit her brows. The good news, then. Your tidings of joy are often dubious, yet your tidings of woe are ever certain.
My heart is currently troubled, and cannot endure further agitation. Let me hear something pleasant to find a brief reprieve.
Xianxia hurriedly spoke. Master, you possess a new disciple named Fang Chen. Do you recall him?
Yunyang shot her a disdainful look. Nonsense. Was it not you who recruited him in my stead? And where is he now? He should have ascended long ago. Why has he not come to pay obeisance to his master? Shang Shikyu's delicate hands twisted nervously as her gaze flickered. You have already met him. Yunyang was perplexed. Why do I have no memory of this? Stricken by a guilty conscience, Shang Shikyu stammered, Master, try reciting the name Fan Jiang in reverse. Without a second thought, Yunyang uttered Fan Jiang, Jiang Fan, Fang Chen. Her pupils dilated as she seized Shang Shikyu's arm, shaking her as vigorously as a winnowing tray. What did you say? Fan Jiang is Fang Chen. He is my new disciple. Shang Shikyu was shaken until her very soul was nearly sundered from her body. She cried out, Yes, it is so. I wish to grant you a grand surprise. Master, are you not pleased? How could Yunyang not be overjoyed? She let out a cry of wondrous delight. Heavens, could this be a dream? To have Fang Chen as my disciple, it is truly beyond my wildest imaginings. From the deliverance list of the Mudra Vajra, one was actually spared to become my disciple. The great fortune of the heavens has finally graced me. Upon his very first descent into the underworld, he amassed 8,000 merit points. My other disciples shall also be able to follow in his wake. The smile upon her face abruptly froze as she turned her head with stiff, mechanical precision. Imagine grinding for 50 years to break a record, only to have a rookie stroll out of the abyss with 8,000 merit points like he stat, padding in a tutorial zone. Absolute cinema. While the so-called prodigies were busy being cooked by a two-headed hellhound, Fang Chen was out here treating a damsel in distress like a suspicious mob drop, stripping her for loot, and trying to incinerate the body just to be safe. That's not just cultivation, that's unhinged pragmatism. Even the Vajra from White Horse Temple is practically begging him to join the monks, but bro just wants to forge a blade long enough to delete ghosts from existence. If you were a senior disciple getting diffed by a newcomer who treats lethal traps like a trip to the grocery store, would you swallow your pride to follow his Tao? Or are you joining the clown energy squad to plot his accidental fall in the next layer?